If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 401, Chapter 363. Isn't my POV? I usually kept a lid on my divine nature. There were things that gods simply could not avoid when presenting themselves in their true forms when mortals gazed upon us. Something instinctual that pricked at the back of their minds that told them that we were not simple. It was easier for these spirits to peek behind the curtain even if I didn't reveal myself. And now, that lid had been taken off. My divinity swept out in every direction as I called upon the spear. I've kept it sealed at my side for many years now. And I'm sure many back home would be utterly terrified to know that I was in possession of it. It wasn't originally in my possession, no. It was a peace offering from my former husband. There would never be any reconciliation after his betrayal, but I was not completely without sin in our conflicts. And many centuries after the fact, he wished to bury the hatchet, as the humans say. At that point, my hatred had diminished greatly, and I accepted. Perhaps it was the catalyst that allowed me to finally move on from my past. I had never used it until this moment. If it was back home, I may have been more reserved, but in this particular moment, I was furious. The world bent to accommodate this mighty weapon of creation. The object by which both my former husband and I channeled our godly powers to raise Japan out of the ocean in the days of old. It was no mere divine weapon the likes of Zeus's Master Bolt or Odin's Gungnir, despite the legendary prowess of such peerless devices. No, it was forged from the chaos before beginning. The same origins as my own progenitors. As soon as it appeared, the thunder clouds that Wilhelm had called into being, intertwined with his own divinity, were cowed into submission. I could feel the earth fluctuate and the wind churn to welcome its arrival, as if calling out to an old friend. Amen Onuhoko, the heavenly jeweled spear. It's funny, it's not overly adorned in jewels. If anything, by today's standards, it would be minimalistic. But in the time before civilization, it was considered extravagant and regal. Truthfully, it even appeared a bit weathered on the surface, and the flashiness of any adornments were muted by its apparent age. Yet, it merely took one gazing upon it to know its power. I was not a particularly powerful deity among those who could claim to be my peer in age. I was not worshipped, and even the pantheon I was part of did not look at me favorably. My feats had mostly been regulated to assisting my former husband as opposed to being an equal. However, when holding this spear, even the likes of those old monsters would think twice before facing me. It held the weight of an entire cosmology behind it as the origins of the land itself. The moment it touched my hand, the world respectfully silenced itself. The land that I tread was mine, even if by other means and by another world. It awaited merely a call, and it would respond to my orders. You. I looked down at the cowering form of this upstart mortal who thought to take my love away from the ones who I chose to give it to. The thought of the love I had for my children and the turbulent feelings I had for Wilhelm being replaced with this vile creature was utterly repulsive. Oh, he cowered, he stuttered, and attempted to flee, crawling away on his stubby legs. And I admit, the speed that these mortals can move at would be annoying. Thus, I ever so slightly flicked my spear, and his legs were severed from his body. Death is too easy a punishment. You will spend an eternity in Yomi under my meticulous care. I raised my spear up, pointing it at him. My spear was one of creation, but that did not mean I could not do the opposite. Just as I held the opposite domains of creation and death, I used my spear to unmake this creature. The sniveling and crying, the pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as his body was unmade. I twisted my wrist, removing his last physical remnants from existence, leaving behind a soul that flew into my grasp. Looking at it, I frowned. Something familiar was pulling at it. I do not care if you claim ownership over this soul. I sneered, dispelling an attempt to retrieve it from my hand. If you truly want it so much, you can come crawling to Yomi and beg for it. I stated, putting it away for now. Now that I dealt with the immediate source of my anger, I realized that everyone was looking at me and the fighting had more or less stopped. I suppose I was not subtle with my declaration. My divinity had seeped out at that point and everyone most likely heard me. Well, except for a small handful. You bitch! A feminine voice was directed my way. I looked up to see a handful of these Quincy moving to attack me. The one who spoke, a woman with long black hair, held out her hands, and orbs formed of Reishi. She threw them at me, and her companions who shared similar sentiments unleashed their own attacks, mostly that of arrows. I glanced behind myself to see the children still there. Holding my spear up, I slowly moved it through the air. The edge of the spear tip did not cut anything, rather, space began to bend and distort. The attacks that were aimed in my direction were sent off course, wildly flinging far away from myself or those behind me. It's not Fu * King working. Use bigger bombs. You think I don't know that? Why don't? I do not enjoy being looked down on like this. My lips pressed into a thin line and grasped at the air. Grovel in the dirt where you belong. They were forced to the ground, slamming into it at breakneck speeds. Quilch. The woman with long black hair pushed herself up out of the ground and shouted towards one of her companions. Do your thing, now. Another shot to the air. A man with glasses looked at me. His Majesty bestowed onto me the letter J. No one can escape my jail. He gathered his power into his hand and shot it towards me. I raised an eyebrow as it didn't actually attack me, rather, it formed a sort of barrier around me. Or as his words implied, he imprisoned me. See? There's only one God in this world. His Majesty's power. Adorable. I snorted, waving my spear and destroyed the barrier around me. The resulting explosion of power sent a shockwave outwards in all directions. I will be merciful. I took a casual step forward, appearing in front of him, making his body jerk back, but a twitch of my hand saw him get forced in place. I will allow your soul to return to him. I stabbed him through the heart, watching the life die in his eyes before casting him off my weapon and letting his body hit the ground below. Their eyes widened in shock and horror at the ease in which I dispatched their companion. Our retreat. One of them breathed out. Only His Majesty can order. The shadows around them all jerked wildly, grabbing hold of them the same way it did the first time I met one of their people. I stepped back onto the ground. Did I give you permission to leave? I tapped my spear onto the ground and the shadows were dispersed. As if some upstart could snatch away people in front of me on my land. Oh, objection! A thin and rather mundane-looking member of their retinue held up a shaking hand at me. Why, you can't possibly exist. His Majesty gave me the letter Q and I questioned to your existence. A conceptual attack? How amusing, was he trying to bring my existence into flux and create a paradox? Your objection is noted. I walked towards him. And it's subsequently ignored. I swung my spear downwards in his direction. I didn't even have to do anything to counter his ability. The spear in my hand was an absolute declaration of my existence. He disappeared in a gouge that now split the large plateau we were standing on and continued into the distance, with several mountains missing their peaks. Foolish mortal, my existence is not something you can question. I snorted, flicking my spear back over my shoulder. You bitch, take this. I blinked, turning back towards the girl I had ignored. She held her fingers linked together up to the sky and a rather large blob of rice had gathered. And based on what happened before with her hand-held ones, I believed it to be a bomb. Ha, I was gathering this the entire time. I'll just blow up the entire Soul Society. She cackled. I looked at her rather tiredly and raised my hand again. The shadows answered my call, climbing up to the sky, the shadow hands grasping at each other until a column formed and enveloped the massive sphere of condensed and volatile spiritual matter. And it was visibly pulled downwards, disappearing into the shadows. I'm sure your people will appreciate your gift. Her eyes widened at the implication. And it would be rude of me to not allow you to share. You may leave. I slammed my spear onto the ground once more, and the shadows that once receded at my command now returned, grabbing them forcibly. Every Quincy that had invaded this place was forced backwards into the shadows, back to their home. They struggled, but it was pointless. It wasn't a matter of power, they were trespassing, and I was the landlord with absolute authority. Well, that hadn't taken very long, but there was one more objective to deal with. Those evil spirits, those hollows that stood above in such vast numbers. Oh, they had been mostly corralled by my renewed presence, but their existence was one that grated on me. Abominations that should not exist. Devouring the children of my daughter's Sunday. I held my spear out once more, tilting it to the side so the flat of the spear faced the sky. I borrowed Wilhelm's storm, a single raindrop fell down from the sky. The droplet hit my spear, the minuscule sound that should have been drowned out instead echoed to the ears of everyone present. Creation in one of its purest forms shined along the bladed edge. I then swung my spear towards the sky, a droplet shooting off towards every single of the hollows present. Be purified. I commanded. Not a single one of those hollows escaped. A drop of water piercing through their cores, destroying the bonds around the soul that held down and devoured all the others. Thousands upon thousands of souls emerged, spewing out from within the abominations, freed from their ceaseless hunger and rightfully returned to the proper cycle of life and death. I then turned my attention to the other hollows. The ones that Wilhelm had been fighting. The humanoid ones that were significantly stronger than those beasts that I had just dealt with. It's strange, I could tell that they too had so many souls swirling around inside of them that they consumed, yet, there was something else there. A spark of humanity that barely flickered underneath their grotesque nature. Should I deal with them in a similar manner? I certainly didn't like them, but they were somehow less repulsive than their brethren I had just slain, which seemed paradoxical. There was also a Shinigami with them, one I recognized as being the one I put in time out from before. I looked at him and our eyes met. And there was something familiar in his gaze. Fear. He didn't hesitate, he fled immediately, and those hollows followed while I contemplated the question. Those tears in reality that they used, they had quite easily tore them open and jumped through without a second thought once the Shinigami made the move. Oh well, I suppose I didn't care that much. I would deal with any hollows that I saw, but I didn't feel the need to seek them out. They were not my problem to bear. Wilhelm. I glanced at him as he came over. Well, that's one way to deal with the Quincy and hollows. He chuckled. And I couldn't help myself but smile slightly. I was worried he would be put off by my anger, but there is nothing but warmth in his gaze. Yes, now, what to do about these Shinigami? The world shook as I hummed, looking at their stunned and confused faces. Chapter 402, Chapter 364. If you need anything else, please call for me. What was her name, Nanao? Shunsui's lieutenant. Thank you, child. Izzy calmly and politely thanked the Shinigami for the tea. The Shinigami seemed to stiffen and sort of sputter out a response before quickly disappearing from the room. After the whole incident they had very polite, giving us a room to wait in. It was funny to see the Shinigami utterly speechless and trying to comprehend what exactly it meant for Izzy to be here. Well, this is nice. I hummed, taking a sip. Odd. What? That girl was a believer in Shintoism. Perhaps even a Miko in her own right, she gave off a bright feeling in her faith. Izzy replied. How do you? I paused, making her raise an eyebrow. Right, Shinto goddess. How does that work? Isn't she technically a kami under the broad definitions of Shintoism? Shinigami are just spirits of the deceased at their most basic. Now that I think about it, are there Shinigami back home? I've never actually heard anything about them, but the idea exists in myths and legends. You can blame Hades for that. His reapers have been mistakenly identified over the centuries and humans developed their own beliefs. Technically his reapers are the Shinigami there, but the difference is obvious, as you know. As for worship, do you think that the lesser gods don't pay homage and worship to those higher-ups? My daughter and son are revered not just by mortals but by the thousands of kami that populate Japan. I guess it isn't that odd, other cosmologies have similar things now that I think about it. Hey, I don't wanna alarm you, but your baby spirit's been growing pretty fast. Damn it, Drake. I sighed, putting my cup down. What did that dragon do this time? Izzy asked. Hey, that's uncalled for. He fed my sword spirit that marble that the Shinigami tried to steal or whatever. Well, less feeding it and more like, it's sort of latched onto it and been growing extremely fast ever since, and he's been updating me periodically. I didn't think there was anything majorly wrong, but I wasn't quite sure what exactly was going on, so it left me sort of wary. Would you like me to take a look? Izzy offered. Sure. I didn't even take time to think about it. She let out a sigh. You really should be hesitant about people like me looking into your soul. You're making it sound like I let any random person look at my soul. I rolled my eyes, scooting closer to her. I trust you and I don't have any secrets from you. Why do you have to say things like that? She grumbled, putting her hand on my chest. She took a breath and her eyes glowed slightly. I imagined she had to put some effort to push through my Campione resistance. I don't know what that marble is, but it doesn't seem harmful. It appears to be made up of a conglomeration of souls, but I did not poke it to see the intricacies. Weird. But, well, that's a relief then. I guess I can let it take a back seat for now and check it out again later. I relaxed, looking down at Izzy, and she tilted her head up, looking me in the eyes. Is something wrong? She slowly and hesitantly pulled her hand away, looking a little apprehensive about something. We've spent quite a long time together this time. Longer than we've spent together until this point. We did. I nodded. You sick of me already? I asked jokingly. Don't say that. She huffed. This has been one of my happiest memories. Going wrathful goddess on a bunch of mortals. I grinned. Not just those Quincy and Hollows, but basically telling the Shinigami to get their shit together or else. You know what I'm talking about. She puffed up with a hint of embarrassment. You weren't scared or intimidated, were you? She quietly asked. I know that I can be. Izzy, you're not going to scare me away. Honestly, I thought we were past this. Really? She leaned in, her face was only a few inches away from mine. Really? Good. She breathed out. Because after spending this time with you, I realized something. What? I blinked. I'm tired of holding myself back. Before I could process what she said, she pushed her lips against mine. It wasn't a particularly long kiss, but I was taken by surprise and didn't quite reciprocate. She pulled away quickly, looking embarrassed. Oh. The word kinda tumbled out from me. Perhaps I've been overthinking things. Just ignore what happened. She sighed, pushing herself up, but I quickly grabbed hold of her sleeve. Izzy, wait. Please, just give me a moment alone. Isn't I? I called out her full name, something I don't think I've ever done, making her stop trying to wiggle out of my grasp. Izzy. I repeated again. Let's talk. I'm not a child. You're clearly not interested, and I misread any intentions. You don't need to. Izzy. I said again, interrupting her. Stop. I grabbed her hand so she couldn't run away. Please. She hesitantly sat back down, but looked rather uncomfortable. You didn't misread anything. I was just surprised. She shifted a little bit in her spot but didn't respond. I'm not blind, you know. To all the little things that happened between us. I muttered. You're one of my closest friends, and I haven't had many of those before. I didn't want to mess that up, so I just forced myself to ignore any flags. You're an idiot. She finally said, awkwardly looking at the ground. I know. Humph. She let out a cute little huff. I'm not a good person, Wilhelm. I've done many horrible things in my life. Some that I can never take back and things that you would be ashamed of me if you saw. Even my own children want nothing to do with me. I'm a vile and despicable woman, hated by the very country I created. Idiot. I shot right back at her. Don't confess to me then try to convince me otherwise. It was a momentary selfish desire of mine. You deserve to know how terrible I really am. She crossed her arms. I've k***led a lot of people. I crossed my arms as well, staring at her. I'm usually apathetic to suffering if it's not in front of my eyes. I'm extremely lustful and greedy. I prioritize my own happiness and of those I care about over anyone else. I'm not a good person. Don't try to compete with me. She pursed her lips. You will lose because you're not a bad person. You're a wonderful and caring man who's willing to make a monster like me feel loved. And Izzy is one of the most amazing women I've ever met. She's kind and compassionate and tries to hide it under a veil of apathy and self-loathing. And anyone would be lucky to have any kind of affection from her. You're impossible. She threw her hands up with a frown. Where do we go from here? I reached out, grabbing her hand again. I said I'm a greedy person, Izzy. I won't ever want to let you go. She trembled slightly, a faint pink brushing her cheeks. Idiot, don't make that sound like it's a detriment. Would you like to try again? I offered. Or if you want to go slower we can. Wilhelm. She cut me off. Shut up and kiss me. Well, I didn't need to be told twice. Nor did she wait for me to actually make a move. She leaned in, and I quickly captured this goddess's lips properly this time. It was unfortunate that the passionate kiss only lasted a few moments as a knock on the door interrupted our little moment. And it was quickly followed by Shunsui walking in to see Izzy and I in a bit of an awkward position where it was very obvious what we had just been doing. You didn't see anything. Izzy told him. I didn't see anything. He immediately agreed. Izzy, with a cute blush, scooted herself over to properly sit next to me on my side of the table as I followed suit. Shunsui awkwardly moved himself opposite of us and sat down. He was bandaged up noticeably and looked utterly exhausted. I sneakily moved my hand under the table, taking hers once more, our fingers interlocking. A tiny smile made its way to her face despite the situation. "Speak, what do you want?" Izzy cut right to the chase, possibly a little annoyed by the interruption. On behalf of the Godi I-13, I would like to ask for clarification on some matters that were discussed earlier." He cleared his throat. And by that, he wanted to know probably what she meant by "get your shit together or I'm taking back the land you're on." "Very well," Izzy grumbled. "You have been a proper host, so I will show you some courtesy. Ask your questions. You're Yuaki POV. Been a while since I've been to one of these captain meetings." I looked around the room to see all the old faces. "So, what's on the agenda for today? Is it about the Eisen thing? The one we warned you about, the reason we were all kicked out originally?" Watching all the captains collectively frown made me all giddy. "Little Byakuya, you all right over there?" I smiled happily, looking at his arm in a cast and his face kind of pale. Actually, most of them were pretty beat up or wounded. I think the healing division was preoccupied with the more severely hurt, so they only got some bandages and told to tough it out. "I am fine," he practically hissed. "It's a shame, I wanted the brat to kick your ass, but it was some Quincy, hey. A mere Ryoka is not worth any consideration. Even if he already learned Bankai." I hummed, making his eyes widen. But who would have guessed the Quincy? And the betrayal by Eisen? Right, who could have foreseen or warned everyone about that? "We get it, you're Yuaki." Shunsui sighed. Do you really?" I looked at him. "Shine your Yuaki." The old man opened his mouth. "This is not a place." "No." I raised my voice. He was surprised by my tone, opening his eyes slightly. "I did my job, I did my duty. I served in my position for years and never did anything to warrant so much as a talking to. Yet, when suddenly something happens, we're all thrown under the bus so quickly without even a chance to defend ourselves. And look, proof that we were right all along. That maybe there was a conspiracy when suddenly nearly half the standing captains were cast out. Not just Tessai, Kisuk, and myself, you know who I'm talking about. You don't get to just sweep it under the rug like it didn't happen when we had to run away from our home. Are you done?" The old man grumbled. "Yes." I breathed out. "I guess I'd been holding that in for a while." "You were wronged," he acknowledged, closing his eyes. "All of us were, old man." I made sure to specify. "And they probably aren't going to be as forgiving as Kisuk or I am. Tessai probably won't ever take back up his spot as kid captain even if you pardon and give him an apology. And frankly, I don't know if I want to come back. But we're more than willing to help with dealing with Eisen." The old man looked at me for a moment and nodded. "Eisen escaped along with Ichimaru-jin during the conflict. It's clear he was associating with Hollows and an execution order has been summarily signed. As Kanamtsen disappeared as well, we are assuming he is colluding with the traitors and will be treated similarly. Yet, he was one of the ones working with Eisen." I grunted. "We would like all the information you have on Eisen and any associates of his. And the object that he was trying to retrieve from Kukaki Rukia. I would like an answer as to why something was hidden inside of my sister." Little Byakuya also spoke up. "Ugh, I wish Kisuk was here for this. It's called the Hogyaku. I don't really know much about it, but according to Kisuk, it can remove the barriers between Shinigami and Hollows. He thinks that Eisen also had one, which considering the fact that there were a significant amount of Arankar, well. Arankar have appeared in the past, but never more than 1 or 2 over the past 1,000 years. Shunsui rubbed his chin. "That would explain some things. They weren't pushovers, if things went on longer. They had impressive ryotsu, but were they that strong?" Little Sui Feng asked. "I was busy fighting the apparent Quincy invasion, so I didn't get a chance to see them up close. Except for that one that got in front of the captain commander, and that one didn't last long. No less than any of us, I'm afraid." Yuka takes side. "They're strong, SK*LLED and ruthless. Great, so we have 2 groups wanting us dead and they all have combatants equal to us in strength, if not more numerous than our standing captains." Captain Hitsugaya scowled. "And the traitors that ran away with 1/4 of our combat potential. Not to mention that Eisen was hiding his strength." Hard to miss that. Shunsui agreed. His Ryutsu was much more impressive than what he let on. And he wasn't entirely truthful about his Zanpakutetsu ability. It's absolute hypnosis. I chimed in. It's one of the reasons we've been having difficulty dealing with him. He can completely control anyone's senses that has seen him release his sword. Era, that's... And we've all seen it. Captain Komamura's voice rumbled from beneath his helmet. So Aizen has the ability to completely control what we can see, feel, sense, etc. He also has an army of hollows at his beck and call, as shown by the numerous Minos Grande and Ajitya classes that invaded. And to top it off, he has a group of Arankar that are at the very least, on par with us in strength. Shunsui rambled. Did I miss anything? The Quincy. Kenpei hummed, seemingly the only person in a good mood. They were pretty good, can't wait to fight them again. And the hollows sound interesting too, I almost can't decide who I want to fight. Thank you, Kenpei. I'm currently working on a way to trace the Quincy's point of origin. I believe I shall have a means within the week if things progress at the same rate they were before the second invasion. Mayuri spoke up. However, I would like to request samples from the... No. Denied. Absolutely not. Please don't. Fu *k off, Mayuri. I also added in my own thoughts. Your request is denied, Captain Kuratsuki. And I would like to be very clear that your only priority right now is to focus on finding the whereabouts of the Quincy stronghold. The old man glared at Mayuri. Mayuri scoffed but didn't argue. And this Hogyaku, are we going to retrieve it from this supposed devil? There was a beat of silence as everyone glanced around the room before they all looked at me. Hey, I'm not holding your hands here. I'm technically still a fugitive. As it is clear that the Central 46 were K*LLED by Aizen in his rebellion, my authority is the highest until we can re-establish the governing body. As such, I am officially pardoning everyone involved in the events that occurred 100 years ago. The old man spoke up. Awesome, still not gonna help there. Come on, you're Yuaki, can you give us something? Yukatake asked. Seriously, don't look at me, this is new to me too. He only said that his mom was human before, I didn't know he was a devil. I didn't even know they were real or what that even means. It's not like I'm going to Sunday school with humans or something. I held my hands up. So if you wanna go poke the race of beings that we had no idea existed until now, go be my guest. And you can also upset his friend. Fu *k, I guess it makes sense why his Ryutsu felt so damn weird and almost hollow-like. But seriously, a devil? What the hell, I didn't even know they existed, and by everyone else's expressions at the revelation, neither did they. Captain Kirikou. The captain commander grunted. You spoke with him and the woman. He almost sounded respectful there. Shunsui tilted his hat down. You mean if I asked the goddess about how she ordered us to, and I quote, clean up our mess, otherwise she's going to do it for us, then yes I did. Report, Captain Kirikou. Shunsui sighed, and the old man didn't even chide him for his lackadaisical demeanor. Right, her orders were that the kids will be going home. That Kukaki Rukia is innocent of any supposed crime and that we, clean up Soul Society, otherwise she's going to take back the land we're standing on. Are we really going to believe that she's a... Captain Hitsugiya didn't need to finish his sentence, but everyone could guess what he was asking. Capital G, Goddess. I finished for him. Go ahead and call her out, it's not like she showed why she can back up that claim. Or is your Japanese mythology a bit rusty there? I don't pay attention to human myths. The younger captain scowled. Izanami no Mikoto, one of 2 creator gods of Japan. In the myths, she and her husband, Izanagi, raised Japan out of the sea with a spear by the name of Ame no Nuhoko. Which, I'm pretty sure we just saw. Shunsui replied, blinking as everyone stared at him. What? Nanaos and Ise, they're a long line of Shinto priestesses. I had her give me a rundown, and some of the stories do not paint a good picture. I wouldn't call myself knowledgeable about human myths and crap, but even I knew about Izanami. I knew the big names of Shintoism, and yet, the fact that it's probably not made up right now is giving me anxiety. She was right when we asked about her name. I looked through my family records, and the only god we acknowledge is the Soul King. Byakuya spoke up. There is no mention of any other deities in existence. By what right does she claim ownership over Soul Society? Right. Shun Sui scratched his cheek. She mentioned this when I asked. And she was not happy, mind you. But, you know, when Soul Society was created, where do you think the land it's made of came from? Everyone took a moment to process that, and we all came to the same realization. Oh! Was the collective response. But, Soul Society, the three realms were created by the Soul King before recorded history. Captain Hitsugaya countered. Or we were told. We don't have much to go on but the legends and stories. I'm pretty sure she's older than humanity. Shun Sui said dryly. I would also like to point out, does everyone remember the thing that happened a little over a week ago with the realm shaking and the sky turning dark? That was her being upset. Well then. This just opens up so many questions that I don't think I want to know the answer to. Fu * King Wilhelm. Mr. O, I have a friend and she's a pretty good stick to wave around. I'm gonna kick his ass the next time I see him because he somehow brought a damn goddess with him. I'll probably kiss him right after because of what happened to Aizen, but still. A week ago, I thought I knew the ins and outs of the world. Besides some tightly held secrets, there wasn't much I didn't know. And then comes the devil and the goddess that came and smacked my understanding of the world right off a cliff. I wanted to call bullshit. I think everyone wanted to call bullshit on someone revealing themselves as a goddess, but frankly, it's pretty damn hard to argue with what happened. I will send a message to the Zero Division. The Captain Commander tapped his cane on the ground. Until we receive a response, everyone, he glared at Mayuri, is ordered to treat our guests with the utmost respect. And her orders? Yukatake asked. Will be followed. The old man uncharacteristically sighed. However, our priority right now are the enemies that are at our doorstep. We have been wounded, our pride has been stepped on. We will show them why we have stood unwavering for thousands of years. He let out a grunt, and a wave of riotsu flowed over us. Shine your Yuaki. I know what you're gonna ask. I'll go talk to the others and see where they stand after I bring the kids back. I waved him off. He nodded in thanks. Now, Captain Anohana, begin your report on our casualties and wounded. I droned out what came next. Honestly, the only consolation in all of this is that I can just imagine how utterly furious and confused Aizen must be right now. That, and I get to see the look on Kisuk's face when I tell him everything that happened. I think that's the only thing keeping me sane at the moment. Chapter 403, Chapter 365. It's weird. Nothing changed between Izzy and I, yet at the same time, everything did. She was still the same wonderful and amazing woman that I considered an irreplaceable friend. Someone I trusted with my life and even that of my loved ones. But there was that extra little something there now. Maybe it was always there but I had just ignored it because of my own stupidity. The little looks we gave each other, the small smiles when our eyes met. The little touches too were always welcomed. Our overall relationship didn't really change much. We still poked at each other, we still were close, but with a bit more romantic affection. And we would definitely still do things in the future like we did. Oh. You have that look on your face, what's wrong? Izzy asked me. I just realized. We've been dating for a while now, haven't we? Oh. She blinked in realization as well. The things we've been doing together, the little bit of closeness that seemed to toe the line between romantic and platonic relations. Yet. I lowered my head onto her shoulder. The girls know, don't they? Izzy pursed her lips. They were aware that I, perhaps had more than platonic feelings towards you. Yasaka was more than upfront about the acceptance and Artoria has been, pleasant about it. Yet I'm remembering things now that I ignored back then. They're going to be insufferable when they find out, aren't they? Without a doubt. I closed my eyes and let out a groan. My head slid off her shoulder and planted right in her lap. Can I be spiteful and just? I made a squelching sound while pressing my hands against my head, an obvious insinuation about *ing myself. So they don't have the satisfaction. They're there. She ran her fingers through my hair, probably one of my favorite things at this point. I relaxed in her lap, enjoying the moment. We're dating. How good of you to notice. Did the trading of confessions not tip you off? Or perhaps you require another kiss as evidence. I'm just saying it out loud because it was sudden and I'm still processing. Don't misunderstand, I'm positively thrilled. But processing, in a good way. I paused. Actually, No. I need more kisses. She playfully slapped my shoulder. Still no regrets? Absolutely not. I have many regrets in my life, but you will never be one of them. I gave her a smile. I don't understand how you could be so willfully oblivious and still spout that kind of nonsense to me even before our little confession. She let out a cute huff in response, and the tiniest red tinging her cheeks. And I don't have to feel awkward about staring at your butt anymore. And you ruined the moment. She poked my cheek, her lips twitching in amusement. And I thought you were staring, but it's not like I was going to call you out. Obviously I was. A beautiful woman like you wearing tight clothing like that and just throwing it in my face. And you can say that to my face without a hint of shame. I'm astonished, truly astonished at your shamelessness. You call me shameless but you don't even deny what I said. Are you implying that I seduced you? She raised an eyebrow. Yup, it's all your fault. Now you have to take responsibility. Is this how you gathered your other harem members? She snorted. I don't wanna answer that question. I'm sure you don't. Izzy replied. Are you finished with everything in this world? More or less. I would have left sooner if it wasn't for this whole thing. It was annoying and took a while, but I can't deny that it was interesting and beneficial. Did you at least do everything you wanted since coming here? I forced myself to roll over slightly so I could stare up into her eyes. What I could. I hummed. I originally came here because I wanted to find a way to, I guess, weaponize my soul properly, which I think I succeeded. I was mostly just anxious and felt I had to do something and have since calmed down. Realistically, I didn't expect to just conveniently solve all my problems and significantly increase my strength with a snap of my fingers. They have interesting abilities here. Izzy acknowledged. Some of them would be very dangerous if they were a bit more powerful. Yeah, and just look at the old man leading them. He just bulldozed through several of those Quincy's all at once. I would have to get serious if I took on that many opponents of that level. One or two I could be casual about, but start adding on more, quantity can overcome quality in some situations. As a goddess, I can say that he was impressive. He lacked the same standing as my own, but his pure power was respectable. Once he released his sword, I could see more clearly his peak even if it was still mostly sealed. I dare say he would command respect back home even amongst the gods. Kid is interesting and I'm still learning to use it properly. I held a finger up. Still needed to get the higher level ones, but they're nothing to scoff at and didn't work off the same paradigm as magecraft. A second finger joined the first. Shunpo was an amazing find, it'll increase my speed quite a bit. I think I got to the point where I just need to practice more with that now, getting the fundamentals down as it were. But the real prize is my Zanpaka. A third finger joined the others. Overall, I think I made out with quite a bit on this trip. They take a while to form or whatnot. The situation that you were dealing with was dire, was it not? Can you wait that long? It's complicated. I frowned thinking of that demon again. I'm obviously abusing the time dilation between world lines, but that only goes so far in a situation like this where I can't just come and go on a world line as I please. I know for a fact that any overt moves there by me would be detected. Sir Wiggles is keeping watch from the inside, and Gramps was doing something from the outside. I wanted to wait until I talked with him before committing again. Especially after almost dying. Good. I would be most upset if you died. She said dryly. Even if she was halfway joking, I did love to know she cared. And even if my Zanpaka takes a while, I can feel it's going to be something special. Really, my only concern was how to replenish my own Ryoryoku since the Reishi wasn't native outside of this world line. I'll need to do some experiments, but I think I can cannibalize my own aura to get what I needed that way. After taking in so much Reishi during my stay here, my aura had sort of acclimated. Are you ready to go back home? She asked. More or less. Make sure the kids get home and then we're good to go. Will you come back? Probably. I like Shunsui and Yuryuki. And I feel like we may have had the tiniest bit of a hand in the chaos that happened, so probably check in on them every now and then. That's good. I will make sure they are doing their jobs properly. Yeah, Izzy was pretty intent that they clean this place up if they were going to be using pieces of Japan. We've put it off long enough. I patted her leg, pushing myself up. We should probably go see them. They've been waiting outside for a while now. Izzy grumbled in acknowledgement. Despite her whole wrathful goddess persona, she was hesitant to actually interact with people outside of the circle she already had in a more pedestrian capacity. I reached for her hand, bringing it up and giving it a quick kiss. "Come on now, no need to be shy." She rolled her eyes with a small smile. "Not all of us are utterly without shame. I think it's one of my better qualities." "Sure, keep telling yourself that. I'm fairly sure it's what landed me all the wonderful women in my life, so I will," I said smugly. As much as I want to deny that statement, there is significant evidence to back it up, which is troubling in hindsight. "Oh, Izzy." I pushed my shoulder next to hers. "It's far too late for you to have second thoughts." I leaned in, claiming her lips once more. She didn't show any signs of hesitation and welcomed me with enthusiasm for the short moment it lasted. "You're mine now." "So I am." She smiled. I fully moved to my feet and helped her up as well. "Let's go wrap things up so we can get made fun of by the girls when we get back home." I'm suddenly feeling in agreement with your earlier statement. We can simply end it now and save ourselves the trouble. Izzy and I stepped out of the private room that Shunsui had given us and the others were all standing around. Yoryuki leaned against the nearby wall watching us intently. She visibly perked up once they saw us, but at the same time, she awkwardly shrunk back, not wanting to actually speak up. I can understand, Izzy was probably a little intimidating. Personally, I found it attractive when she's all wrathful goddess, but I know not everyone else feels that way when their creator goddess appears and smites some idiots. This feels like a funeral. Who died? I looked around. Besides all the people who actually died. Smooth. Yoryuki looked at me. Surprisingly, not that many died. There was a lot but, less than there probably should have been. She glanced at Izzy. Considering. Was Mayuri one of them? I asked hopefully. He wasn't even at the execution. So? Maybe a stray arrow flew across Soul Society and just happened to impale him right through the head. No, he wasn't one of them. She said dryly. As much as I'd also probably enjoy it. Oh well, there's always next time. Yeah, next time. She sighed, pushing off the walls she was leaning on. About that. What? So, got out of a meeting with the captains while they tried to make some plans going forward. Dealing with Aizen and his army of hollows, which is thankfully now in the open and I'm not a criminal anymore, and apparently the Quincy who we didn't even know existed until now. What are you getting at? I gestured for her to continue. They want to know, what both your plans are. She frowned even saying it. Your conflicts are none of my concern. Izzy immediately replied. I told you Shinigami what I expect and that is all. Yoryuki flinched slightly. Yeah, don't worry about that, they're not arguing with any of your demands. She seemingly chose her words carefully. Thankfully, Aizen K*LLED the Central 46 before he openly betrayed everyone. Thankfully? Aren't they your governing body? Yeah, but they're a bunch of elitist assholes. They'd probably do something to piss off the literal goddess in our presence. Ah, I getcha. And Aizen isn't going to sit still. Especially since you took the Hogyaku he was after. Hogyaku, is that what the marble is called? Of course you'd have no idea what it is. Did you take it just to piss off Aizen? It was shiny. I'm glad you're my friend. Yoryuki laughed. Kisuk would know more about it since he created it. But I doubt he's going to leave you alone. He'll track you down to the ends of the world if he has to, if our thoughts about his need for it are right. I wish him good luck with that. Though, the idea of him getting frustrated that he couldn't find me would be fun to see. As for my plans in particular, I was going to go home. Far out of Aizen's reach, so you don't have to worry. And if you want, I can come check in every now and then. I don't mind lending a hand later if things get bad. No idea what's going to happen with two wars brewing, but I think bad is a good estimate. She reached into her shirt and took out a bound book. Here, this is for you. She said, tossing it to me. This is. I started flipping through it briefly. All kid up to 90. I stole that when I had a minute, but the others are significantly harder to get, so you're out of luck there unless you want to go ask the old man. I'm kinda refraining from seeing him after our last talk, so I will thank you for this. This was actually really helpful. I'm a little surprised that you're taking Izzy's claim seriously. I honestly expected a lot of finger pointing and disbelief. When someone calls themselves a goddess and threatens to completely upheaval soul society and shows they can do it with a gesture, it's pretty hard to dispute. Yuaki snorted. Don't misunderstand, I am completely confused how it's possible for her to exist and trying my best not to freak out. Izzy hummed in amusement, but didn't speak up. I feel like I was completely overshadowed, but I can't really blame them there. There's been a sudden resurgence of people reading up on human myths and legends. Yuaki added. Lots of people are scrambling to check old records and all of that. The rumors have been spreading and it's already causing a big commotion. I couldn't imagine why. The thought of them scrambling to dig up some old references to Izzy's myths or cracking open a Bible to study is honestly hilarious. Right, says the supposed devil. Half devil. My mom was human. I corrected. How does that work? I would presume how any S**X works, but I don't really want to think about my mom doing it, thank you. I jokingly replied, stepping towards the kids who had been silently listening. I don't really know much about human myths and stuff, but I thought it was the devil, but you make it sound like there's more of you. How many of you are there running around? Yeah, not the devil, just a devil. And there's a bunch of us, but they don't usually come to the human world. I shrugged. But then again, I don't really pay attention to them. And that's not a scary thought. Her arms dropped to her side and she let out a sigh. Geez, this is all crazy and I don't even know where to start. Honestly, thanks for everything so far, you really did help us out. Goddess, devil, I don't really care, but genuinely thank you. What are friends for? I nudged her shoulder. Come on, let's go get the kids and bring them back home. Yeah, I wanna get out of here before I get pulled into any more crap as it is. She chuckled. It's funny, with everything that happened, everyone seems to have forgotten that you apparently ran around and beat people up with a brick on your first visit here. Ah, good times. Actually, I should make sure to grab another brick while I'm here. For a souvenir. I obviously wouldn't use it for any other purposes. Why whack, King of the Quincy POV. Your Majesty, I have the records you requested. Jugram knelt down, holding up the bundles to me. However, I was unfortunately unable to find anything more in this short time, Your Majesty. If you would permit it, I will send someone to the human world to acquire what you desire. I held my hand up to silence him. Taking the topmost bounded book, I looked at it and flipped through a few pages. This will be sufficient for now. I did not think I would be researching old myths of human origins like this. It was utterly ridiculous, preposterous, and outright nonsensical, yet, the facts presented themselves in plain view. Isn't I a goddess of death in legends? Was it merely coincidence? A god walked the earth and I had no idea about her existence until this moment. She shouldn't exist, she couldn't exist. It made no sense in anything I did. I was unable to perceive her existence, which just led credence that she was what she claimed to be. The Soul King split the original world into the three realms present today. Was it really possible that other deities existed in the past? Was it something lost to history, or something wiped from any records? No, it wasn't just her, but the man who accompanied her. Claiming to be another race that shouldn't exist, yet evidence was provided to the contrary. What other things have we missed? What other variables had so easily been able to slip through my carefully laid plans? Jugram, have the casualties been calculated? I set the book down with annoyance. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you wish to know which subjects were lost in the fight in Soul Society, or in addition to Bambietta's negligence? Bambietta based her by the explode. I could barely refrain myself from strangling her the moment I found out what happened. I couldn't completely blame her for what happened. Literal divine intervention was something even I can't perceive, it seemed. But that didn't mean she escaped punishment. One of her large bombs was subverted and pushed down into the Wandenreich. And now a significant part of the Silbern was gone. Give me the full list. Yes, Your Majesty. He bowed. The following Stern Ritter have been K*LLED in combat, as Nod, Pepe Wakabreda, Berenice Gabrielli, Nana Jakub, Quiljopi, and Driscoll Bursey. The majority of the other Stern Ritter dispatched were severely wounded. As for the casualties due to Bambietta's bomb, roughly 37% of the soldats were K*LLED, and Jerome Guisbat was severely injured and in critical condition. In addition, about half of the Silbern is unsalvageable. I took a deep breath and calmed myself. And the losses for Eisen? One of the espada under Sosoke Aizen's command was K*LLED by the captain commander. Good. I felt myself crack a smile. Acquiring the Hogyaku was never the main priority. It would have been beneficial, but not required. It was ultimately a useless trinket to me, and simply keeping it out of Aizen's hands was the best case scenario. No, my stern Ritter did exactly what they needed to do. The sacrifice of a few was worth it to cast the eyes of the Shinigami away from us. They were the dregs anyways, ones that could be replaced given time. Now, in their eyes, our losses would be substantial, and the forces of Sosoke Aizen would appear the more immediate threat, giving us needed breathing room. Even with the significant loss that was the piece of power I granted Pepet, I didn't need to use my almighty to know who was responsible for taking away that again. The Shinigami would not seek to invade for the time being. We could reorganize our forces, and evaluate our next course of action in light of these changes that have occurred. Time to figure out who and what these entities that had involved themselves. This goddess and this devil who appeared out of nowhere and shouldn't by any rights exist. What else existed out there hiding in the shadows that even I didn't know about? Chapter 404, Chapter 366. Shunsui walked up, his lieutenant standing by his side. He carried himself casually, his little welcoming smile on his face as he saw us. It didn't do anything to eliminate the underlying nervousness that he seemed to have. Mostly because Izzy was at my side, I would presume. Nonetheless, Izzy held a sort of mild impression towards him. I've known her long enough now to understand how she thought about certain things. Shunsui had been respectful but not entirely fearful of her even after learning who she was. Thus, he earned some small amount of goodwill from her. I just got back after the old man gave Captain Kenpeki an earful. Something about his Haori being pink? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Shunsui looked at me. I admit to nothing. I kept a straight face to the best of my ability. Though even Izzy was barely holding back a giggle at my side. We were about to get going. Everything good on your end? Ha! He let out a long breath. About as good as we can expect. I don't suppose you'd want to hand over that Hogyaku thing. I don't think I can anymore. I really needed to investigate it once we left and I had a few minutes and a place to experiment in peace. He shrugged, not bothering to question it. We're preparing for war, so some things have been slow going. He glanced at Izzy and I think we both caught his insinuation. It's fair to say they had more important matters to deal with than Izzy's demand, which didn't really have a time limit. Although, we have started making inroads on cleaning up the Rukanga. He smiled, but it was strained. Izzy just hummed without answering him, making Shunsui look rather awkward. He coughed into his fist and carried on. The job was entrusted to my division, and Nanao here is gathering everything needed and building a proper plan. His lieutenant peeked over his shoulder looking a bit shy. Why yes, I'm writing up a proper plan, lady isn't I? She squeaked as Izzy met her eyes. Child, come here. Izzy held her hand out, addressing the embarrassed woman. Come. Izzy beckoned again, a gentle smile on her face. The Shinigami shuffled closer, not knowing how to react. Let me remove that curse on you. Curse? I repeated. Shunsui's eyes widened. You can tell. Do you forget who I am? Izzy turned to face him, a single eyebrow raising. Shunsui shrunk back slightly at her gaze. There are very few in existence that can claim to know curses more than I. For those of us that have no idea what's going on. I raised my hand. Shunsui scratched his cheek. Nanao's family, any man who marries into it dies after their child is born and the child is always a woman. That's weird. I blinked. You can fix that. Nanao whispered, looking at Izzy in awe. It shouldn't be too difficult. Izzy nodded, holding the woman's hand, but after a moment her brow furrowed in annoyance. Not just your soul, it's woven into your bloodline. She clicked her tongue. This will take a moment to unravel without causing any negative side effects. Need me to help? I offered. The offer is appreciated, but unneeded. It isn't anything strenuous or difficult, just merely meticulous in approach. I could easily rip it from her, but the damage would be severe. I would rather not leave any lingering remnants and do a thorough job from the start. All right, I'm gonna go check on the kids to see if they're ready to go. Give me a holler if you need me. I raised a hand to wave goodbye as they seemed much more focused on the woman's issue. I wasn't really needed there, and that seemed more like a personal matter between them that I didn't want to interrupt. I walked through the little building we were at, moving through a couple rooms, and opened the door to the courtyard on the opposite end. The kids were standing around, eyes immediately turning to me once I walked through. Where's the shorty? I looked around. Rukia's back with her division. Ichigo crossed his arms. Why, something wrong? He asked with a frown. Nah, was just curious. She okay? His frown disappeared into something resembling a smile. Yeah, she's good now. He nodded happily. Thanks, by the way. Despite everything, you came through in the end. You're a good kid. I ruffled his hair, much to his chagrin. He huffed and swatted my hand away. It's too bad I couldn't see your Bankai in action, was looking forward to it. Humph, you can fight me if you want. He grinned a little cockily. Are you going too easy on me? I asked humorously, mocking the words he originally said to Izzy. And I forgot to mention before, but I met your little hollow too. That was interesting. He paled a little. She's not mad, right? He asked, focusing on that specific part of what I said. Mad? Who knows? I hummed. Is she holding a grudge? His face dropped. Don't worry about it. I chuckled. Izzy thought it was funny. She isn't going to curse you or anything. She really is, you know. He whispered. Yes, she is, isn't I, and everything that entails. I nodded. And you? A bastard of a devil. My mom was human. I didn't really feel the need to hide it. He opened his mouth and closed it again. All right. Well, he took it better than most had. Wait, what did you mean by meeting my hollow? When you were training, he came over to say hi. Ichigo scowled for some reason. You know how to get rid of it. Get rid of your hollow? I asked, wanting some clarification. Yeah, just get it out of me. Why? Why? Because it's a hollow. He scoffed. So? He stopped. I shouldn't have it, right? Hollows are bad, they're evil. I raised an eyebrow. Literal devil over here. He blinked and frowned deeper. He's always talking about taking control. Has he taken over me? Nah, I beat him back every time he gets annoying. We've fought tons of times in my inner world. Has he tried when you're weak? When you're vulnerable? Or maybe when you're sleeping and you don't expect it? Well, no. Then stop being an idiot. I flicked his forehead. If this hollow of yours was trying to cause you problems, then you would be having problems. It sounds more like he's just being a pain in the ass in a productive way. Maybe, try to understand and talk to him instead of opting for annihilation? That might make it more receptive if you aren't trying to ignore it and k*ll it at the earliest opportunity. I can't say I'm an expert in that whole mess, but if he's part hollow or some other edgy nonsense, then it's a literal aspect of himself, and him being dismissive about that part of himself can't be healthy. He fell silent with that same scowl I've come to associate with him, looking rather deep in thought, so I decided to leave him to it. Chad, you doing good? I lightly punched his shoulder. He grunted with a nod. Think my power can get stronger, found something in my other arm. Neat. He smiled gently. Orium? Everyone treating you well? I asked the adorable girl. Ahoy. She smiled happily. Good, good. I walked towards the skulking Quincy standing a few feet away. And you, Mr. Last of the Quincy? How are you doing? My entire world has been turned upside down in a single day. He said dryly. And which specific part was that? The fact that I am not the last of the Quincy as I had thought. He deadpanned. And finding out that literal gods exist, and apparently devils too. I was an atheist before coming here. That sounds rough. He let out a tired sigh. I'm going to have a very long talk with my father when I get home. He rubbed his temple. And maybe a priest too. He added on quietly. You should do that too, Strawberry. I raised my voice so he could hear me even though he probably could before. Why the hell would I see a priest? Ichigo scoffed. And don't call me that, you bastard. I meant talk to your dad, you dumbass. Shinigami powers don't just spring out of nothing. He flipped me off. Are we making fun of Strawberry? I'm always down for that. Yoryuki appeared in the courtyard in her cat form. Screw you all. Ichigo huffed. Oh, stop being a baby. The woman chuckled, hopping onto my shoulder. By the way, why was Shunsui's lieutenant crying and hugging your friend? Something about a curse that she was undoing. I offered in return. Curse, oh shit, you mean her clan thing? Yoryuki's eyes widened. I don't know, I didn't really ask for details beyond the surface stuff. Seemed kind of personal. Yeah, wow. Some people are going to kick up a fuss about that. She said quietly. Anyways, we heading back home? I'm looking forward to telling Kisuk everything that happened. And that you have his marble. You plan on giving it up? As I told Shunsui, pretty sure I can't at this point. Ha, he's going to have a panic attack. She snickered. Probably safer with you than whatever other plan he had. Yoryuki, why did Hat and Clogs put something in Rukia? Ichigo asked. She told me that some traitor took something out of her and that he put it there in the first place. That's complicated. Honestly, I don't know all his plans in detail, but from what I could guess, he probably knew that she was going to be executed and hoped that the Skyaku would destroy the Hogyaku as well. Sounds sketchy. Fu * king hell he does. Strawberry agreed with me. I'll tell you what, you can kick his ass when we get home and demand answers yourself. Sounds good. Ichigo nodded. Wow, she threw Kisuk under the bus quickly. Aira, is everyone ready to leave? Shunsui walked into the courtyard followed by Izzy and his lieutenant. The latter of whom was basically worshipping the ground that Izzy stepped on, even more than before. Looks like it. Yoryuki chirped. I wanna get out of here quickly before Little B comes and tries to hand over her Hayori again. Ah, Sui Feng trying to convince you to come back, hey. Yup. Yoryuki nodded. Not happening. Shunsui sighed but didn't press. Before I forget. He reached into his kimono and took out a handful of paper slips, spreading them out for everyone to see. Got one for all of you, their passes into Soul Society. He smiled happily, nearly forcing them into the kid's hands and only politely handed one to Izzy who took it with a little amused smile. Please don't invade again. No promises. His shoulders slumped. At least bring more alcohol next time. That, I can promise. I patted his shoulder and he perked up. It's been an interesting trip. I'll keep in touch. In that case, I really hope you're serious about the alcohol. Alright, I'll bring the good stuff next time. I clapped my hands turning to everyone else. Everyone ready, nothing else they need to do? No other people they need to rescue. Just get on with it, asshole. Ichigo scoffed. I rolled my eyes, flicking my hand to create a portal back to Urahara's underground S*X dungeon. Despite the comment, Ichigo gave me another thankful nod as he went through without a second thought. Hard to dislike that kid honestly. Fun to take the piss out of him, but I genuinely didn't dislike him. The others followed behind him wordlessly giving a slight nod or a quick word of goodbye. Yoryuki hopped off my shoulder. You coming with? We're heading somewhere else. That's not cryptic at all. She snorted. I chuckled, weighing some options in my head. After giving it a moment of thought, I took out a kaleidophone and tossed it to her. She caught it with her mouth before setting it on the ground. The hell? She asked. If you need to contact me. Should be able to get a signal regardless of where either of us are. She perked up with a grin. Thanks, I'll play with this later. Well, I considered us friends at this point, so I didn't mind her having it. She would probably keep it away from her friend too, so I wasn't too worried. Don't be a stranger. She waved her little paw and jumped right on through and I closed it behind her. Shunsui, thanks for everything. I held my hand out as he shook it. It's been, not the worst experience of my life. I still remember the old man training me in Yucatec. But it's a close second. Seems like I need to try harder next time. Please don't. He said with a mix of genuinely pleading and a joking tone. I patted his shoulder again, giving him a smile goodbye before. Izzy took the initiative and grabbed my hand with her own, looking very content with herself. I suppose she didn't really care to hide anything in front of those two and I surely didn't mind. The iridescent portal opened up and we stepped through without a second thought, the link space closing immediately as we stepped into her house in Yomi. Mother. A voice called out, making both of us nearly jump in surprise. Susanoo. Izzy's eyes widened. Her son was sitting right in the middle of the room, his eyes locked onto both of us and trailed down to where our hands were together. And he quickly put two and two together because sparks began flickering off his body. Eyes and POV. Jin. I turned around to see my co-conspirator enter the room. Hey there, boss man. He waved casually. Just wanted to come and make sure you didn't need a hand. He paused, looking at my still missing hand. I have no pressing matters. I felt a violent twitch above my eye. However, I would like to hear your thoughts. What you need? The state of the Espada. Are there any concerns? You mean are they thinking of rebelling cause they saw you get your hand cut off and then run away? He asked. Yes. I grit my teeth. I'd call it 50/50. He shrugged as if it wasn't important. I mean, I think they understand. It's not like they didn't also run away from the self-proclaimed goddess, yet. He walked forward, looking at the Hagyako within its sealed container that I left it in while we were in Soul Society. They probably not kicking too much a fuss cause Neutra died. Old man Yamamoto did a number on him and that calmed them down. Self-proclaimed goddess. Utterly ridiculous. There was only one god in the world and that was the Soul King. The entire point, all of my plans were to fix the mistakes of that entity. It was foolish, nonsense. How could there be other gods in this world? Did that mean that everything was pointless? If there are more deities, then what's the point in trying to fix the mistakes of a singular god? Yet, I can't find it to disbelieve the claim. I felt it, in the deepest parts of my soul. I acknowledged her declaration without any true doubt. Everything went wrong. All of my carefully laid plans were entirely pointless. The mere existence of that thing destroyed all of my plans the moment she came in contact with them. And the other person? The phantom pain in my missing hand still appeared every now and then. And he stole my Hagyako. I finally had victory literally in my grasp and he stole it. Why'd you need that second one anyways? Isn't one enough? It is incomplete. I seethed. I needed to feed it Kisukura-hara's own creation to fully bring out its potential. As it stands, it won't achieve the same power required. But even so, I may have no choice. They both had the same ability to break down boundaries, but when completed, it would become so much more. To grant desires at its core. I placed my hand atop the container, bringing the Hagyako out. Grabbing it with my hand, I looked at it for a moment before pushing it into my chest, beginning the process of merging with it. I felt my hand squirm, my skin distorted and burst outwards, my flesh knitting and forming together to regenerate my lost limb. I clenched my new hand a few times to make sure it was working correctly. It seems we must improvise. The incomplete Hagyako was insufficient to truly ascend to the stage I desired, but that didn't mean it couldn't allow me to take a step or two forward and maybe sideways. I would carry on my plans admittedly reworked, but the destination was the same. I merely needed to reacquire my stolen prize and fuse it after the fact. Those other failed experiments, they could call upon the powers of a hollow to overlay with their Shinigami powers, so why couldn't I do the same? It didn't matter which path I took, in the end, I would sit above all of them anyways. I felt the Hagyako respond to my will, my essence began to shift. I gathered my Ryutsu into my palm and swiped it downward over my face, the Hagyako thrummed, answering my call. A bone-white mask covered me as I looked into my reflection on a nearby mirror. I wasn't like those misbegotten fools that had to fight tooth and nail to subdue their inner hollow to acquire this power. With the Hagyako, even incomplete, the power was entirely my own. I could feel the surge of strength, the new realm I reached and the power I now held at my fingertips. Content with it for now, I dismissed my hollow mask and turned towards Jin with a smile. Neutra is dead, we should fill in the Espada slot. Go find Neliel Tuadalschwank, she should still be alive after what happened to her. Have Grans heal her and have her assume Neutra's position. My confidence was back. I felt strong enough to take on even the captain commander in my newfound state. Given some more time, I believe I would emerge the victor. Right-o, boss man. Jin Mok saluted. And what do you plan on doing about the goddess? And I felt it all drain away once more. I'm still working on that. Chapter 405, Chapter 376. Isn't my POV? Mother. Susanoo. I cleared my throat, slowly sliding my hand out of Wilhelm's. What are you doing here? You were gone for a while and I was worried. If you didn't come back soon I was going to go ask for help. He admitted, making my heart feel very warm. Wait, that doesn't matter. Why are you in him? He threw his finger at Wilhelm. I didn't think anyone would care if I was gone. I apologize for making you worry. Mom. His face dropped. I'll be sure to leave a note if I'm gone for extended periods of time from now on. I gave him a reassuring smile. How sweet of him to check in on his mother and wait anxiously for my return. He grumbled something but glared back at Wilhelm. Mom, what are you doing with him? It seemed I wasn't able to distract him away from that line of questioning. Wilhelm was being polite and allowed me to answer these questions. I knew he didn't quite get along with Susanoo, so I was thankful for him keeping the peace. Susanoo, calm yourself. I said sternly as I saw his power bubbling beneath the surface. Wilhelm and I were spending time together, as a couple. May as well rip the band-aid off, it wouldn't be possible to ease him into it. Right as the words left my mouth, lightning crackled from his eyes and I could tell he was going to do something stupid. Wilhelm looked ready to start another brawl too, so I put my foot down, more literally than anything. Are you about to start a fight in my home? I grabbed him, making him flinch. And no. My son quickly denied, reeling himself back. No is right. I let go. Because I would be very upset if you started another fight. Are we clear? Why yes, mother. Good. But mom. You can't, he's a devil. Are you telling me who I can and cannot date, Susanoo? He's a devil. He repeated. I am more than aware of this fact. Susanoo stuttered, seemingly unsure of how to respond. I'll ll him. You will do no such thing. He can try. Wilhelm said nonchalantly. Not helping Wilhelm. I glowered at him. This is unacceptable, I refuse. Susanoo slammed his hand on my coffee table, breaking it. He stiffened as it shattered into pieces. Your acceptance was not a factor in my decision, Susanoo. You are my son, and I love you unquestionably. However, who I like and don't like is not something you can decide. I glared at him, reining in my own flaring temper at his actions. For the first time in many years I have someone I wish to be with, someone who makes me happy. I would ask that you respect my decision if nothing else. I gave him a moment to consider my words and offer any response, but he silently fumed instead. I will go get something to clean this up and I will make a lunch for all of us to sit down and eat. I will not tell either of you to like each other, but you will accept that the other is a part of my life. And so help me if I find out you two got into another fight. I gave them a fair warning. They would not like what came next if they actually fought again. With that, I disappeared into the kitchen, intentionally leaving them alone. As much as I knew this was a bad idea and just asking for trouble, they had to deal with this themselves and get whatever they were going to say out of their systems. All because I wanted to stop by the house and change into something more presentable. I knew it's silly, but I wanted my first time meeting Wilhelm's other harem members to be better. I wanted to look my best and feel like I belonged even if I found myself still trying to make excuses and question this newfound relationship. It felt too good to be true. To find someone who completely accepted me for everything that I was, the good and the mostly bad. You stay away from my mom. I let out a sigh, recognizing my son's voice. It's not that he was particularly loud, but I think they failed to realize that this was literally my home, within Yomi even. There was nothing that happened inside of here that I was unaware of. Fu *ku. Damn it, Wilhelm. I resisted the urge to step in and mediate, because they were going to have to get this out of their systems eventually. They were both very headstrong men and in hindsight, I could see the brawl they had as something necessary to come to this point. Heavens knew that if that incident never happened Susanoo would be much less receptive to my words and would have probably already tried to smite Wilhelm for his insolence. You dare, mortal! I could even feel his divinity from here. Oh, good idea, get Izzy pissed at you. I won't even make a move, do your worst. You hide behind my mother. Trust me, if I'm behind your mom, it's not because I'm hiding. Damn it, Wilhelm. Don't just blurt out things like that. Even if it's probably going to be true soon. It's been a long time since I've had a lover, and I admit it's something I've been feeling more aching for certain things lately. I'm going to *LLU. No one will find your corpse, it'll be turned to ash and dust into the wind. How'd that go for you last time, I shook my head and went about preparing a meal. I didn't expect to have a luncheon like this out of nowhere, but I wasn't particularly upset about it either. I would always welcome my son popping in for whatever reason. They continued to bicker and I didn't pay it much mind. As long as things didn't get physical, I wouldn't step in at this point. I was cutting up some vegetables and the knife in my hand came to an abrupt stop due to the crashing of something in my living room. You broke it, good job Thunderhead. I did not. Fix it before she notices. How do you expect me to fix it? You're a god. Use your godly powers. I'm a god of storms. I don't fix things. So you're useless. You dare, mortal? I'm not useless. Sure, when's the last time someone was like gee, I sure hope a terrifying storm comes and ravages the country. You know what we could use, a monsoon. If you think so highly of yourself, then you fix it. You're the one who made the mess. I command you to fix this. Nah. I am your god, you will listen to my orders. Not my god, actually. If anything, I'm more linked to the Abrahamic cosmology than the Shinto one. You would disgrace your homeland. You were the one calling me a devil and dismissing me earlier, and now I'm suddenly under your umbrella. My son scoffed. And I should have known better than to expect anything worthwhile from your ilk. You know. I knew Wilhelm's tone and I preemptively began rubbing my temples. I don't think we should fight, we have some things in common. What could I possibly share with you? Well, for starters, I'll also be calling Izzy mommy later. I'll k*LLU. Hehe. Okay, I believe it was time to intervene because it was just getting petty now. Lunch is ready, come and eat. I called out to them. Their little squabbling stopped as they came into the kitchen, and I urged them to quietly sit down at the table. Despite the sniping back and forth they were doing, I think this had been productive. I knew for a fact that if it were anyone else Susanoo would not take those kinds of jabs from anyone bar a handful. The fact that he truly didn't get upset and throw around his power was testament to some degree of acknowledgement on his part. This was going to be a nice and peaceful family meal. Did you know your sister flashed me? Damn it Wilhelm. At. Wilhelm POV. How's my hair? Izzy asked, fussing over it. Perfect. I reassured her. As it was 10 seconds ago. And you're absolutely stunning and you didn't need to dress up like this. She was wearing a white kimono that looked very beautiful and elegant on her. A much more traditional type of clothing than the jeans and sweater she was wearing previously. I wanted to look my best for my first introduction. She said quietly. It's hardly a first introduction. Yes, but it will be the first time I'm meeting them as, we're together. Izzy, they absolutely loved and adored you before. They'll probably love you even more now. She was so cute when she was being shy. Thank you. Would you like a quick kiss? I offered. We were literally at the door of I guess our home now, so even if anything wasn't as she wanted, it was a bit too late for further changes. They were waiting, I had given everyone a little bit of warning so they could all get together and welcome Izzy. Susanoo had been quick to leave after the meal. Maybe it was the story about his sister I told him, or maybe it was the kiss I shared with his mom. Yes, I would like that very much. So cute. I leaned in and lightly placed my lips against hers. And at that moment, someone on the other side decided to open the door. A very smug Jin was staring at us. And that was the reddest I think I've ever seen Izzy. Don't stop on my account, I don't mind watching. Jin broke the awkward silence. Personally, I like when he uses his tongue too. Come here you silly girl. Skathik appeared and dragged the giggling genie off to give Izzy some space. Izzy looked like she wanted to hide but I reassuringly took her hand and led her inside. Jin was sitting down, nearly vibrating in place. And everyone else was present besides Meridia, which I expected. Having her pop up on short notice was difficult at the best of times, and she could usually only do that every once in a while. Frankly, it's probably best to keep that for an emergency situation. We will now decide your fate. Skathik said with a very serious expression. Is that so? I said, crossing my arms, staring at her. And while I think that would be valid if it was some woman you didn't know, I'm fairly sure that isn't the case here. Jin, dear. I looked at my very adorable genie. What were the bets? I knew my girls well enough at this point. There were little looks around the room. That depends, who confessed first and how. She smiled brightly. I confessed first and pulled him into a kiss. Izzy covered her face with her hand. There were annoying huffs all around and they all took out money, tossing it to Jin, who cackled happily. Who bet what? I demanded. I expected her to get tired and flash her tits. Skathik freely admitted. Would have been quick and easy. Do you really think? Yes. Skathik cut me off, gesturing towards my wonderful grandmother. Hello, she smiled, with a hint of smugness I think as well. I abstained as I was relatively new and didn't know much. You are my favorite then? Izzy deadpanned. I thought Wilhelm would be the first to express his feelings. Artoria spoke with a hint of embarrassment. He was so forward with me, I did not think he would stumble for so long. I was close. Honestly, I thought it'd be Wilhelm pulling you into a kiss. Yasaka hummed. But I'm happy to see you finally made a move. I swear, he has selective blindness sometimes. Oh no, he was actually very aware of how I felt, he just chose to ignore it. Izzy huffed with a bit of good-naturedness to it. That made it sound worse than it was. I believe he requires remedial lessons then. There may be some foolishness that needs to be beaten out of him. Skathik looked at me with a vicious glint in her eyes. I agree. Artoria looked amused. Seconded. Yasaka giggled. Third Jin chirped. I'm being bullied. I looked for my source of emotional support. Mama Ray Cow, I'm being bullied. My poor son. Ray Cow pushed my face into her breasts quicker than I could blink. Mama is here. And what did you bet? I pushed my head up to look at her. She looked away with a little blush. I was under the assumption that Master would need a firm helping hand. To be honest, if it went on any longer, we all would have been more forceful. Yasaka added. As fun as it was to watch you two dance around it, it needed to reach a conclusion at some point. We're all genuinely happy that you both finally met halfway though. So no one's upset. I don't want to assume and I hope we can talk about anything. I escaped the gravitational pull of Ray Cow's cleavage to look around the room. Oh my foolish student. We approved it after speaking when Venelana joined. That long ago, hey. I remember they got together in Meridia's realm and had a girls' talk which was, a while ago. I let out a sigh, looking at Izzy. I'm an idiot. Yes you are. She replied nearly instantly. But you're my idiot. Her expression softened. I suppose our idiot. It will take some getting used to being in a harem of all things. I can honestly admit I never foresaw this for myself, but I can't bring myself to hate it. Ah, I'm so happy to have a new sister. Jin shot up from her seat, hugging the surprised goddess. Welcome to the family. After she got over the initial surprise, Izzy smiled just as brightly, returning the hug enthusiastically. Skathik snuck up to my side in a rare show of outward affection, her arms wrapped around me, her lips finding mine with ease. You have gained many new things, yes? She asked after breaking the kiss. Yeah, I have more stuff to work on. Good, we shall train after you settle what you require. That loving look that I knew was reserved only for me, it never failed to make my heart beat faster. Skathik was without a doubt the most independent of my girls. That's not to say independent from me, but rather from everyone. Even Meridia ruled over an entire realm whereas Skathik in comparison seemed to merely wander from one fancy to another with no clear goal. That wasn't to say she was without a purpose, but she chose to live a more nomadic life it seemed, in that she didn't pick a particular role and settle down into it like the others did. I never faulted her for it, and I always made sure she got the space to live the way that she wanted. But it was moments like this that were the perfect reminder that we had an unbreakable bond. Let me talk to Gramps later, then I'll have some free time. I returned the favor, kissing her cheek. She replied with a hum, acknowledging it. Yeah, I needed to talk to Gramps to see where he stood on the world line that Chaldea was operating in. That'd be my first stop right after this. Skathik settled, leaning on me, and we watched as everyone clamored around Izzy giving her a hard time about finally coming together. Tell us about what happened. Did you have fun? What problems did Wilhelm cause? Yasaka finally asked. What makes you assume I caused problems? I'll have you know that in terms of causing problems Izzy definitely has me beat here. I quickly defended myself. Oh. Izzy raised an eyebrow in a threatening manner. You wish to play that way then? Very well, let me tell you all a story about a man and a brick. You know what, I think Gramps is calling me. Do you have something to hide, my student? Skathika's grip around me tightened. Welp, not gonna live this one down. But I guess it isn't the worst thing ever. That's probably what Roman. Oh, I got a story after this too. I went to Remnant recently, and guess what I found out? Jin looked at me, her smile widening by the moment. Oh god, she knows. Drake, I give you permission to K*LL me. You think they'd write Watermelon Torchwick on your tombstone? Chapter 406, Chapter 368. And you have the thing I told you to keep on yourself at all times. I looked at my adorable little fox. Ahoy! She held up the talisman I specially prepared for her. It was based on the original design, and similar to the one I gave the kids back in Soul Society. Though, this one was significantly more powerful. This one held a full-powered attack of mine using my authority inside of it. It took some time and effort, but I managed to seal away that in the form of a talisman by bleeding a lot of my divinity into it. But, for my daughter, it was all worth it. I gave her a quick head pat, taking that moment to also check the hair ornament I got her back in Remnant a while ago. A secondary line of defense because I'm paranoid and a worrywart. And you're going to be good for your grandma Lucretia? I asked, teasing her. I'll be good. She puffed up. And we'll play after, right? Of course, I just need to have a boring grown-up talk with Grandpa Zelretch. So you get to go have ice cream with Grandma Lucretia. Afterwards, we're going to spend the whole day together. I reassured her. Her ears twitched in excitement and there was a big grin on her face. So cute. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Lucretia put a hand on my shoulder, walking forward to greet Kunu. And you little lady are going to get a treat. We're going to my favorite little ice cream parlor. This was not the first time Kunu met Lucretia thankfully and she liked the older woman so it wasn't awkward in the slightest. You good? Don't need me to go threaten anyone to make everything smooth? I asked. Oh don't worry. Lucretia giggled a little. Everyone here knows better than to mess with me. Here meaning the clock tower. They were going to walk to a little place just outside the walls so to speak. Which was why I was being so protective, probably. I didn't trust 99.9% of the people here, and for good reason. Thank you, Lucretia, this means a lot. Oh dear, it's no trouble. I absolutely adore Kunu and I don't mind watching her at all. Lucretia smiled happily. Go talk to Zelly, I'll make sure Kunu's appetite is ruined and comes back bulging with ice cream. Joy. I deadpanned. She giggled again patting my shoulder. Are you ready to go, Kunu? Give your daddy a goodbye. Bye, Daddy. Kunu reached her arms out and I enthusiastically accepted the hug. Love you. She whispered. I love you too, my little fox. I gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Have fun. Lucretia nodded at me and I gave her one last silent thank you before they headed out the door. She was right. Lucretia had been here for how long now? There was no way Gramps would let the people here not know who she was and that she wasn't to be ked with. I didn't know how Yasaka did it for so many years, especially alone. Letting Kunu out of her sight, even doing it with someone I trusted nearly made me be overwhelmed with anxiety and worry. Walking through a couple rooms, I found Gramps' office door ajar and gave it a light knock, announcing myself. He glanced over to me and I walked inside, sitting in the empty chair as I usually did. How's Kunu? He asked, not glancing up from the papers he was looking over. Good. I smiled. Maybe a tiny bit bummed that she has to wait a little bit before we can spend our day together, but otherwise she's happy. And thank you again you and Lucretia. This is important and I didn't want to put it off, but I also wanted to spend time with Kunu and it's difficult juggling everything sometimes. That's what family is for. He looked up, giving a gentle smile. I'm sure Yasaka is enjoying the break too. I could imagine. I loved Kunu but she could be a little hellion. They're all having some girl time since, well, they have a new sister. And I'm sure Izzy is enjoying all the new attention. Oh that finally happened hey. Please not you too. I sighed, slumping in my chair. Did you have a bet as well? I may or may not have. He coughed into his fist. Who won? Jin. I groaned. Drat, I was sure it was going to take someone sitting you both down to point out the obvious. If I wasn't spending the day with Kunu, I would be raiding your liquor right now. I let out a long breath. And it was especially true after the relentless teasing the girls gave me over the name that Roman apparently actually legalized back on Remnant. I admit I was skeptical that he actually put it all through correctly, but Jin confirmed it. According to the Kingdom of Vale Remnant, I am legally known as Watermelon Torchwick. And it's never going to get old. There was the fact that Jin went to Remnant, and I didn't have the chance to ask her about that. Certain things took precedent in that ensuing conversation there, and I took the quickest out I could. So what's the word on that world line? It's making me anxious not being able to just hop back over to check on everyone. I decided to get right to the important part. Here, take a look. I flipped through a few pages, pulling one out and handing it to me. It was full of calculations, enough that I was thrown off trying to figure out what he was doing. What do you think? It's definitely paper. I nodded to myself. Don't be a smart ass. He snorted. Tell me what you think. I'm missing context, so these equations mean nearly nothing to me. I was trying to begin the basis for simulating that world line and I ran into a big wall. I grunted, looking it back over from the top. I grabbed a pen off his desk and ticked off a couple parts to help me work through it. To be honest, I'm drawing a blank here. If you didn't tell me what you were doing, I would think this was gibberish. And even now, it doesn't really make sense. Am I missing something? No, it's like that for me too. He stood up, moving to a shelf and looking through several things before grabbing a small notebook and tossed it onto his desk. Those are more observations I made. This is a unique situation and I find myself confused just as much as you are. I believe I understand what's going on, but it's still something I'm not 100% sure of. And since there is an entity powerful and knowledgeable enough to notice me if I tried to reach my hand over there, I can't do much to verify. I schemed what he wrote to get the basics of what he was thinking right now. All other possibilities were cut off then. Is that what you're saying? I flipped a page. That's one aspect, yes. No wonder the calculations looked weird. Instead of a branching tree of possibilities, that world line is just a straight line with no deviation. It makes sense, but it's not something I've ever actually seen before. I've seen similar situations, a result of my status. However, the cause of this particular instance is new to me. I've never seen one so thoroughly man-made, if the term is applicable. I've seen people or entities cause something that resembles this status, but nothing has come close to the intricacy. These beacons you mentioned, they're singularities, aren't they? Yes, I was able to detect 7 more singularities similar to the one you experienced that prop up this distorted reality. I was even able to take a peek at your Chaldea, however, it was difficult due to the energy fields that Chaldeus puts off, which I am to assume is also covering them from the eyes of the one you encountered. That links up with what we already know, but confirmation is always good. I hummed, closing his notebook. What's the game plan? I don't have one as of yet. I'm doing my best to remain undetected, which makes my efforts very slow. Give me a week, 2 at the latest, and I think I can give you a method to secure a path back inside without detection. I can wait that long. How's Chaldea doing? The details escape me, for obvious reasons. However, they appear to be preparing for the next singularity. And do you have any information on that? I questioned. It should take place in France, specifically New Orleans, during the 100-Year War. Oh. I blinked in surprise. Something wrong? No, it's just, I'll probably be meeting someone I didn't think I would ever see again. I missed Jean, I missed her a lot. She was someone who so easily accepted everything about me even if it was against the beliefs she subscribed to. She was a pivotal part of this piece of history, so there was a very good chance I would see her, or a different version of her. I'm very much hoping I didn't have a repeat scenario like with Artoria. No, I refused to have a repeat. I'll do what I have to. Keep in mind, this isn't a green light for you to fight the entity again. And to be honest, I'm confident that you won't have the same easy path to my old teacher's workshop outside of time and space. That was perhaps a mistake on the demon's part, one that was rectified the moment you were dispelled. I know. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I don't plan on just jumping right back into a fight with it. I need more time anyways. I have some new things I need to get up to a certain level with before I even harbor that idea. For now, I just want an opportunity to check back in and make sure everyone's doing good. The singularities were obviously created by the demon, so there's probably a path to take if they're retraced that will lead back to him. Good, because I'll need you to gather data for me on this next excursion. I'm only confident in sending you undetected, so don't get any ideas. Once I get more information, I believe I can bypass the demon and allow others to join you. I'll probably need all the help I can get. Well, that's something to consider later. He clapped his hands. On to a lighter topic, have you thought about the social gathering I told you about previously? Ah, the thing with all the science and whatnot? To be honest, it hasn't been a priority for me to give much thought about. That's to be expected with everything you've been worrying about. You also have new things you've gained as well. Yeah, Skathik is going to help me train the new stuff I got. Once I get to a point where I'm content with it, I'll show you everything. I nodded. I look forward to seeing what you have to show. That wasn't a world I paid any meaningful attention to. He rubbed his beard. Have you given thought on who you wish to attend with you to the party? I hummed to myself, giving it a quick thought. This sounds bad, but I think all of my options are unwise. I mean, out of my girls, who delve into magic and has the know-how to keep up with the people there, especially when they're going to be trying to outdo one another. Skathik, Jin, or Yasaka perhaps. Yasaka's magical knowledge basically equates to knowing how to punch over it. I tapped my finger on the desk. Skathik, well, she wouldn't put up with any nonsense, nor would I want to force her to. And Jin, I don't want Jin to be forced to be around those types. You know how they would act with a phantasmal walking around, especially with the insinuations on what she is. I would do unspeakable things if it meant protecting Jin's happiness. All valid points. Well, give it some thought. It's not the end of the world if you go alone. Nor do you even have to go. Some people have simply been bothering me about you making an appearance once it became known you were my grandson. No, I'll go, I really don't mind. It sounded like it meant a bit to the old man, so I would definitely do this for him. I might have another option I didn't bring up. Oh. I was planning on going to Remnant to have a chat with Salem about everything. It might be something she'd be interested in. If she doesn't kick me out of her castle, that is. I made her that promise and I intended to fulfill it. I'll let you be the judge of that. He said simply. It'll also give me a good chance to practice my new stuff on actual targets. Lots of grim over there that could be blown up with my new kid. I stretched my arms, opening the notebook again. Alright, since I'm here and Kunu is going to be a little while still, let's just sort out this nonsense, get it out of the way. Let me get caught up to where you're at. I could use your input on a few things anyways. Tell me when you get to page 14, there's something specific there that I'm unsure about and could use another perspective. Well, let's knock this out then. I hummed, circling a few things. A little bit of work, then spending the rest of the day with my daughter before going to see Salem. And not only that, but there's the possibility I'll see Jean again soon. So much to do and so little time. Chapter 407, Chapter 369. Rules. I asked as I went through the motions of stretching my arms. Same as always, however, I wish to see what you have learned. Skathik hummed, summoning her spear. Sure, but keep in mind that I'm still a bit inexperienced with it. I brought out my Zanpakut. Then you had better learn quickly. She flashed a feral grin, and I realized I was in for a hard time. If you impress me, I will lay with you afterwards. Well. Consider me properly motivated. Head number 1, SH. I held up my finger, pointing at her. She blinked, flicking her spear up to slice through the invisible force that was shot/went/flew for her face. Interesting, what other tricks have you learned? She took a step forward and shot towards me. Her spear snaked towards me, moving unnaturally to intercept my vital spot even as I took steps to avoid it. I was forced to bring my Zanpakut down to deflect it, lest I get stabbed through the stomach. Her back foot dug into the ground and she followed up with a powerful thrust forward. The air at the tip of her spear distorted with the force, causing a boom to erupt with the singular movement. Bakut number 8, Seiki. I quickly chanted at the point of contact. Her spear tip collided with my spell, the repulsive force fought with it for a moment before her spear was deflected once more. Bakut number 21, Sikienten. I followed up as soon as I had the opening. The spell that Yuryuaki had used those weeks ago. Like a smoke bomb that was set off, smoke burst outwards, enveloping us within the blink of an eye. I wasn't stupid enough to assume this would hinder her in any meaningful way, but it would obscure my next move. With a burst of shunpo, even if it was still somewhat lacking, I arrived in front of her and she was genuinely unprepared for my sudden speed. It was enough that she immediately went defensive, her spear crossed in front of her chest to block my incoming strike. The moment my sword made contact with her spear, the smoke around us was blown away, sweeping up and around us like a hurricane. My Ryotsu erupted outward, flowing into my strike, and I saw Skathik lift off the ground and get sent hurling backwards. She caught herself in mid-air, reorienting her body to land on her feet even if they dug into the earth, cracking and shattering the ground where she landed. She raised an eyebrow at me, a wide grin forming. She planted her left foot forward and reeled back her arm, throwing her spear right at me, another sonic boom accompanying her attack. Bakud number 44, Sekisho. I quickly casted a barrier in front of myself. The invisible wall that sprang up vibrated once her spear collided with it, sending ripples across the surface, a noticeable tension that was being tested. And nearly instantly her foot kicked the butt of her own spear, cracking the invisible shield and piercing through it with the additional force. I jerked and spun my body in an awkward way to avoid the spear as it sailed right past me, and I took that moment to shunpo a distance away. Nearly tripping, I used shunpo again to move out of the way of her spear that slammed into the spot I was just in. Once, twice, her spear followed me with each movement. While I was dodging handily, she was also keeping up with her own efforts. You may be fast, my student, but your movements are predictable. She laughed as I nearly fell over myself again, dodging a spear that almost pierced through my eye. Head number 4 Byakurai. I twisted my body, pointing my finger at her to fire off a bolt of pale lightning. It was easily several fold stronger than what it should be, perhaps due to my innate affinity with lightning. It was her turn to dodge, twisting her body to the side to escape the attack. If this is your best, my student, then this Skathik will be left wanting. You know what? Fu *k it, let's try something. Bakud number 1 Sai. I casted the most simple binding at her. Something meant to force her arms behind her back. It lasted not even a tenth of a second before she broke it, but it disrupted her movement for just as long. Bakud number 4, Hainawa. An ethereal rope shot at her, binding her hands. Bakud number 30, Shitosu Sansen. 3 triangular beams of light shot forward, pinning her in place before she could remove my second binding. Bakud number 9, Huan. An orange-colored tendril with a spiraling yellow pattern erupted from my palm and enveloped Skathik again, adding another layer of binding. Bakud number 16 Hitsuji, Bakud number 36 Makushayu no Fukaku, Bakud number 37 Tsurubashi. I quickly threw out several more binding spells to envelop her. None of them were particularly powerful, and I knew for a fact that they wouldn't hold her very long, if at all. I was sorta thinking she would let me bind her to see what I would do. Either way, I didn't want to disappoint. I held up my palm towards her, gathering a significant amount of my Ryoryoku. I actually hadn't tried this spell out as it was one of the new ones Yoryuki gave me, but what better time than now? Head number 88 Hiryugekizoko Shinton Reiho. The lightning swirled in front of my palm, ready to actualize, but I felt something twitch/move/flow wrong and realized I may have made a mistake. The spell imploded on itself. All the power I gathered was sent backwards and I felt myself rocket away from the ensuing explosion, bouncing off the ground a few times before coming to a stop. I noticed a shadow hover over me. Ow! I whined, as Skathik poked me with the butt of her spear. That was certainly impressive. She seemed humored by my situation. I did not think you would defeat yourself so splendidly. Completely intentional. I said, moving my arm up to block the sun beating down into my eyes. I had to give you a handicap somehow. A handicap I need, is it? She snorted, pushing her spear into my gut. You are brave to say such a thing when you are at my mercy. She poked me a few times to prove her point. And it was foolish of you to attempt a spell you have not mastered in our battle. Training wounds are expected, self-inflicted wounds from foolish endeavors are not. I am not pleased that you almost harmed yourself in such a way. I've seen it used once, and I had experience with other similar spells. I thought I could at least get it to cast properly. I admitted to a small miscalculation on that end. Obviously, I needed to practice the higher-level kid spells in a more tame situation, as they were clearly much more volatile. Her spear was shoved into the ground near my head and she sat down on top of me. I will tell you my thoughts otherwise. Those spells you showed me were interesting with unique effects I did not expect. I will have you give me the source to look into so I can understand them better. However, they will be a boon to you, that I am sure. Yeah, I thought so as well. And those were mostly the lower level spells. I recently got my hands on the higher level stuff, but I still need to practice them, as you can see. She nodded and continued. Yes, and the method you used to move quickly was very interesting. It took me by surprise. However, you are clearly not an expert in it yet, and it is not without its flaws. Also noted that I've been practicing it a lot and I'm much better than when I started. Good, more practice then. She patted my chest. I will always be here to assist you, my student. I know. I couldn't help but smile towards her despite the situation. I know I can always rely on you. She hummed happily, a small smile forming on her face. She swung her leg around so that she was straddling me. As the victor, I will claim my prize. Her hand grasped at the zipper on my pants, and there wasn't a single protest from me. At. Are you two done playing? Yasaka waved her tail from where everyone else was sitting and chatting. Jin, Artoria, Rei-Kao, and even Rin joined her. I thought you were busy. I slid into the seat next to her and Jin, Skathik taking an empty one opposite. I snuck away for an hour or so. She chuckled. And thank you for yesterday. It's been stressful, so knowing I could relax and have a small break knowing Kunu was safe was a big relief. Don't thank me for something like that, I'm always happy to help with our daughter. I nudged her. Of course. Her tail wrapped around me. How is everything going on your end? She let out an exaggerated sigh, slumping down onto the table. As well as expected. Media's been wonderful with the project you set her on, and I genuinely mean that. Hades sent over some of those ancient Greek heroes a while ago, just after you left, and they've been training my people to fight as an army and not just as a mob. Mordred and I have joined with them for joint exercises as well. Artoria chimed in. The knights under my command have not known war on a large scale, thus the experience is beneficial for them as well. It seems like that's a common notion among people here. I can understand it, large-scale war when everyone is essentially superhuman at a minimum is odd. Normal tactics will have to be revised. Rei-Kao nodded too. We've already started making plans. Nururihayan joined in on that, as we brainstormed strategies and even some of the Greeks helped out. We're stumbling in the dark, but we'll manage something by the time we're ready. Yasaka replied. But enough about that, I'll have to deal with that in a little bit anyways. What are you doing? Probably heading to Remnant after this, I need to talk to Salem. They knew about that already, so I didn't need to overly explain. By the way, where is Izzy and Venelana? Both are busy. Yasaka shrugged. Speaking of Remnant and Salem. Jin spoke up. I may have gone there to talk to Salem a little bit. Jin stated, looking a little guilty. Did something happen? I may have threatened her a little. Jin looked down, mumbling the words. Please don't be mad. Ah, was that why she went to Remnant then? Jin. I leaned over, wrapping my arm around her. There is very little you can do to make me mad. If you felt the need to go there, I assume you had a good reason. She looked like she didn't want to go into details, so I wouldn't press. If it wasn't anything harmful, she's allowed her secrets. Do you want to come with me? I offered. Jin shook her head. I'm good here. Actually. Artoria interjected. Rin and I would like to accompany you to this Remnant if you wouldn't mind. Oh. I blinked in surprise. I thought you were still running around Skyrim. Getting bored over there. It's great, honestly. The college is amazing and I've been learning a bunch of spells. Not to mention I've been making a ridiculous amount of money by searching old tombs and stuff. But... Rin trailed off. You want some variety? If I have to see another giant spider or zombie, I'm going to flip my shit. She said with a completely serious look. The last barrow we excavated, Rin set it on fire. I am done with giant spiders. She iterated again. Noted. I couldn't blame her either. Besides, I want to learn a bit more about aura and semblances. I think I may be close to getting my semblance. I've felt this way for a little while now. She muttered. But I'm not too sure. For some people it's a gradual thing, some it's spontaneous. If you think something's coming, then it probably is. Jin chimed in. There's really no exact science to it, it's slightly different for each person. And there may be an argument made for Remnant itself helping facilitate it quicker with other aura users around. A sort of synchronization, if you will. She paused, looking thoughtful. Something to think about. Regardless, you're more than welcome to tag along. I assume you'd want to check out the cities and stuff, not come with me to see Salem. I see enough of your love life as is, so no thanks. She said dryly. That's fine, I can drop you guys off near Vale. I know some people there that can get you legal identities easily enough. Yes, your criminal associates. Artoria looked at me. I shrugged. They're not bad, but yet. And isn't he also a criminal there? Rin pointed out. It depends on where I am. Pretty sure I'm in the clear for Vale by this point. Right. She snorted. I will also come. Skathik stated. I enjoyed my time the last time I wandered there. I find myself wanting to return. Ray Cow, do you want to come too? I felt like I could answer this question for her, but I didn't want to exclude her either. Do you need me? She tilted her head. Other than just wanting you by my side, there's no pressing concerns. I shot her a warm smile. Then I would rather stay here, Master. I nodded, and didn't argue. She carved out her own little source of happiness here, I didn't want to pull her away for no reason. Who would have thought she'd find enjoyment with helping children in school? She'd been with Kunu and the other children her age so much that she's basically a teacher's assistant and one of the staff at this point. And everyone there absolutely loved her and I couldn't blame them one bit. What about me? Yasaka whined. Yasaka, do you want to come? I asked, rather sarcastically. Yes. Ahoy. But I can't. She slumped back down. Actually, I quit. Let's grab Kunu and run away somewhere fun. I gave her a sympathetic pat. I knew that she's under a lot of stress right now, but there wasn't really much that could be done about it. Should I ask the others? I looked around. I wasn't kidding, they're busy. Venelana is hosting some social function for the next couple days and Izanami is visiting another death deity for certain reasons she didn't clarify. Neither seemed like something they could walk away from. Yasaka clarified. Shame. Well, I shouldn't be gone too long, a few days or so. Anyways, I was going to head over soon, why don't you all get ready and grab anything you need? Sure, I got a few things I wanna grab before I go, give me like 20 or 30 minutes and I'll be back. Rin quickly got up from her seat, heading back towards the house. The others similarly followed suit to make any final preparations. Ladies. I offered them a portal off to Remnant. Thanks, Shwinorg. You'll meet back up with us, right? Rin asked. Sure, just give me a little while to talk things out with Salem. You got everything you need otherwise, or the right money to buy stuff. I nodded. All right, see you over there. She waved, talking through the portal. I wish you luck. Artoria stood on her tiptoes, giving me a quick kiss, before following after her. Skathik instead grabbed me and brought me in for a deep kiss, a little smug smile was all she left afterwards before joining the others. I waved my hand, closing that one and mentally calculating another to the grim lands where Salem resided. Have fun. Jin cheerfully waved me goodbye. As much as I can given the CIRC * misstances. There was a chance that Salem and I went separate ways and I admit it gave me some anxiety. No sad. Jin pouted, grabbing my hands and putting them on her butt. If you're sad, just think about what you can do to me when you get back. Well, that will certainly cheer me up. I leaned in, giving my wonderful genie a kiss as well. But seriously. Jin leaned in. When you get back, my butt. You are a lewd genie. It's your fault. She puffed up. And I'll continue to take responsibility. I gave her a little swat on her behind. Behave. I added playfully. She gave me one last wave and I walked through the portal, the light of day instantly turning into the twilight that was the Grim Lands. At this point, I was more than used to the Grim noticed my presence, but the smart ones once more kept their distance and the lesser ones were cowed once I let my Ryotsu descend upon them. The useful trick that I picked up in my time among those Shinigami. Just the weight of my spiritual power pushing down on everything around me as I let it flow outward. On a side note, I'll needed to test how effective a Zanpakuto was against Grim. But that thought was pushed aside as I reached Salem's castle. The same gothic and menacing appearance didn't strike fear into me, but one of anticipation, because a woman who made me feel such turbulent emotions sat behind its walls. Pushing the doors open, I entered unceremoniously. So you've come back once more. Salem looked down at me upon her throne. Why do you sound surprised? I questioned, looking at her with a smile. Only the foolish venture into the grim lands, and you seem to do so on a mere fanciful whim or some other inane motion about courting me. I merely question when this nonsense will cease and you will depart for the final time. You underestimate what I would go through just to see you again. A merely inconvenient trip through the grim lands is nothing in comparison. I returned to her. She's always like this after I come back, expecting the worst. Something you should know about me is that I'm an extremely selfish person. Once I get something, I never want to let it go. If something is mine, then I will keep and treasure it forever. Seeing her huff in mock annoyance was always so adorable. But that's always been your decision to make. I took bated steps towards her throne and she seemed to sit straighter as I approached. And I want you to know everything about me. If you don't mind, I'd like to tell you about my life and where I came from. Oh, you're finally going to reveal where your community of magic users hides. She raised an eyebrow. Salem, I'm not from Remnant. Chapter 408, Chapter 370. I didn't want to play coy or do one of our back and forths, I wanted to be completely honest with her as she deserved that much from me. However, perhaps I should have eased her into it instead of just blurting out something like that right off the bat. Are you an alien? She asked, with a hint of sarcasm to it. You know, that isn't the first time someone on this planet asked me that. I chuckled awkwardly. And by the strictest definition, technically? But, it's a little more complicated. This is not the conversation I expected to have. She looked unconfident, a stark contradiction to merely a moment ago. Come. She said, leading me towards her own private quarters. She pushed the door open, one I have never been through without any fanfare, practically pulling me inside. If it was any other time, I would be excited that she was leading me to what was essentially her bedroom, but her reaction made me a little bit nervous. I only took a moment to look around. It was as one would expect the master bedroom to look like in a castle. It was divided into the bedroom portion, a massive bed and other amenities, and then a small study, complete with shelves full of books. She took a seat over in the study portion. Sit. She stated, gesturing to a chair next to hers. I slid into it, waiting for her as it looked like she wanted to say something. I could imagine this was already a lot for her to take in, assuming she was believing what I initially said in the first place. Have you ever lied to me? She decided on what to ask first, looking at me intently. Never. I said without hesitation. I was always upfront when it was clear I wasn't telling everything or being vague. Explain it to me properly. All right. I licked my lips, thinking about the best method to go about this. I think you would understand better if I explained from a magical perspective. I pushed my hands together. I told you about magecraft, right? You described it as something replicable by non-magical means. She nodded. Right, then I never did say anything about the opposite, did I? She raised an eyebrow and gestured for me to continue. The opposite of magecraft falls under the domain of true magic. To give the barest summary, it's something beyond mundane means, more akin to miracles than anything else. There are only a handful of true magics left for humans, and with time, they'll also be regulated down to mere magecraft. Such as the true resurrection of the soul, to give a broad example. I paused, letting her digest that bit. My grandfather discovered one of them, known as the kaleidoscope, the operation and manipulation of parallel worlds. She opened her mouth and closed it again, her brow furrowed in deep thought. So when you say you're not from Remnant, you mean this dimension, basically. I could go into more details about how it works, but I don't think that's what you would want to talk about right now. As much as I enjoy talking about the workings of magic with someone that can keep up, you are correct. She frowned slightly. Where you come from, magic is common there. No. I shook my head. Magic and things, supernatural, are basically hidden in the world I was born in and the world I consider my home. Why would you hide such a thing? She frowned deeper. It's complicated. I smiled wryly. To get into it, it'd take hours to just explain the basics of the social aspect. And you're not just saying that to get out of telling me. No, I told you before that I would tell you everything, I didn't lie. If you ask me to tell you my most embarrassing secrets, I would do so without a second thought. You are being very trusting with me. She said softly. Because I do trust you. That spirit of yours was right, You are a fool, she snorted. Pardon. I blinked in confusion. It does not matter. She added with a slight huff. And what is the world you come from? It's called Earth. You named your planet after dirt. She looked at me incredulously. Earth. I corrected. But Gaia is a more proper name for those in the know. She nodded, but I don't think she really cared, for lack of a better word. No, she was clearly still trying to handle this new information even if she wasn't showing it outwardly. I'm fairly sure she didn't quite know how to respond or what questions to ask, as this was certainly not the conversation she thought she would be having. Do you have any other large pieces of information to drop on me? She breathed out. Yes. Very well, you may as well give it to me now. I'm not entirely human. She looked at me in confusion. I suppose I did not question the idea that humans are prevalent in another world, as I am assuming that the brother gods are not behind this based on the book you gave me previously referencing other deities. Which seemingly answers many questions I once had. She said dryly, letting out a small sigh. Speak plainly. You seem to have the concept here, but only in some literature. My mom was human, but my biological father is a devil. I'm a half-devil. I've read through various things on Remnant, and it's obvious they have the idea of devils and demons and such, rather close to the ones I'm familiar with, but as far as I'm aware, they don't actually exist in this world. Half-devil. She repeated the almost foreign word. I know you're not a fan of the people on Remnant because they're not humans like you, remember. I'm only half human. I hoped that it wasn't something she was against, but it was something she needed to know. This is a lot to suddenly take in. She replied softly. The way she said that made me wince slightly. I'm sorry. Do not apologize for doing what I asked. She let out another of her cute little huffs in annoyance. I am thankful that you are sharing intimate secrets with me. She looked like she wanted to say something else. Would you like some time? I could tell I hit the nail on the head. I would like some time to gather my thoughts, as I am unsure about the emotions I am feeling right now. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I forced a smile. Why don't I head out and come back in a few days or something? I was turning, about to leave, but she grabbed on my sleeve. Stop! She demanded, making my steps come to an abrupt halt. She pulled herself up from her seat and moved rather quickly. The next thing I knew, her lips were touching mine, our noses brushing against one another. Usually, I'm the one doing that. I said rather absent-mindedly at her suddenness once we parted. Humph. She crossed her arms, pulling away, that adorable little huff of hers returning. It is inexcusable for someone of your stature to mope in my presence. I simply took pity on you, and you seem to enjoy such an inane gesture. Cute. Stop looking at me like that. She scowled, turning away. Leave, get out of my sight. All right, I'm going. I put my hands up in surrender. I will send you a message on the small device when I wish to resume our talk. She whispered, just enough for me to hear. I'll wait as long as you need me to. Despite the talks not going as planned, or rather, did I even have a plan going into it? I suppose it didn't go bad. Her standpoint was completely understandable. I could imagine how her worldview was turned upside down with a few words, and she needed time to process. I didn't want to lean on our relationship while she was trying to understand the idea that I'm from an entirely different world. The concepts and ideas shouldn't be something beyond her, and even if they were new, she's a very intelligent woman who should get the gist of what I was talking about. Well, I was worried about the half-devil thing, but the kiss at the end made me feel better. Sometimes, people just need some space, there is nothing wrong with that. I played around with my scroll, catching up on the latest news. Apparently, I was no longer a criminal in Vale. Woo. Couldn't say the same for Atlas or Mistral, but there wouldn't be anyone trying to arrest me in Vale, hopefully. There was apparently a huge public backlash about it, and that was a little less than a week ago. Cries about corruption and some other nonsense that's actually true, but I digress. I didn't feel like reading through the hundreds of posts about it anymore. I'm a free man. And I didn't even bother with the stares I was getting as I walked to Junior's club after jumping over to Vale. I could imagine that my face was more predominant right now because of how controversial the withdrawal for my arrests was. My face was plastered all over the Remnant internet even more. I took out my scroll, looking at the missed messages I've gotten, nearly all of them from Pyrrha. She sent them knowing I wouldn't be receiving them until I got here again, so I glanced over them a bit before sending her one of my own. Wilhelm, in Vale, doing anything? Pyrrha, finally, I thought you were going to miss it. Pyrrha, I'm at Beacon right now, the second half of the entrance test starts tomorrow morning. Wilhelm, right on time then. And, second half? Pyrrha, we took a written test, doing a physical one tomorrow. Real grim I heard. Wilhelm, need help? Pyrrha, it's a test, you can't help me. Wilhelm, yeah, it's called cheating. Pyrrha, lol, how would that even work? Wilhelm, let me borrow your clothes, they'd never know. We're basically twins if you think about it. Pyrrha, you realize that I wear a skirt, right? Wilhelm, first, why do you even wear a skirt? Besides showing off those awesome legs of yours. And second, I would absolutely rock a skirt. Pyrrha, didn't we already have this discussion? It's easy to move around in, and it's not like I'm flashing everyone when I move. I do have tights hidden underneath. Wilhelm, I noticed you didn't deny what I said about your legs. Pyrrha, what am I supposed to say to that? Wilhelm, something like thanks Wilhelm, I know my legs are fabulous, thanks for pointing it out. You know, gratitude. Pyrrha, brothers, you're horrible. Thanks though, I was feeling a little nervous. Wilhelm, no problem, Red. I'm here if you need me. And seriously, I do have some stuff I could sneak you. I know you'll not accept, but I wanted to offer. Pyrrha, thank you, Wilhelm, I really do mean it. Wilhelm, no problem. Tell me when you've passed and have some time off. You can come to the city and we can celebrate. You for making it into Beacon, and me for becoming a free man. Pyrrha, people are freaking out over that. How did you even get that to happen? Wilhelm, I don't think you want an answer to that question. Your delicate sensibilities might be damaged. Pyrrha, I'm going to pretend that you did nothing illegal. Wilhelm, technically, it was Roman who did all the illegal stuff. Pyrrha, yes, that makes it so much better. Wilhelm, yeah, I thought so too. Glad we're on the same page. Pyrrha, it was sarcasm. Pyrrha, grr. You better not get into more trouble, or I'm going to be upset. Wilhelm, come at me. Pyrrha, don't think I won't. I got a lot better since the last time we met. Wilhelm, so did I. Pyrrha. Pyrrha, doesn't matter, I'll stop you from doing anything illegal. And this weekend I should be able to head over to Vale. Tomorrow is the test day, then Friday they have like an orientation or something where we do our first classes. Then the weekend is free. Wilhelm, sounds good, my GF is here too, so you can meet her. And someone who's basically like my sister. Pyrrha, I'd love to meet them. Pyrrha, I have to go, the teacher is gathering everyone for something. Wilhelm, alright, give me a heads up. I heard you do teams and stuff there, so bring them too if you want, my treat. She didn't respond after a few moments, so I put my scroll away. It was always fun teasing her. But it was fine, I was already at Junior's place. The guy at the door looked surprised to see me, but I'm sure he knew me well enough at this point and didn't even stop me when I pushed the door open with a bit of fanfare, letting it loudly smack against the side, announcing my presence. It was early evening still, so not many people would be coming to a nightclub, so I didn't really give it much thought. However, my steps came to an abrupt stop after stepping inside. Artoria and Rin were sitting at the bar, Miltia and her sister, Melanie, were sitting there as well. Junior was behind it, serving everyone. But most notably, Roman was leaning against the bar with a wide grin on his face as he eyed me enter. Well well, if it isn't my wayward son, Watermelon Torchwick. He flicked his hat up, taking out the cigar in his mouth. How nice of you to bring your girlfriend to meet dear old daddy. What fresh hell did I walk into? Chapter 409, Chapter 371. What's wrong, Watermelon, not happy to see your dad? It was Rin of all people giving me shit. Gods, that smug smile on her face as she mocked me, I would not forget this Rin. Rin, I want you to remember this moment. How happy you are right now. I want you to remember this when I get even. I looked at her as I took a seat on the other side of Artoria from her. Okay, Watermelon. She replied as non-expressively as possible, which just added to the stinging feeling in my gut. Damn it, Roman. I laid my head on the counter. Artoria gave me a little pat on the back and I pulled myself back up, putting an arm around her. Oh boo-hoo! The flamboyant thief puffed out some smoke from his cigar before pushing it into an ashtray. Not even a thank you for making you a free man again? Just right to the gut-wrenching insults. What I go through for my little baby boy. He wiped a non-existent tear from his eye. Yeah, Schweinorg, be nice to your dad. Rin snorted. I like her. Roman snapped his fingers pointing at Rin. I give you permission to date my son. Yeah, no. I immediately denied. Ugh. She made a choking noise. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I glared at Rin. Do I need to repeat myself? I flipped her off with the hand I had behind Artoria. Saber, your boyfriend, Watermelon is being mean to me. Rin whined. Will, please don't make rude gestures towards Rin. You didn't even see what I was doing. Rin, please stop antagonizing him. Boo. Whipped. Miltia said, adding a cracking noise. Kinda cute though. Melanie added. When he said he had a girlfriend last time, I didn't believe him. And I definitely didn't picture someone like her. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. Hell kid, even I can see that you two don't look like you'd mix. Junior spoke up, wiping a glass in his hands. Honestly, if her hair was white, I'd mistake her for a Schnee. And you, well, you're you. I feel like you're insulting me. You got good instincts. He didn't even deny it. They're not wrong. Rin chimed in. Honestly, I wouldn't have put money on you two getting together if I hadn't seen it myself. All right, tell me the truth. Roman took his hat off, placing it on the counter. My boy is actually gay and this is all fake, isn't it? Fu *ku, Roman. Kind of proving his point then. Melanie remarked. No wonder he rejected me. Miltia nodded. You should see how much time he spends on his hair and clothes. Rin joined in. I knew something was up. All right, all right. Roman put his hands up. We're not animals, and this isn't back in the day. We'll accept you no matter your preferences. I'm sure I can find you a nice boy to settle down with. Do you see what I put up with? I looked at Artoria, who genuinely looked amused by the whole thing. She leaned over, placing her lips against mine in clear sight of everyone. Do you feel better now? She asked. There was a hint of shyness now, as Artoria was always bashful about being affectionate in public. Brothers, they're Fu *king adorable. Melanie scoffed. My teeth are gonna rot from the sweetness. Miltia agreed. Welp, that's enough wholesome for me. I'm going to need to go kick at least 3 orphans to get back to normal after this. Roman snapped his fingers. Junior, hit me up, I need something to wash this sugary taste out of my mouth with. It's not even 4 p.m., Roman. Junior gave him a side-eyed look. I've had a shit day, honestly, I need another drink. The thief slumped. Just found out that my melodic cudgel isn't salvageable. Going to have to get another one made. You're, Kane. I blinked, trying to remember. Yeah, I remember you named it something stupid. Hey, it's a good name. Classy, even. I'm sure the people you hit over the head with it agree. They should be thankful. At least it isn't Neo dealing with them. That's fair. She'd probably just stab them. Speaking of, where's the murderous munchkin? Oh, that's a good one, I'll need to remember it. He hummed. And she was here a little while ago. He swept his hand towards Artoria and Rin. While I was entertaining your wonderful girlfriend and friend like a good father figure. I could point out several things wrong with that sentence. When he was making our proper identification. Artoria clarified. And I did not express proper gratitude. I can imagine that such a thing was not an easy endeavor with the systems they used to track residents. Well. Roman leaned on the counter, looking rather smug. Aren't you a polite young miss? My watermelon is lucky to have you. It's finally nice to get some recognition for all the hard work I do around here. It's really not difficult. Roman just has people to push the right paperwork at the right times without any questions being asked. Junior remarked. I feel underappreciated. He huffed. Anyways, before I went off on a tangent. I was going to say that Neo was slipping the paperwork to the right places, she had to quickly go do it after getting their pictures so they got in before the offices closed in a few. Thanks for handling it, Roman. I said genuinely without the joking nature of our earlier back and forth. Yeah, it's no problem. He waved it off, the usual smug and arrogant demeanor slipped away for the brief moment. You said your cane broke? Got it on you, I might be able to help. Rin was looking at the empty glass in front of her before facing him. You a blacksmith or something? Or something? She smiled lightly. Roman shrugged, reaching behind his back and taking out 2 halves of his cane, setting them on the counter and pushing them over. Was probably just going to keep them on the shelf as a memento, but have at it. Damn Roman, that's a clean cut. What did you do, put it through an industrial saw? Junior snorted. Hey, don't look at me, you know how much I cared about that thing. It was the first weapon I ever designed. And some little brat. Roman spat out in annoyance. Cut it in half with a stupid and overly large farming instrument. A tractor? I asked. No, a scythe, you nitwit. He huffed. Why would a kid be using a tractor as a weapon? That's ridiculous. Right, because I should have assumed a weapon when you said farming instrument. But a scythe you say? I rubbed my chin, recalling a younger girl who had such a weapon. Some abomination, a combination between a sniper and a scythe or some other stupid nonsense. She wouldn't shut up about it. But she did this thing where the blade shifted and another blade came out, kind of green-like. Didn't think much of it, and I blocked her with my cane and it just sliced right in half. What the hell is this thing? Rin blurted out, looking at the 2 pieces of his weapon. How many moving parts are there? Why are there so many things stuffed inside? That, my dear, is perfection compressed into a carryable and fashionable form. It's a 40-inch, sleek, Atlas military-grade steel cane, complete with working dust-compatible gun mechanisms with alternating flare chamber. He paused, raising a finger up. With detachable grappling hook, complete with a 30-foot carbon steel wiring mesh that can support up to 1,200 pounds. Or at least it was. I added. That's a spanking when we get home. Roman's lips thinned. But yes, it was. Yes, your stupid cane is impressive. Miltia rolled her eyes. Maybe get something less ostentatious this time. First, I'm surprised you even know what that word means. Roman countered. Second, that is a masterpiece of engineering. Do you have any idea how hard it was to work all of that in there? The mesh wiring is 30 feet long when fully deployed. Sounds overly complicated and unnecessary. Roman scoffed. Unnecessary? Complicated? What is this, the Dark Ages? Everyone uses more sophisticated weapons these days. I use a plain sword. I pointed out. For what little value my swords counted as plain. Basic claws. My boots are pretty minimalistic. No mecha shift. The twins chimed in. I use a sword as well. Artoria chimed in. And I guess I use a spear? Also martial arts. Rin shrugged, examining the cane. Uncultured heathens. Roman looked aghast. At least Junior here is using something presentable, even if it's something brutish and inelegant. Really, what do you use? I asked him. A bat and rocket launcher combo. He replied. That's pretty neat. I noted. And you said your cane has 30 feet of wiring in it. How the hell does that work? Oh, that was hard. Roman perked up. It sort of works like a zipper. The wiring mesh isn't intertwined until the hook is launched. That's surprisingly brilliant. What do you mean surprisingly? Roman looked aghast. I am the epitome of intelligence and cunning. Says the guy who got done in by a little girl. Miltia snorted. That was bullshit. Roman crossed his arms in annoyance. I don't know what she did, probably some semblance crap that I didn't expect. My cane could take a hit from one of Irondick's ship cannons and walk away fine. Question. I raised my hand, interrupting his rant. Did she happen to be wearing a red cape too? She did. Well, I do believe I may be at fault then. Bastard, dot. You're not wrong there. I hummed. What did you do? Artoria looked at me. I hope it is not something illicit. Damn, kid really is whipped. Did you give him a spanking after his little crime spree? Roman chuckled. Foo asterisk K off, Roman. I chose to ignore him. Nah, the girl, she was nice and helped me when I got disorientated from traveling. I think she understood what I meant by the way I said that. Anyways, she helped me and went on about how she made her own weapon and everything, and I gave her an ingot of orichalk *m as thanks. That was kind and thoughtful of you. She smiled. Thoughtful my pert behind. Roman grumbled. And what's this oracle, what's it? It's a rare metal, stronger than steel. I said simply. Interesting. Roman rubbed his chin. Got any more? Oh, does dear old dad want something from little ol me? How the tables turn. Can you repeat what you wanted? I'm just so unbelievably happy at my new adoption that I missed what you said. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. He sighed. All right, what do you want? I'll think about it. For now, Rin should probably be able to fix your stupid toy. Not a toy. Yeah, I can fix it. Rin replied. Not as bad as I thought. I knew she could. Just some meticulous use of alteration and structural grasp should do the trick. How much you think it'll cost? Roman asked. I don't mind spending a bit, but if it's going to cost as much as… don't worry about it. Rin cut him off. You didn't charge us for the IDs and stuff, consider it as thanks. What's this, Rin not being a money grubber? I looked at her in shock. Did you say something, watermelon? Rin shot back. Damn, she must have really made AK *ling back and scare him. Why was Ruby even fighting you, Roman? You didn't go kick her puppy, did you? I realized the missing core piece of information in what he said. Hey, I'm a law-abiding citizen and I resent that, he puffed up. At least according to Vale. Everywhere else still has a warrant for my arrest. And you for that matter. I wouldn't suggest going to Atlas or Mistral. Yeah, I already saw the shit show that happened after it was revealed to the public. But why were you fighting her? Oh, it wasn't public knowledge yet when she saw me. I may or may not have said something to invigorate her inflated sense of justice, which led to us coming to blows. He said nonchalantly. You just egged her on because you were bored, didn't you? You know your old man so well. He grinned. So what happened? You know, besides your toy getting cut in half. About what you'd expect from Huntsman or Huntsman Light, in her case fighting in the middle of the street. One of Beacon's teachers was nearby, the deputy headmistress. She intervened once things got a little out of hand. I of course completely claimed self-defense and walked away without any repercussions. Roman, did you seriously manipulate a 15-year-old girl into getting in trouble? I know her sorta, and I'm gonna be pissed if she's getting in trouble because of that crap. Oh, stop being a baby. She got bailed out by the Beacon staff. Heard them offering her a spot at Beacon to avoid any criminal charges. Technically, if she were an official huntress in training and attending Beacon, she wouldn't get in trouble, yada yada. And it's not like I would have pressed charges. You're such an ass. He shrugged, in a what can you do sort of way. Enough about that though, I'm curious how you landed a woman that's clearly out of your league. So, what's the story? And is it embarrassing? I can trade you a few of my own. Did he ever tell you the time he was getting robbed and in return robbed his robber? Artoria smiled brightly, shaking her head with a small chuckle. I was being foolish and Wilhelm refused to allow me to continue as I was, to the point where he challenged me to a duel. I was moved by his actions and we had our first date shortly after. That's boring. Roman grunted. Extremely cute, adorable even, but boring. I was expecting something juicier. Yeah, well, my life isn't a comedy for you to. Ask him about his harem. Rin smiled. Damn it, Rin. Salem POV. When was the last time I walked amongst these lesser beings? Other than the time I spent with the source of my current confusion, I could not recall. Perhaps a few decades ago when I briefly satiated my curiosity after learning about certain advancements in their technology? Yes, I believed it was when their first airships were created. I had found it interesting enough to see them in person. How time moved without one noticing when immortal. I normally would not allow myself to wander amongst these lesser beings/humans/things, but I found myself needing to breathe. To step away from what I knew and indulge in a different perspective. I did not know what I was feeling at this moment. Discovering that everything I worked for, everything I sought was so insignificant left me with an unfamiliar feeling. I was the queen of the grim, at my command, an army of Black Death could march and purge the world of every breathing person. Yet, At this moment, I felt wholly irrelevant, as if my existence meant nothing. Was it hate swelling up within my breast? No, I was not unfamiliar with hate. I had known hate for thousands of years. And, I cannot bring myself to hate him when my cold still heart seems to beat in his presence. It was vexing and made me even more annoyed. A change of scenery. The idea had sprung up in my mind and I allowed myself the whimsy. I cast a basic illusion over myself to appear as I did in my younger days. No paled skin or cursed marks, no red eyes and white hair. I looked as I did in my youth with vibrant blonde hair to match my fair complexion. These ignorant mortals could not see through the simple disguise, so I cared not for the looks I received. Except for the few who stared at my behind for more than was appropriate. They received a discreet chiding. I felt a small annoyance when someone other than that foolish man did so. Now, what was I to do? I simply came here on a whim, to this, human settlement. I commanded Cinder to fly me here, and I gave her orders to wait for my return, but I did not have a destination or plan in mind. How silly that I did this without any consideration. Perhaps a tavern? I turned to notice the gathering of patrons with drinks around. Such a type of establishment was not uncommon in my era and it's obvious that it persisted through the millennia. How nostalgic! Ozma and I visited many places similar in our travels. I found my feet carrying me without a second thought. Pushing the doors open, the patrons inside stared at me for a moment before turning back to their own matters. I looked for an empty table in the corner and claimed it as my own. A piece of parchment awaited me, listing the services they provided. A manner of drinks that I did not recognize but were intriguing enough for me to indulge in this particular instance. I barely noticed the next person to walk through the doors as I explored what this tavern had to offer. I barely gave them a glance, but my attention quickly was consumed by their presence. They were staring right at me. The woman who walked inside, her eyes met my own and I knew that it wasn't merely a gaze casted in my direction or haphazardly on my person. No, they penetrated the illusion I had weaved around myself. Did I stumble onto a maiden by mere happenstance? The thought was amusing enough that I found my mood ever so slightly lifted. She walked towards my table, no amount of fear, nor hesitation on her part. I assumed she did not know who I was? A fly willingly moving towards the spider's web. You must be Salem. She spoke. Or not? I am. I did not react. Do you know me, child? I raised a questioning eyebrow at her declaration. I wished to know with what confidence she approached me even knowing who I was. A child? I have not been called a child for at least 2 millennium. But yes, I do know you. She chuckled, taking the seat opposite at the same table as I. Her words did not quite register with me as she spoke again. We share an interest, and he has spoken of you on many occasions. I did not expect to meet you here, but I suppose the whims of fate are thus. Who are you? You can call me Skathuk. Chapter 410, Interlude 30. Salem POV. You are, his, lover? I asked in surprise. Yes, among other things. She said simply as if it were not a significant discovery on my part. How strange, I did not expect to meet you at this instance. But the whims of fate are often unexpected. You have appeared here by chance? The one time I leave my domain and venture outside? I asked skeptically. She held up a finger and the magic around her swirled to reveal a string of symbols I was familiar with. I believe my student has mentioned this branch of magecraft to you, yes. Student. I tilted my head. And yes, he did. I have touched on it briefly, but I cannot depict what you did at mere sight just yet. I was his teacher. She smiled wistfully. He came to me as a boy wanting to become stronger. He was oh so young back then. His youthful arrogance was cute even if I had to often beat it out of him. She reminisced, looking nostalgic. As for my spell, it is just a simple matter of weaving myself into the web of fate and having it point me in a direction that would bring me some manner of excitement. As I approached this town, I had heard of a large group of these Grimm that were nearby. I had assumed they were the cause of my presence, but I believe I was mistaken until now. I see. I digested her words at face value even if they were startling. I suppose it was safe to assume that she had a similar origin as his. There was an ancient Grimm nearby that was gathering its lesser brethren to attack this town. I did not wish to be disturbed so I commanded them to cease and disperse. Unfortunate. She hummed. Not the response I am accustomed to when speaking of Grimm tides attacking settlements. Oh, the town was in no danger. The corners of her lips tugged up. It would take more than mere grim to overcome me. Your confidence is admirable. My lips thinned at her insinuation. She let out a laugh in response. I assume that my student has not told you about me then? He spoke that he was going to tell you everything. Did he fail to do so? Should I give him a gentle reminder about the responsibilities he has when courting a woman? I felt oddly defensive of him when she said that. It is my fault. After he told me where he came from, I told him that I needed space and time to myself. I see. She hummed out a response. Then it is good he has been proper. His presence has not been unwelcomed. I replied. Even when he stares at my behind. Of course he does. She laughed again. My student may be lascivious, but he will not do anything to make you uncomfortable. He is a sweet and caring boy. I presented him my naked body and made efforts to entice him further, yet he denied me until I became his woman first. Are we speaking about the same person? I snorted, remembering all the times he very blatantly stared at my rear and even made lewd comments. But I suppose you are correct. He has never tried to initiate more than a simple kiss, and his hands never wandered despite his obvious infatuation with certain parts of my body. You said your name was. I did not fully introduce myself. The woman took over. You do not know of my history, so I can be willful. I am the immortal witch of Dunskaith. Queen of the land of shadows. Lord of spirits. And God-slayer. I am Skaithuk. There are many things you just revealed that I have questions about, but I am fairly sure I do not have the proper context to understand. You may ask me questions. I would prefer that you get your information from Wilhelm, but my matters are mine to speak of. What do you mean by God-slayer? I asked the most pertinent. Does the concept not exist here? She asked herself. Jin only spoke of her creators, your brother gods, yes? Are there no other deities around? The brother gods are the only gods of Remnant. How strange. From my world there were thousands if not more, depending on where one lived. But my title is just as you would expect. I have slain men, demons, monsters, dragons, and even gods. I see. I did not know how to feel about her confession in comparison to my own failures. You are upset by what I said, I will not speak of it again. She once more simply replied. I didn't even know what proper response to give to her statement. The term was logically something I understood, but I could not wrap my head around it being applied to the woman sitting in front of me. I saw the power of the brothers firsthand, and the thought of any mortal standing up to that was ridiculous after how horrendously I failed. You said you were his teacher. I tapped my fingers on the table, deciding to just ignore that for now. I already had too much on my mind, I would understand more about that later. How did you become his woman, as you put it? Is it not a natural occurrence of events? She tilted her head. I would deny it to his face rather than bear his insufferable smugness, but my student is handsome and charming. Considering his other attractive traits and his personal strength, I would call it inevitable due to the years we spent together. Inevitable, was it? And you don't care that he keeps other women? I asked. That he has a harem? She chuckled. Such things are not strange in my culture. Strong men have many lovers. And if I did not promise myself to him fully, I may have had many lovers myself. But he is the only man I will ever have in my heart. She paused for a moment. And between my legs now. I suppose that is a very simplistic way to look at it. Do you disagree with it then? Do you not fancy my student? She asked. It is difficult to dislike him. I admitted, feeling oddly comfortable in the presence of this woman who was nearly a stranger. Are you asking me or asking for yourself, HMM? Do you dislike that he has other women that he holds in his heart? It is understandable if you do not accept his romantic pursuits due to this. It wasn't uncommon when I was younger. I briefly frowned thinking of my own parents. Their faces were very vague now, I could hardly remember what they looked like. But my father had many mistresses. You are not the only one of his pursuits to have reservations. One of his other paramours is currently on Remnant as well, and she was hesitant about accepting this relationship. Another one of you? I raised an eyebrow. And is she like you as well? Similar in some aspects, but different in others. I believe you have the concept of knights here. Yes, I am familiar with it. She is a knight. The woman stated. Her land of origin was very near my own, but we were separated by several centuries. However, we are very different in most aspects. My students' lovers are a very diverse lot. It seems I must apologize for my earlier comment in calling you a child. She cracked another grin. Have you not met any other long-lived beings? No. I pursed my lips. Beyond my former husband bound by a curse to continuously reincarnate, I am the only immortal left in the world. If you don't mind me asking how old? My age. She hummed. That is a difficult question to answer as the human calendar changed at some point in my home. I was around 2200 when I died based on the calendar years that humans have kept. Pardon? I blinked. Yes. You died. Oh, yes, you don't know. My existence is one of a spiritual nature now. It is unfortunate, but I am weaker than when I was a living being. Otherwise, I would think about seeking out those brother gods of yours to test myself. You are dead. I repeated it because it sounded absurd. If you're confident enough to seek out the brothers, then what could have possibly k*led you? It was by my own hand. The woman turned sullen. I was old, far too old, and I no longer had a purpose for living. I was bound to my realm of shadows, isolated and alone. And I did something shameful to end my own misery. I could feel sympathy for her situation. I did not think it was possible to hear about someone else living so similarly to myself. I would hardly call it shameful to kill yourself in that circ misdance. I offered some verbal respite despite her still being a stranger to myself. No, I did something far worse. I wished to die as a warrior and asked the one person I could to fulfill my wish. You asked Wilhelm to k*llu. I hurt him in a way that my spear never could. She smiled wryly. I knew the way he felt towards me, and I still asked him to do so. Yet you sit here. I pointed out. That foolish boy. She sighed, resting her arm on the table. The lengths he went through to bring me back. So it is merely gratitude then? You are with him because he granted you your wish. No. She shook her head, not at all upset by what I insinuated. If it was merely the case of gratitude, I would still have been his woman, I would still allow him any part of me he desired. But my heart would still remain beyond his reach. I believe it is enough to say that the heart of this Skathik belongs to him. He sounds like a good man. I said quietly. He is very much so. And the woman that is here as well. The one you said was Yuzur? What is her opinion? They recently confessed their love for one another. You have given me much to think about. Why was I feeling this strange sensation in my heart? Thank you for speaking with me. It was interesting, speaking to someone similar. I will. Where are you going? The woman pushed an empty seat near us with her foot, blocking me from leaving. Do you believe I would let you go so easily? She raised a challenging eyebrow. And then, he had the gall to ask me the color of my undergarments. I huffed, drinking from this alcoholic beverage I had been given. I was trying to figure out who in the brother's name this strange person was, and he asked me such an absurd question. Yufufu, he cannot help himself sometimes. That foolish boy pulled down my pants in front of the others just so he could grab my ass more easily. And that was merely recently. So I should be prepared to fend off his perversions. Who says you need to do so? I happily accept it. She grinned. I do enjoy the aggressive and passionate side of him. I suppose it's nice to be desired again after so long. I grumbled, setting down my empty glass. I'm out. I'll order another round. She replied. However, you didn't answer. Didn't answer what? What was your answer to his question? I was forced to reveal that I was not wearing any undergarments at the time. I crossed my arms in annoyance. And he has not let me forget it either. So like Jin. That smug relic spirit. I snorted in annoyance. She came to threaten me. She is a silly girl, still learning how to live outside of her pre-designated role. I'm sorry if she said something offensive. Oh, I don't care so much about that. But she practically threw it in my face about where the relic of knowledge was. The woman broke out in laughter. Jin enjoys making others uncomfortable. She very clearly enjoyed it when she did it to me. I was too embarrassed to even bring it up with Wilhelm. And she obviously knew that I previously wanted it and taunted me saying that I was free to take it from her. It wasn't an unpleasant experience, however. Having Jin speak of her fetishes. She tilted her head. No. I huffed. I don't care about what deviances she prefers. I meant it was nice to not have someone cower or worship me on sight. What about Wilhelm? Oh please, if I merely hike up my dress, I could get him to do whatever I wanted. If that is not worship, then I don't know what is. That sounds like him. She snorted. However, I will warn you about leading him around by the cock, you will pay for it. Oh. I have shared my bed many times so far, but even I had trouble handling his stamina. That is all I will say on the matter. So he isn't merely bravado then. You are free to test for yourself. She smiled. Maybe I will. Where is the waiter? This is poor service. I looked around, wanting another refill. I had forgotten how many drinks I had at this point, but I suppose it did not matter. That is my fault, I had forgotten to remove the barrier around us. Those without a more prominent source of magical energy won't perceive us beyond merely existing here. Is that what you did? I just saw you put up a barrier and didn't care to question it. I waved it off, noticing that it was getting rather crowded and it looked like quite a few huntsmen had come in since we had been chatting. I admit I lost track of time and the situation as it has been, a very long time to have someone to talk to like this. Wilhelm of course was someone I had considered a peer in most regards, but when he was actively pursuing me it was different. Friend? Hey there, ladies, mind if I join you? Both Skadik and I turned to look at the source of the voice. The one that was directed at us. Black hair, red eyes, and a white collared shirt with a cape behind him and a large weapon on his back. I thought you said. Yes, and it is still active. She stated. Curious, you look familiar. I looked at the man, not remembering where I'd seen him before. Should I be worried? He chuckled. Mind if I join you? All the other tables are full. Do you know him? Skadik looked at me. I think I've seen his picture before, which is odd in itself as I don't bother much with the matters of the world. I furrowed my brow, trying to recall, looking at him. The magic he wields is minuscule and weak. Wait, what? The man blinked in confusion. Oh, now I recall. I did not remember until you mentioned the weak and minuscule. I looked back at him. I remember receiving your picture long ago. You are one of Ozma's pawns. How humorous to find one here by chance. His eyes widened and he grabbed the hilt of his weapon, going defensive. Who are you? Did he not tell you about me? How very in character for him. My former husband likes to keep his disposable pawns dreadfully ignorant. I drawled. I am Salem. And that look of confusion turned to horror as realization set in. I admit that I took delight in it. Draw your weapon and you will die. I said simply, making him stiffen. Sit down. I commanded. He awkwardly edged towards the seat on the side, making himself look rather small as his eyes darted everywhere, looking for a means to escape. Is he your enemy? Skadik asked. Enemy is a rather strong word. I would not call a fly that annoys me an enemy. I don't even know why he was reaching for his weapon, at the very least, Ozma should have told him I'm immortal. Ah, the foolish kind then. Indeed. I smiled. I suppose it could be called brave as well. Often they are the same. I chuckled at that. And what brings you here, pawn of Ozma? You clearly did not know of my existence, otherwise Ozma would no doubt have sent more than just one of his pieces. Who's this Ozma? Skadik asked. My former husband. I scowled. What? The man blinked again. Of course he did not tell you this. I rolled my eyes. Yes, your leader was my husband at one point in time. Like many young girls, I was stupid and naive. A mistake that has been since rectified. Tell me, is he still stealing bodies from his victims and claiming the side of good? I was being pedantic, but who was going to call me out? Him? Well, it was rhetorical, otherwise, I would be annoyed that you didn't answer me. But I did ask you a question. I narrowed my eyes. He stiffened again. I was coming along with the other huntsmen because of the reported grim tide approaching. Yes, that was something happening. I hummed, remember what Skadik said. You need not worry, I am in a good mood and dispersed it some time ago. What? He seems not quite the intelligent sort. Skadik noted. What is your relationship with this Ozma beyond former matrimony? You appear hostile to him. We've fought over the years and have something of a shadow war going on. Or mostly him flailing around trying to defeat me, since he doesn't seem to know what the word immortal means. He tends to find impressionable children and fills their heads with delusions of grandeur and sends them at me in some half-hearted attempt at learning the definition. So this is one of his warriors then? He doesn't seem too bad. Skadek admired. He may be able to survive a few rounds if I went easy. You give him too much credit. Perhaps. She nodded. Do you wish to K*LL him? He is aligned with your enemy, yes. I mulled it over and dismissed it. Wilhelm was against me K*ling it seemed. I am in a good mood, you may leave. I gave him a point of mercy. But he just sat there, unmoving. That was your cue to get up and flee before I change my mind. Right. He shot to his feet, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. Wait. Skadek called out, making the man stop in his tracks. You possess one of those communication devices, yes. My scroll. He fumbled. Yes, hand it over. He opened his mouth and closed it again, opted to put said device on the table and scrambled outside. Why did you ask for this? They are easy to commandeer or purchase elsewhere. I asked. You said that he answers to your former husband for whom you have had a falling out. I assume he did something worth your ire. Yes. I still felt that ache after all these years since my children died. And this device can communicate with one he presumably owns, yes. I felt the corners of my lips tugging upwards as I realized what she was getting at. Yes, yes it would. And he would not know what we have taken from his subordinate. Shall I fetch another round of drinks? She offered with a wide grin. I couldn't help myself but giggle. Oh, this will be enjoyable. Chapter 411, Chapter 372. Well, Rin just dropped that little bombshell and now they were all staring at me. Not that I was at all ashamed, but I generally didn't just blurt it out for some kind of clout. When you say harem. Yes, it is exactly what you are thinking. Artoria was the one who answered Roman. She didn't seem to mind answering the question or it being brought up, so I supposed it didn't matter. I kinda wanna call bullshit, and I definitely would if it was him, but you're here confirming it so I'm conflicted. Melanie commented, rather slowly. Holy crap, are you for real, kid? Junior exclaimed. I don't think I've ever offered this before, but that deserves a drink on the house. Wait, how does this even work? Like I heard things like this back in the day or some secret Atlassian gossip or whatever with the really old families, but seriously. Miltia leaned forward, looking at us. You can't just say something like that without giving any juicy details. I don't know what to tell you, it isn't some complicated or exciting story. I shrugged. I told her beforehand and we had a talk about the future and here we are. That's bullshit. Miltia countered. He speaks the truth. Artoria smiled beautifully. He was honest with his intentions and the state of his relationships before we decided to move further. I was hesitant at first, but I do not regret my decision. Ugh, that's so boring but at the same time, kind of foo * king cute. Melanie scowled. What about the others? How many you got, how old are they? It depends. I cleared my throat. And, well. I glanced at Artoria. I'm actually the youngest out of everyone. Wait, what? Miltia blinked. You're the youngest. She looked at Artoria. But I thought. I am flattered, but I am older than Wilhelm by a fair amount. Artoria said with clear amusement. That made them just stare, wide-eyed. What's your secret? Melanie narrowed her eyes. Virgin blood? How many do I need to K*LL? All right, that's enough. Junior stepped in. Leave the poor girl woman alone. Wait, does that mean he's into older women? Miltia held her finger up. Well. Oh yeah. Rin answered for me. Schweinork here prefers older women. You should see his others, they're not nearly as innocent as Saber here is. Most of them are bona fide MILFs. Thank you, Rin. I grumbled. Didn't he mention a daughter last time? With everything that happened, I kind of forgot. But it really makes sense now. Melanie muttered. That's hilarious. Miltia snorted, then looked at Rin. I like you, we should hang out. Wah. Rin blurted out. Sure. Roman, you've been quiet. Junior glanced at the famous thief. It's not like you to miss out on something like this. I'm confused, Junior. Roman sighed. I'm feeling something and I don't know what it is. Did you finally realize how stupid your hat looks? I offered. My hat is stylish, and I look immaculate in it. He shot back without a second thought. But I have this feeling like, when I do something amazing, like a big heist that I pull off or a big score, you know? Something to be happy about, excited and feel good about. Yet. Junior ushered him on. But, I'm feeling it for someone else. Roman let out a dramatic sigh. Damn it, Roman. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. For the first time in my life, I think I genuinely feel pride in someone else. He wiped a fake tear from his eye. Is this what fatherhood feels like? I am contemplating murder right now. And that's our cue to leave. Miltia slid off her stool and looked back towards Artoria and Rin. Hey, wanna go shopping with us? You both are new to Vale, we can show you the good places and not the tourist traps. Artoria and Rin shared a look. That sounds fun, actually. Rin cracked a smile. I've been meaning to update my wardrobe. Spent way too long in the wilderness and I need some new stuff. A better use of my time. Melanie shrugged. We're taking the day off, Junior. She said flippantly. Didn't even ask my permission. He said dryly. Stop crying, Junior. Miltia joined in. Come on, let's beat the crowds. I'm in. Rin hopped off her seat. Come on, Saber, you need a bigger wardrobe too. I am content with what I have. Artoria said politely. She did not just say that. Miltia looked at Artoria in surprise. Right, we have some work to do then. Melanie and her sister glanced at one another. Tell me about it. It's like pulling teeth to get her to buy some more stuff. Rin joined in. Well, you're not getting out of it this time, Saber. Rin grabbed her arm, practically pulling her out of her seat. I admit defeat. Saber sighed, perhaps a smidge of happiness contained within it before quickly giving me a kiss on the cheek. Behave. She softly spoke. Whipped. Melanie and Miltia chuckled again. Have fun. I waved them off as they left the club. Well, that was interesting. Roman slid a couple seats closer. Didn't expect you to go for the prim and proper sort. You sure she's going to be okay with the twins? It's good for her to go out and do more things like this. I smiled happily. She hasn't had many chances before and still doesn't actively think about it. She did strike me as the high society type that's basically forced into a gilded cage throughout their childhood. Roman hummed. Something like that. I wasn't going to just reveal all her secrets. Anyways, did you ever do that I think I asked you about? That old man who made your sheath? Yeah, I dropped off a chunk of money at his place a while ago. Roman lit a new cigar. Think he closed shop and retired or something. That's good. I nodded in thanks. Didn't want to make myself a liar. I lost a bet so I paid up, simple as that. And what do you want to talk about? It's obvious you're tiptoeing around something. Roman and Junior shared a look and Roman then tapped his cigar on the nearby ashtray. So you remember the whole Grim thing I asked you about last time? Clearing up some mutated Grim, yet? Need me to do that? I have some time. Well, it seems like it's a bit more than what any of us assumed. Alright? What's the big deal? I asked. What Roman is trying to say is that he promised you for a job and the job turned out to be significantly more difficult than what he had assumed. You see, he didn't actually look into the details and just made a lot of guesses. Junior clarified. Okay, go on. Right, anyways. Good old council member withheld a little bit of information from me when we made the deal. And to be honest, with everything I had to pull to grab our asses out of the fire, it was a very close thing. To the point where if we bail out, he'll welch too and right back onto Vale's most wanted we go. Just, stop avoiding it and tell me bluntly. I let out a tired groan. Alright, so they sent some drones inside the facility to scout, and it's not just your run-of-the-mill mutated Grim for how weird it is to say that. Even some of the ancient variety aren't an issue in comparison. I'm talking about a whole horde of apathies down there, along with an unknown amount of chills and probably hundreds of nightmares. We also think the big boss of the group is an ancient mutated Sphinx. My Grim biology is a little rusty, other than the Sphinx, can you remind me of the others? Yeah, I guess you said you never did go to a huntsman academy, so you probably don't know the rarer and scarier types of Grimm. Governments tend to keep those out of the public eye to avoid any panic and fear, for obvious reasons. Roman bit down on his cigar, rolling it to the other end of his mouth. Apathy Grimm are kind of humanoid-shaped and probably the scariest mother fookers you'll see outside of the big Foo-K-off Grimm that can stomp on buildings. If that was all, they'd still be something I never want to run into, but they have a willpower-draining aura about them. And they have a scream that can somewhat penetrate aura to induce fear and discombobulate those who hear it. Hey, that's news to me. Never heard of Apathy Grimm, eh? Well, no. But I'm more talking about you knowing a big word like discombobulate and using it correctly. I'm genuinely surprised you could do that. He held his finger up and wagged it. All right, I'll let you have that one for earlier. Roman wants to make a show about everything. Junior grunted in annoyance. You got chills, which are kinda like ghosts in their base form. They don't have any combat power by themselves, but they can possess people and are very intelligent. They're extremely hard to detect, but you know they're around because the temperature drops in their vicinity, hence the name. Do they hang out in cold places? I asked, a little curious. Funny enough, they can't survive in cold environments. So if you suddenly feel a strange chill, and I mean it when I say strange, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, then light up a fire, throw out some fire dust or make the area around you as bright as possible. They're like an ink cloud and they hate light. Fire generally is your best bet to deal with them, but dust in general seems to work pretty well. Noted. That's kinda scary. I wondered how Dawnbreaker would react. Lastly, you got nightmares, sort of a combination of the last two. Junior stated. Joy. I snorted. They're kind of like floating tentacle spines, hard to not notice, but they're slippery bastards. Got a scar where one almost possessed me some years back. Shit, I never heard about that. Roman looked surprised. Yeah, not my proudest moment. Was still a kid back then learning the ropes. It grabbed onto my arm and I used some fire dust to burn myself in panic. Did the trick, but I still got the spot marked. Junior shrugged. They can drain aura on touch, and as I said they can possess people, but not like a chill can. It's more like a dream possession where it gives someone nightmares, hence the name. It's also more of a parasitic thing than an ethereal thing like a chill. If you got a teammate, they'll notice the possession, unlike a chill that can hide it. Alright, do you have a time that this council member wants me to handle it? You sure, kid? Junior looked at me skeptically. This isn't a job even for a team of experienced huntsmans. They're probably assuming that we'll all go with you and worst case, they get rid of us and their next team will have more information. It's fine, I've dealt with worse. I waved him off. See Junior, I told you my boy could handle it. Roman grinned. And I'd rather go back to being a criminal than step foot in there. Even if I had my cudgel, I'm not ashamed to say I wouldn't go within a mile of that place. Speaking of, that friend of yours took it and I forgot to ask how long it'd take. Give her a few days. I'll check up on her later in case she gets sidetracked. Sounds good. Just tell that guy that if he wants it done, it has to be in the next couple days, otherwise I'm not going to be able to do it for a while. If you're sure, then I'll pass it on. Most likely, he'll be fine with you doing it as soon as you can. Roman replied. Well, I don't mind taking care of it tomorrow, I have some things I wanted to test out and having some targets would help. I rubbed my chin thinking about the Hogyaku. K*LL 2 birds with one stone, a good opportunity to test out what this Hogyaku was capable of. Now, I heard something about a free drink. I eyed Junior. He let out a bark of laughter. Don't get used to it, but you get one on the house. Ajban POV. Oh Glinda, wonderful. I looked up from my paperwork to see Glinda entering my office. How fare our potential new students? There was a faint smile that appeared. They have mostly retired for the night. I warned them that it would be an early morning and that they would need a good night's rest. Unfortunately, not all of them heeded my warning. Kids will be kids. I hummed. Yes, but they're kids who will be facing Grimm. She adjusted her glasses. I don't like that you told me not to interfere. Yes, I know. If you had it your way, you would have forced them into their sleeping bags for their own benefit. However, we cannot hold their hands their entire lives. Actions will have consequences, and if they wish to learn this lesson around Grimm, it's best under our watch. Bart and Peter are around for emergencies. And we even hired a new teacher to help out. Yes, I admit as an educator that some students must learn lessons the hard way. And I am very happy that we finally hired a new staff member, Ashbin. But you know this still isn't enough. Miss Green isn't a teacher but handles security. While that does help us with needing to patrol at night, it still leaves us with large class sizes and an almost overwhelming schedule. Did Professor Peach decide yet? I asked. She did. She agreed to take over some of the wilderness survival training. The things involving how to identify plants, dangerous and beneficial, etc. I smiled, pleased, and took a sip of my coffee. We can look into more hires for next year. I will continue to look for potential teachers then. She sounded pleased. Well, if there was one good thing that came out from the whole issue that happened recently, it's our increased budget. We can afford to hire some more staff. Did you ever figure out how Roman was able to remove the warrants for himself and the others? She sounded annoyed. I assume the routes as we would expect. Bribes, threats, etc. The other council members who went along with it were being very tight-lipped and they adamantly suggested that I drop the subject. Enough that they went as far as to increase our budget to get me to stop asking questions. Not that I asked for such a bribe, but they made their stance clear in doing so by their own hand. Take this and drop it. I wouldn't turn down a windfall like this. I was pragmatic enough to recognize a boon when I saw it, even if it came from an unsavory situation. I doubted I could have changed anything regardless. It's going to be hard to approach him now that we can't leverage his legal status. As long as he is in Vale, that is. I know. I reluctantly sighed knowing that we lost some of our cards to play. And I didn't want James to be the one to get a hold of the young man we were after. And I was still not sure about James' little theory, so I wouldn't hold my breath for that. Atlas and Mistral are both angry as well, so it's been difficult to soothe over those tensions, even if most of the fault does not lay with the criminals themselves. Where's Crow? Wasn't he supposed to call by now or send an update? Glinda asked. He's been quiet, but I haven't wanted to disturb him. If he's in the middle of a fight, then it'd be best not to interrupt. I leaned back, pushing some papers away. He usually sends an update in situations like this. Crow can take care of himself, Glinda. And in the absolute worst case, he can escape better than nearly anyone on Remnant. I offered it as a consolation. Despite how much they got on each other's nerves, they do care about one another in a platonic way. It isn't Crow's first Grimtide and my scroll started ringing and I recognized the name. Speaking of. I held it up for her to see the name and she smiled lightly. I pressed the button to answer and set it on my desk. I am glad to hear from you, Crow. Glinda was just voicing her concern at your silence. Oh, was that the name of your pawn, Ozma? I felt a chill run down my spine. A voice I recognized in my nightmares answered me and I nearly fell out of my chair to scramble back to my scroll I had set down. Salem! I exclaimed, picking it up to see. On the other end, I saw her, the same face of my former wife from all those years ago. Clearly an illusion she was using to mask her cursed nature. Ashbin! Glinda spoke, but I silently tried to shush her, perhaps a bit impolite, but this situation was nothing but volatile. Who was that Ozma? I see now, yes, these devices are quite something. She looked at me, and Glinda who made her way behind me. How surprising, another blonde to keep at your side. You always did have a certain type. Excuse me. Glinda raised her voice. You are excused, child. Salem was, teasing her. You're not the first to be swayed by any false words he might have. What was the name of the last one, Ozma? And I remember that blonde assistant of yours when you paraded yourself around as the King of Vale. Let me see. Another voice shuffled over and a woman with reddish-purple hair peeked over as well. A face I recognized from a while ago due to reports from James. I can see the resemblance. You're right, he does seem to replace you. It doesn't matter, I don't care what harlot he pulls off the street to keep him company. Salem dismissed the statement and I found myself unable to understand what was going on. You say he often bothers you, yes? Perhaps he has not moved on. How amusing, is that it, Ozma? Do you still miss me? Tell me, child, does he call my name out when you tend to his needs? Glinda's squawk of indignation brought me back to my senses. Salem. Yes, just like that. No, The inability to let go is a very unattractive trait. I can see why you are no longer together. The woman next to Salem commented. One of his many flaws that I overlooked in the past. Does that only include his looks? What does the way I look have to do with anything? I found myself shouting. Wait, that doesn't matter. Where's Crow? How did you get his scroll? Why was she still able to get this kind of reaction out of me after all these years? No, he looked different before. However, he retains certain characteristics due to his magic once he subsumes the original host. But he's always been unkempt unless I forced him to tidy himself up. One of the many issues, as I said. Though there was one particular thing that most made me displeased. Was it a small pecker? Salem uncharacteristically laughed. No, I was speaking of his tendency to believe himself holier than thou, but that is also something to consider. He was very adamant that he was average and I never wished to hurt his feelings. Do you think it's still the same even now? Is that why he's ever so clingy? Oh my, is that it, Ozma? Salem held up her bent pinky. I've heard things about men and self-esteem issues, it does seem to make sense in hindsight. I was having trouble even formulating a response. I didn't know what was going on, but I noticed something off about her. Are you drunk? I've only had one drink in the past hour. That was a barrel, not a glass. It was still one. Salem giggled. Yufufu, let's order another. Salem. I slammed my fists on the table. Is Crow alive? Who's Crow again? Salem looked to her, companion. He was the one that gave us this device, I believe. The other woman clarified. Oh yes, him. Who knows? Salem grinned. Why don't we trade? I'll tell you if you tell me where the relics are. I will never hand over the relics to you. You can ask Jin. The other woman stated, making me stiffen. I refuse. Salem huffed. That spirit is too smug already, if I ask her she will never let me forget it. How do you know that name? I demanded. She shouldn't know Jin's name. She should only know about the relic of knowledge having a spirit. Wouldn't you like to know? Salem laughed. Tell him where the relic currently is. I refuse to mention that shameful spirit's fetishes. It's in her ass. The woman stated. She keeps the lamp up her ass. Don't just blurt it out. She would happily tell him on her own. That's not the point. I believe that someone is jealous. Do you hope to also have the same treatment? Absolutely not. Don't you dare insinuate otherwise. Salem looked, embarrassed. How do I turn this device off? Press the button in the middle. I don't see it. Right there. It's not working. There was a strange scream and the scroll's images became distorted as everything spun around, and with an obvious collision of some kind, the call was turned off. She threw the scroll. Ojban, what was that? I don't know, Glinda. I answered honestly. I genuinely have no clue as to what just happened. Glinda and I would probably have sat there, silent for a while longer if something didn't slam into the window. Crow is fine it seems. Glinda said quietly. I'll open it for him. I didn't respond as she opened the window, letting him fly in. Ounce, big news. I ran into your ex-wife, who you didn't tell us was your ex-wife. But she was out there, and... We know, Crow. I cut him off, holding up my scroll, letting him fill in the blanks. Oh. He blinked. Crow, do you happen to have your flask on you? Yet. Can I please borrow it? Sure. He casually handed it to me. I flipped it open, holding it up to my nose to smell how strong the alcohol was. With a nod, I poured all of it into my coffee. Chapter 412, Chapter 373. All right, Roman, I'm where you told me to go, but I don't see anything. I held my scroll up with one hand as I whacked away some overgrown vegetation with Mirage. Do you see a big scary door? All I see are trees. Then you're not in the right place. I'm exactly at the coordinates you gave me. I held the scroll up and spun around so he could see. Hey, that's what I was told. But he said to look for a large tree. Oh, that narrows it down. That's marked by a red dot. Roman ignored me. Red dot? I looked around again and vaguely saw something like that a little further to the side. And the red dot was smaller than my palm and part of it looked chipped away. Okay, I think I found it. Good, now look for the door. Roman, there isn't a door anywhere. There's no building in sight, it's literally all forest area. He said it was behind the tree and kinda covered. What the foo asterisk K did that mean? I stomped around to the other side, looking around again only until I accidentally stepped on something. Something much harder than tree roots or dirt. A metal clang rang out as I gave it another stomp. It was a small bundle of leaves and organic debris that were clumped together over what looked like a hatch. I found it. See, it wasn't that hard. Roman, it's not a door, it's a hatch. There's a big foo asterisk king difference. Technically, a hatch is a type of door. He pointed out. You know what? I'm done arguing with you. I sighed, pulling the rusty hatch open, and saw the top of a rusty ladder leading down into a dark abyss. Wow, that looks spooky. Thank you, Roman. You're free to come help me if you want. Yeah, no. I'll buy you a drink when you're done though. Toodles, he hung up. Right. Honestly, even as strong as I am, able to turn a significant chunk of this land into a smoking crater without much effort, I'm not beyond feeling emotions. And that place gave me the creeps from just looking into the darkness. Like, giant spiders from Skyrim, kind of creepy. And I set everything on fire the last time I was in a cave with giant spiders. And now that I think about it, that sounds like a wonderful idea. Hang on, I wanna see what those guys were talking about. Grim are weird, in an interesting way. Finey, I kinda wanna see the creepy Grim too. And I wanna try to see if I can tap into this Hogyaku thing to see what's going on. My hand ignited in fire and I tossed a fireball down the shaft. I heard a strange and eerie sound a moment later, indicating that my instinct was correct and they were literally waiting for me. Well, here we go. I took a step forward and dropped inside, slamming onto the floor after a short fall. I once more called upon magical flames and the room lit up under the flames. At the edge of the light, there was a silhouette, somewhat humanoid in shape but also distorted in some aspects. Its head turned completely 90 degrees. Red eyes, a bone-like face, a jaw that opened way too wide, and elongated arms that nearly reached to the ground and a green glow inside of its mouth. Jesus foo asterisk King Christ. I didn't even realize what happened until I already had the true Longinus in my hand, and threw it at the thing. Bit of an overreaction. Foo asterisk KU. I hissed under my breath. That was foo asterisk King terrifying. Oh, don't be a baby. Like you wouldn't foo asterisk King burn this place to the ground in my place. I choose not to answer. You know what, I think I know someone who'd love to be here right now. I just had the thought as I took my scroll out. Wilhelm, hey, doing anything right now? Skathuk, I am currently unoccupied. Do you require my assistance? Wilhelm, clearing out scary Grim. I wouldn't mind company. Don't wanna intrude on you if you're enjoying yourself though. Skathuk, I do not mind, I was about to depart from an acquaintance I had recently made. Elaborate on the Grim. Wilhelm, apathy, chills, nightmare, and others. Skathuk, my new acquaintance seemed to laugh once I relayed those types. Wilhelm, I also figured I could experiment with a few things, and I wouldn't mind having you here with me. Skathuk, very well, I will give you my location so you can retrieve me. Give me a moment. I waited a moment until she then pinged me on her kaleidophone and I quickly calculated the location based on that. I flicked my hand, opening a portal, connecting me to where she was. The new light filled the room for a brief moment until she walked through and the portal closed behind her. You bring me to such wonderful places. She looked around, looking rather amused. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. Her smile wasn't helping either. You sure you're good with helping? I don't want to intrude on your personal time, I know you like to wander around when the mood strikes. Her expression softened. I am thankful for your consideration, and I will tell you if I wish to be alone. You need not question me if I tell you otherwise. I really did like how blunt and upfront she was. I think it was one of her most attractive traits. She didn't sugarcoat anything or beat around the bush. Is that your divine spear? She pointed at said spear lodged into the wall. Why is it present? There should not be a foe worthy of such a weapon as you usually keep it in reserve. I was startled. She gave me another amused look, lightly cupping my cheek and chuckling. You are very adorable sometimes, my student. Come, shall I take care of these scary monsters for you? I huffed, walked to retrieve my spear. I wanted to test a few things too, mostly my new stuff. And I was going to see if I could get a read on what the Hogyaku is doing inside of me, or rather what it's doing to me as a whole. A wise decision to call me then. She hummed, clearly in a good mood. You should know that I met the woman you are currently courting in my travels. Salem. I blinked. Yes, that is her name. We spent the night in one another's company sharing stories and such. And when you said that your acquaintance was laughing. Skadik cracked another grin. Yes, she found it amusing when you mentioned Scary Grim and I told her what you had said. She probably intentionally made them foo * king terrifying. And what were your thoughts on her? I took out my Zanpakut, giving it a little swing through the air. I do not dislike her. I can feel kinship in a regard, and I believe I can grow to forge bonds such as those with your other paramours. I nodded, not asking for any other information. If she didn't specify, I wasn't going to prod. A red blur flew past my head. Skadika's demonic spear impaled a misty black-like substance onto the nearby wall as it disintegrated. Hey, didn't notice until you got to it. I turned to look at the apparent Grim she slayed. That's a chill. Even if these creatures do not pose a threat, I trained you better than to let your guard down. She lightly chided. Yet. I grumbled, slashing my Zanpakut through the air, cutting another one that had just phased through the wall. The sword worked well, so that was something. What is it you wish to practice? Shall we get started before all the enemies are defeated? Skadik asked. Right, I specifically wanted to do this when I had some practice targets nearby just in case. I let out a breath. You want to take a look? I offered. Yes, I will see what you are speaking of. She nodded. I held my hand out, filling it with a few talismans, and I threw them to the corners of the room, just to keep out any annoying pests for the moment before taking a seat on the ground, cross-legged. It's basically sitting in my soul. Skadik sat behind me, putting a hand on my back as I felt her presence invade my body, and I did my best not to fight against it. And you have this spirit that has taken root as well. Yes, I can see what you speak of, an object is now embedded in your soul. I fear I may not be able to remove it without consequence if it proves detrimental. Izzy already said that there's no noticeable negative side effects, so I don't think that'll be a problem. Not to mention my own budding spirit really likes it, so I'm fairly sure it's not bad. And it hasn't been growing any longer. I think it's reached its final stage. Can you access it intentionally? She asked. Yeah, I think I can sort of poke at it and get it to do what I want. I've just been hesitant to do so because my spirit has been using it to some effect. But from what Drake just told me, it appears as though my spirit is done growing. And you do not know what the ability of this object is? She questioned again. Kinda. I pursed my lips, recalling what Yuryuaki explained. Basically, it should break down the boundaries between two specific species of spirits, Hollow and Shinigami, essentially giving someone the powers of both. Your tone does not give credence to that thought. No, I think it does, but I'm also skeptical that this was what it actually did. I'm not a Shinigami, I'm not a Hollow, but why did my sword spirit want it so bad? A wise question to ask. Do you believe it is something else then? I think the people involved just so happened to be Hollow and Shinigami, that they assumed this was the case. But maybe it just breaks down the boundaries between species in general, or perhaps even a step further than that. That's why I wanted you here to help me test, in case anything went wrong. And her opinion was one I always welcomed. Start from the beginning. These Hollows and Shinigami, what are the differences between them? The differences? I tilted my head, giving it some thought. I don't really know. A Hollow, I guess, is missing its heart or something. They have a mask, and they hunger for souls. But apparently high-level Hollows become much more human-like in both appearance and a sense of self. So at their basic, they really aren't that different in that case, more like just opposites in their makeup. One is a plus, one is a minus. So what exactly was the difference? Those Hollows could use that zero thing, but why couldn't Shinigami do the same? Why couldn't Hollows use Kid? Why did Hollows use a different method of moving? Why could Hollows open that strange portal, but Shinigami had their own method? The difference between a Hollow and a Shinigami, at the most basic when you cut away aesthetics and outer appearance, well, they had different types of spiritual power. A Hollow has Hollow energy, a Shinigami has Shinigami energy, energy of course being the spiritual side of the coin. To break down the boundary is at its most basic, the transference of one energy to another, or blending them. Either one should be the case. Which sounds simple on paper, but Shinigami and hollows are different for a reason, physically and spiritually. To house the type of energy required, there needed to be a more physical change to accommodate that, which I assume the Hagyaka would also facilitate in the process. But in my case, all my different energies exist simultaneously inside of my body. What was there to change? Hollow and Shinigami meant nothing to me, but I had other things. Divinity, I had an authority and had divine power at my fingertips as a campione. Magical energy, was there more that needed to be said? Magical circuits at my most basic. Aura, the actualization of my soul, its own little energy separated from the others. Ryoku, my most recent acquisition. A different aspect of my soul manifested in its own pool of energy. And lastly, and my smallest, would be my demonic energy. It's grown steadily from being nourished through the use of my sword of destruction, almost like working a muscle, but it's slow going. Devils are a species that live for thousands and thousands of years, the rate of growth reflects that. So, I metaphorically reached for the Hagyaku that was sitting inside of my soul, and it responded. I took my magical energy and attempted to test my little theory. The Hagyaku inside of me churned for the first time, responding without any hesitation. My aura shimmered around me normally, but once I focused, my magical energy poured through the small object and something shifted. My aura exploded outwards, completely enveloping every corner of the room. My eyes widened and I felt my breathing hitch. The action was unnatural and so abrupt that I nearly lost my breath before I cancelled what I was doing and reeled my aura back in. Careful! Skathik caught me, a gentle hand pressing my chest. Do not overdo it, slowly. I settled my breathing and calmed back down. It was a success though. I think I figured out how to use this thing. Yes, your aura increases significantly for a brief moment. She said gently. Now, do it again. I touched upon the Hagyaku again, my magical energy transferred, shifted, and broke down into aura, expanding my own reserves outward. I flared it a moment or two and brought it back in, returning it to magical energy. Then, I used my magical energy to shift into Ryoku. The Hagyaku once more responded to my call. My Ryotsu seeped out and enveloped the entire room as well. Not only that, it was filling up at an alarming rate. I didn't need to cannibalize my aura any longer, I didn't need to absorb the ambient Reishi from that world to gather my own. This Hagyaku was breaking down the boundaries between my magical energy and my Ryoku, converting one into the other. Divinity? May as well give it a try. I touched on my Hagyaku and my divinity, expecting a little of the same, except, the Hagyaku did the equivalent of grounding to a halt and refusing to budge. I guess it's understandable. Divinity wasn't like my other energies as it existed at a much higher state and the Hagyaku, at the end of the day, wasn't a divine object. I wouldn't be able to reach that high in a single step like that. Now, the only thing left to test was my demonic energy. The Hagyaku responded to both my magical energy and the small seed of demonic energy I had. It felt different, though. I felt something swell up in my entire body and it wasn't just my demonic energy, my power of destruction began to act up, nearly uncontrollably. Like before with my aura, my demonic energy exploded outwards, outside of my initial intent. My power of destruction manifested, crackling to life around my hands and something else was pulled to the surface, like the Hagyaku reached deep inside and unearthed something buried very deep down inside of me. It was painful and I could feel my teeth gritted at the change that was happening. The swirling demonic energy lasted for a few breaths longer before dissipating and my rampant destruction was rescinded once I regained my wits and forcibly recalled it. I felt odd. I looked down at my hands and, why were they more like claws? Why were my wings out? Why, was there something protruding from my forehead? I felt them with my hands and Are those horns? Wait. Do I have a tail? Chapter 413, Chapter 374. Once the initial shock wore off, a much more important realization had hit me. Are you okay? I quickly turned to Skathik to make sure she wasn't hurt as my power of destruction ran rampant for a moment. I am well. She was healing her hand, and it was barely noticeable, but there was damage. I hurt you. I frowned. I'm sorry, I lost control, I don't know what happened, and I accidentally. Dear. She spoke softly. A word I've never heard come from her mouth before, it made my ramblings come to a screeching halt. You've never called me that before. You turn into a blushing girl the moment I say a single word. She chuckled, placing a hand on my cheek. Have you calmed down yet? That's good. She smiled warmly. Now, fix your expression. Did you intentionally wish to harm me? No. I quickly shook my head. Then do you think this Skathik is someone who can be significantly harmed by your accidental actions? She raised an eyebrow questioningly. I'm sorry. I whispered. Come here. She held her arms open, I accepted the hug and she pulled me into her bosom. You are forgiven. I felt something strange as I nestled between her boobs. A sensation I can honestly say I'd never felt before. Are you rubbing my horns? Yes. Was her simple and blunt reply. Oh. Do you dislike it? I don't know, I'm still trying to comprehend their existence and it's making me confused. I confessed. Yet your hand still grabs my rear. My hand was in fact, squeezing her butt. Yes. Take me out, I think I know what's going on. Hang on, Drake wants to come out. I relayed. Does the dragon know why you changed? Skathik inquired, separating me from her chest. The gauntlet appeared on my hat. Hello again. Greetings, dragon. Skathik spoke with a small amount of politeness to her tone, one reserved for those she seemingly respected. What wisdom do you have? The jewel on the gauntlet lit up again as Drake began to speak. Well, he looks a lot like his ancestors. Like a cliché demon described in most church texts. I asked a little skeptically. Where do you think those cliché texts originated from? Drake responded. The original Satans were called demons for a reason. Really? I thought it was more of a terminology thing, or a title of respect in my birth world. Was there actually a difference? I don't know all the details, I didn't exactly fly in the same circles as that lot, but I know a thing or two. And I've met them before, a long time ago. They tried getting me to join them or some other crap, I didn't really care at the time. But I met Lilith, the original Lucifer and those original demons that they call the Satans. You know, I feel like I probably should have looked into my own history before this point. But please go on, I want to know why I suddenly have a tail and I felt a shiver go up my spine. I looked down at Skathika's hand, grabbing my tail. She met my eyes and there was the faintest little blush on her cheeks that quickly disappeared. It is cute. She said rather quietly in her defense once I glared. The originals were like you. Don't know how it happened now that I think about it. Lilith was originally human, I'm sure you know the legends and all that crap. Lucifer as well, he was originally an angel. But at some point they turned all demonic and whatnot. Wings, horns, tails, blah blah. A lot like you, as I said. What changed? Because I'm fairly sure Venelana doesn't have a tail, as the only other devil I've thoroughly inspected. Yeah, as you noticed after banging your grandma. Drake snorted. Devils pretty much only inherited wings as a physical trait more or less. The other demons besides Lucifer, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Leviathan, they inherited much more. And I can take a guess or two at the reason this didn't trickle down anymore. Basically, the original demons were only a little bit weaker than that fallen brat. And that suddenly makes a huge amount of sense. Devils back then being the stupidly evil villains depicted in most literature, I'm sure Lucifer couldn't stand the idea of anyone able to usurp his throne, so they intentionally stymied how much was passed down when Lilith created the next generation of devils, yet they wanted a strong army to wage war, but not too strong. Seeing how the other Satans were just little under him must have hurt his pride. It's funny considering that the current generation would wipe the floor with the old guard. Hell, the weakest of the current Satans could handle the entirety of the old Satans bar Lucifer and most likely win. Drake laughed. If the brat wasn't so stupid and paranoid, he might have won the war. Isn't that a terrifying thought? I muttered. Actually, now that I think about it, he had a son that was born stronger than him. I vaguely remember something about Lucifer throwing a tantrum at the news and there being a big incident or something when he found out. The mystery of his new appearance is solved. However, the question on how it has occurred still remains. Skathik commented, her hands inspecting my horns without holding back. That is an interesting question. I ignored her touching. I grabbed at her and she never complained, I didn't mind if she was touching my new body parts. The Hagyaka was shifting one type of energy into another without any noticeable problems. But when it came to my demonic energy, it did more. I believe the answer is a simple one, my student. Her fingers were running along the tip of my tail and it felt really weird, but not bad. It simply could do more, so it did. If you keep touching me, I'm going to touch you back. She chuckled, grabbing my hand and putting it on her own breast. This Skathika's body is already assailed by you every day, such a threat is meaningless. A fair trade. Have you figured it out? She asked. Yeah, I realized as soon as you said something. The Hogyako was breaking down the boundaries between my types of energy, but when it got to my demonic side, it simply had the ability to go further. My magical energy, there is nothing to reach into. Same with my aura, and the same with my Ryoryoku. They are at their most basic without disrupting their actual purpose. Whereas my demonic energy came from my ancestry, something I have just barely tapped into due to the nature of my birth. There was room for the Hogyako to break down further into my bloodline to pull out the hidden potential there that I normally couldn't reach. It basically made me similar to my progenitors because the concept was hidden within my genetics. Skathik hummed, nodding to my explanation. What are the benefits? The physical benefits are not worth really mentioning. But my demonic energy feels like it's overflowing. I held my hands up, letting my bloodline power to come out. My hands alighted with my destruction, the intensity and quantity was on a whole other level. If I could compare to a bucket of water before, I feel like a small pool now. Similar to Venelana still, but there is room for improvement. Well, I doubt even with this I'm going to compare to someone who's developed their demonic energy for centuries. But I should catch up relatively quickly with some training. I dismissed my destruction. And I can bring out a significant amount without the need for a catalyst. The benefits of your sword should be amplified then. Good point. I agreed. Come, we shall return you to your original state. She beckoned me to sit down again. I am aware your demonic side brings you uneasiness, I will assist you. I worked on using the Hogyako to run in the opposite direction, letting my demonic energy shift back to magical energy. I could feel Skathik too, her gentle hand working alongside me to facilitate the change. It was more difficult as this apparently brought a physical change along with it. But with some effort on both our ends, I felt the demonic features rescind. However, there was a side effect that seemed obvious in hindsight. My actual pool of demonic energy still remained just as large as it was when I became more demonic. Unfortunately, in this state, my demonic power itself was still minuscule in practice. In that it would take forever to refill this pool and the amount I could bring to bear would be significantly less. And I was fairly sure I couldn't bring the degree of destruction out that I could a moment ago. I felt the top of my head and my horns were now gone. And my tail, thankfully. I didn't know how to feel about that. It was odd. Back to normal. Do you feel better? Skathika's arms wrapped me up from the back, her head sitting on my shoulder. You always make me feel better. I tilted my own head to meet her eyes, giving her a smile. You're the best. Yes, I am. She quirked a little smug smile of her own. You may lavish me with your due praise, my student. My beautiful and wonderful Skathik. You can do better. The amazing and breathtakingly beautiful Skathik. The unparalleled witch, the greatest teacher ever, only slightly sadistic. She pinched my cheek, cutely puffing up. You are asking for a swift beating, my student. Seeing her in a mood like this was something that never ceased to warm my heart. Her cold exterior melted and I could see the warm and kind woman she was underneath. You're always here for me. Anytime I have trouble or I need help, you're here for me and I feel like I can rely on you for anything. You're one of the brightest lights in my life. You're my rock, and I can't see myself living without you by my side. One of those very rare times, I watched her genuinely turn a rosy red. The confident and stoic Skathik looked shy and bashful at my confession. Foolish student. She lowered her head, burying it into the crook of my neck. You say such words to me, yet I have already given you my body and my heart. What left do I have yet to give but my womb to bear your children? Her hands tightened around me and there was a faint trembling. Speak to me the same words you have given to the goddess and the night. I love you. And I will love you until you grow tired of this Skathik. Which is never. I gently took her hand. Don't mind the dragon, just sitting here watching. Thanks Drake, ruining the moment. Stupid dragon. I admittedly had forgotten I still had the boosted gear out and on my arm. She chuckled, kissing my cheek. Come, we are here with a purpose. Call back your demonic nature and we will practice with it. There are monsters to slay and I think it will be beneficial for you to indulge with your demonic side. Alright, let me try to call back on it. I touched on the Hogyaku again, letting my demonic energy roar to life. I felt the same transformation occur, but it was much less aggressive this time. I know that it worked because a certain someone was holding my tail again. Is it really that interesting? I looked at her. If such a change occurred in myself or your other lovers, would you not be just as fascinated? She retorted. You raise a fair point. Yes. She let go, standing up. It is time to deal with these creatures. I dismissed the boosted gear and rolled my neck and back, stretching what I felt were some new muscles due to my tail swinging back and forth. I've never had this much of my power of destruction available before. I admired how it engulfed my hands with ease. Let's see what I can do with it. I will allow you to take the lead. She stated, spear already in hand and a quick stab on her part saw to all my talismans pierced, destroying the barrier. How kind of you. I rolled my eyes, hand snaking through the air as I caught one of those chills trying to phase into this part of the building through the wall. My destructive lightning crackled, and it made a strange noise while being utterly destroyed. Is this the creature that frightened you so, my student? Skathak held her spear up pointing at an apathy that stumbled down the hallway. Shall I deal with it? You can close your eyes if you need to. Hilarious. I said dryly, flexing my power of destruction. I was here to test things, so test I would. I allowed my demonic energy to pour out, bringing my bloodline power to life around me hands. I moved with a burst of shunpo, arriving in front of the grim that would probably give me nightmares later. Gathering my destruction in my right hand, I swung it downwards from above. Inch by inch, the grim was utterly disintegrated as my palm fell down before touching the floor, sending waves outward in all directions. The hallway in the immediate area was eaten away on contact, shaking the whole facility before I mentally dispersed my power. Well, that was certainly something. I looked at my hand, a little in shock. That was significantly more powerful than I had originally thought. There were more sounds coming further within the facility. I could see red glowing eyes appearing in the dozens not far down the black corridor. I reached out my hand and called my sword of destruction. The sword that had been nurturing my demonic power and destruction all this time. It was a catalyst that I attuned myself to, and even now, it still worked for that purpose. My destruction that I channel expanded several folds. I nearly lost control of myself at the sudden power that enveloped my sword. I looked down at it and had an idea. Raising my sword up, I swung it downwards, focusing on keeping the shape that I wanted. A blade arced forward, slicing through everything in its path. The apathies that were in the path of my attack were utterly annihilated. The remnants that were simply sliced apart were then eaten away and consumed by the ensuing destruction that was left in the wake of my attack. The ceiling and the ground were also gouged out, and once more the whole place shook violently. I will be upset if you bring this building down on us. Skathak lightly chided me, her finger tapped my cheek. I'll keep that in mind. I couldn't help but feel a growing grin tugging at the corners of my lips. She sighed, shrugging her shoulders. You say that, but I can see the battle lust in your eyes. Have a go at it, my student. But don't be consumed by it. I didn't need to be told twice. I shot down the hallway, swinging my sword at any grim that was still nearby, or any pieces of them that remained. My movement didn't stop as I slid into another room, a much larger one with much more equipment about. There were computers, and large test tubes housing other types of grim that seemed to be in the process of being mutated. There were, of course, other grim walking about. I noticed the nightmares I had been told about, the parasitic grim that hung near the ceiling. My sword of destruction flashed through the air, carrying my bloodline with it, handled them with ease. My own claw-like hands swiped through the air, gouging out parts of the facility in the process, and cleaved through grim in a matter of moments. My destructive lightning went rampant, and I had no thought to reel myself in. I was letting loose and it felt good. I stopped generally thinking and just went on autopilot. I allowed myself to enjoy the slaughter, and it felt satisfying in a way I was not accustomed to. How many rooms did I tear through? I lost count after the fourth. There were plenty of other grim, the normal kinds that tried to stop me, but they were all just calves to the slaughter. Really, I only came back to my senses once a roar resounded, shaking the whole underground facility. And I walked towards the source of it. A massive creature barreled through a wall, claws and fangs fully on display, along with many green, mutated, protrusions on it. I could see why they called it a sphinx, a serpent tail, a feline body, and feathered wings. Even if the face wasn't particularly humanoid. Roman had told me about Sphinx Grim, but I don't think they were supposed to be this big. I would feel bad if I didn't let you have some fun. I tilted my head back to Skathik, who was behind me. She had been silently following me the entire time. Do you want the big guy? A bloodthirsty grin formed on her face, one that I can only assume was similar to the one I had previously. Oh my dear student, you do know how to win this Skathika's affection. Seeing her tear into it with a laugh of pure glee was honestly one of the most attractive things I've ever seen in my life. Did this count as a date? Chapter 414, Chapter 375. Can you hear me? My name is $$ and $% number and at. My eyes snapped open and I immediately sat up, twisting my head every direction, looking around the dark room. The only sound was my scroll buzzing on the nightstand next to me. Well, that and the shuffling of sheets to my left. Time. Skathik shifted on her side of the bed. I grabbed my scroll, reading the message I had been sent. Apparently Pyrrha and her team were going to be coming to Vale from Beacon around noon along with another team they're friendly with. I sleepily responded to her that I'll text her a place to meet up for lunch and then tossed my scroll back onto the table, only for it to miss and fall to the floor. Little after 7. I fell back down into my pillow. I have become lazy. She muttered, scooting closer, her head resting on my chest. I am normally awake hours earlier. You are to blame, my student. Yes, it's all my fault. I ran my fingers through her long hair. Skathik being lazy was always cute, the few rare times it happened. It's all right to take it easy every once in a while. Why did you become startled in your sleep? That device should not have caused such a reaction. If the bounded fields were not still up, I would assume we were under attack. Yeah, the bounded field was still up, I don't know why I was jittery. It was pretty standard to put up bounded fields in any room we stayed in, like this hotel room we rented for the night. Honestly, I don't know. I felt like I heard a voice I didn't recognize and, I just reacted. I lifted up the blanket a little to peek underneath. Skathika's naked body was pressed against mine. She playfully pinched my hand. Do not get any ideas. I am still sore and you spent more than enough time this previous night enjoying yourself. I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one though. It was adequate. She replied, a little grin made it easy to know she was intentionally being vindictive in her words. I'm going to meet up with Pyrrha, the red-headed girl you met before. She enrolled in Beacon and is bringing her team and some friends outside for the day. Do you want to stick around, or do you want to do your own thing? I would like to see if that child has furthered her training, however, it is best that I stay away from Beacon and its students for now. Do I want to know? Her only response was muffled giggled into my chest. All right then. I wish to see this vacuo. I heard it's pretty much just desert. The kingdom is barely more than the huntsman school and the surrounding city, if that can even be used to describe it. Yes, Salem spoke about it. I am intrigued and wish to explore, the weather holds no bearing over me. You can obviously take care of yourself, so I won't say anything to dissuade you. Do you need a hand or can you find your way there? I can manage. She tilted her head up, smiling at me. However, your concern is appreciated. Sleep for a little while longer or do something else. Her red eyes stared into mine for a moment before rolling over on top of me. Guess that answered my question. I went ahead and ordered some coffee for you too. I said as Artoria and Rin sat down at the table to join me. This is perfect, thanks Schweinorg. Rin practically collapsed into her seat while Artoria gracefully slid into the one next to me. Late night? I asked. Vale has an interesting nightlife. Artoria calmly sipped her beverage while Rin nearly inhaled hers. The twins didn't give you too much trouble. Ugh, they're such bitches. Rin groaned. Not in a bad way though. There's a bad way to interpret that. You're such a boy. Rin rolled her eyes. They aren't like that Edelfelt bitch. Right, that explains it perfectly and I'm left without questions. I didn't even bother asking for a better explanation. Did you have fun though? Rin held a thumbs up as she downed her coffee. The clothes here are actually really nice and they aren't that expensive. Those two took us practically all over Vale to shop and see everything. We didn't even hit a hotel until late into the morning. It was a pleasant experience, despite my reservations. I enjoyed meeting your friends. Artoria added on. You should thank me, Schweinorg. Why's that? Dragged her into a lingerie shop and helped her pick out a few things. Rin. Artoria puffed up, looking a little red. Well, I'd certainly enjoy that later. How about I buy you another coffee as thanks? Deal. My scroll buzzed. Pyrrha, just got off the bullhead, heading there now. They're on their way. I informed the two, putting my scroll to the side. Speaking of, anything we should know about your friends? Singular in this case. I only know Pyrrha, and she's bringing her team and friends or something. But everything but magic and all that good stuff is still a secret. I've basically just been playing it off as having a space-based semblance. Really? And people actually believe that bullcrap? Rin looked at me skeptically. How many people do you think actually know the full depth of something as vague as space manipulation? I can bullshit pretty damn hard with that kind of thing. You're right. And I've seen you do more with less. Well, it shouldn't really matter. Pyrrha's a sweet girl, and it's not like we're going to be interrogated, much. I'd ask if you're trying to screw her too, but I think she's too young for you. Rin snorted. Are you calling Artoria old? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, don't even try that. Rin huffed. She's eternally going to be young. Actually, did you know she grew an inch since I summoned her? I thought servants couldn't change? Beyond, your weirdness and stuff. Well. I rubbed my chin. Artoria isn't even a real servant from what I understand. And technically, she shouldn't even be a servant as Avalon has a claim on her. Avalon is one of the few places that can stop the throne from claiming a soul after death. Yes, my true body still waits at Camlan. My contract was originally to fight in the Grail War, but things became messy, and my contract seems to have become void. I assume if I ever die in my servant existence that I would return to such and then be sent to Avalon as you said. Artoria nodded. Yeah, that's about what I thought. However, I think it should be noted, if you ever die, we're invading Avalon. Does that even need to be said? Rin huffed. Don't talk about your death so emotionlessly, Saber. She nudged Artoria with her shoulder. I apologize. She responded with a small, but happy smile. Going back on topic. I think she should be slightly changing. Since she's not exactly a real servant, thus her servant body is more of a reflection of her actual body. I doubt that when you made the deal with Alea, that the entity even bothered to consider the happenstance that you survived years afterwards, thus didn't waste the energy on facilitating the same conditions of a normal servant. Do you believe I will age to some extent? Artoria asked. I can't claim to know for sure, but I think there will be some slight changes. Being away from that world line is probably helping in that regard. Since there is no force that wants to squash a spiritual existence like a servant on sight, your existence is solidifying, for lack of a better word. And it's already something not normal for any other servant, so there's the possibility of side effects like this. I did wonder how Artoria would look if she reflected her age a little more. Maybe I'll get to see that in the future. I'll be sure to thoroughly check you for any changes in the future. Will. Artoria dipped her head cutely. That them. Rin interrupted, jerking her thumb at a bunch of people walking right outside, past the front windows before opening the doors. Looks like it. I stood up, walking towards the entrance. Will. Pyrrha happily called out. Hey there, Red. I offered her my arms and she gladly accepted the hug. And teammates. I looked at the group following behind her. Ruby. I tilted my head, remembering what Roman told me. She beamed. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you know Pyrrha and I know Pyrrha too. I saw the competition, and then you became a criminal and I finally got that medal you gave me to melt and then. Ruby, pace yourself. A blonde girl walked up, grabbing her head. Right, I got a table. I'd love to get a proper introduction. I offered. Oh great, I'm starving. You think they serve pancakes here, Rennie? A orange-haired girl happily walked over, pulling a guy with black and pink hair along with her. We'll find out, Nora. Though, not everyone was as excited. A white-haired girl gave me a death stare the moment she walked in. And another black-haired girl with a bow that looked at me strangely but didn't speak a word. Last of them was someone else I recognized. Well, if it isn't Rufus. I hadn't seen him since the tournament. I remember we had a chat in between fights. He was pretty sk*LLED too from what I recall. He perked up at me calling out his name and gave a smile. I went back to my seat as they all sat down too. Though it was a little awkward at first. It's nice to meet Pira's friends and teammates. I decided to break the ice. I heard that you get partners and teams and such. Pira nervously smiled. The first person we ran into during the test became our partner. Then once we finished the test, we were assigned another pair for a team. Yup. I'm the leader of Team Raspberry. Ruby stood up, proudly proclaiming. Context. Pira chuckled a little. They give us color-based names depending on our initials. We're Team RSPR, which is Raspberry. Team Raspberry, roll call. Ruby called out. I'm the leader, Ruby Rose. Rufus Hedge. Rufus introduced himself with a lot less enthusiasm. I'm Ruby's partner. Hello, I'm Pira Nikos. She smiled towards Artoria and Rin, both of whom nodded towards Weiss Schnee. The white-haired girl turned her nose up. Partner to Pira Nikos, which is the only reason I'm here, in the presence of criminals. Weiss. Pira sighed. Ignore Ice Queen there. The blonde spoke up, making Weiss scoff. I'm Yang Xiaolong, Ruby's older sister. Blake Belladonna. A girl with the bow was curt with her own name. Oh, my turn. I'm Nora Valkyrie. The bombastic orange-haired girl introduced herself next. Ren. The quieter boy next to her politely introduced himself as well. I'm the leader for Team Rainbow. Team RYNB, woo. Nora threw her hands up. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Artoria Pendragon, Wilhelm's girlfriend. Artoria took the reins next. This is Rin Tosaka. She gestured next to her. Hey. Rin casually waved. And I believe you know Wilhelm. I doubt there's anyone on Remnant that doesn't know him. Weiss scoffed again. One of the most wanted people in the world. Not according to Vale. I pointed out. As if anyone is stupid enough to believe that ridiculous nonsense they said when they withdrew your wanted posters. Her face turned sour. Probably bribed and extorted your way out of trouble. Come on Weiss, you don't know that. Ruby tried to calm her down. Actually, that's fairly accurate. I hummed. Will. Pira face-palmed. I knew it. Weiss raised her hand, pointing at me in accusation. And you even admitted it, just wait until I report you to the proper authorities. You mean the ones he allegedly bribed? Rin raised an eyebrow. Pfft. Yang snorted under her breath. She's got you there, Ice Queen. How can you take their side, Xiaolong? He's a criminal who just admitted to illegal activity. I'm not really crying over some thief. Point me at some grim instead, you know, the things actually k*ling people. Yang shrugged. But he's a criminal. Wasn't it revealed that your family was using literal slaves not that long ago? Blake spoke up, the quiet girl taking a jab. That was not us. They had nothing to do with us and they were rightfully punished. Weiss defended herself. And he's wanted by Atlas for several murders because of that. They all looked at me. I'm not going to explain myself for k*ling people using children as slaves. And I don't mean the labor kind. But I didn't know I had new warrants out for my head. Neat. Hey, what do you mean? Ruby looked confused. I'll tell you when you're older. Yang put her hand on Ruby's head. I heard that you rescued a bunch of faunus. People have been saying that you're secretly a faunus too. Blake looked at me questioningly. Nope, no faunus blood. Oh, I heard about that too. Nora rumbled, shifting the morbid atmosphere from my earlier remark. Wasn't there a thing about the head of Menagerie wanting to give him a medal or something? It was a ribbon. Blake clarified. And it's a symbolic gesture to show that you're a friend to Menagerie. Hey, I didn't know that. I replied. Maybe I'll pop over there later. I hope that dust was useful for them at least. That dust was property of Schnee Dust Company. Weiss practically screeched. The dust that came from slave labor. Rin raised an eyebrow. Seems like a weird hill to die on if you're trying to protect your image. As if a criminal would understand anything about image. Weiss scowled. Excuse me. Rin's tone shifted. Since when am I a criminal? You are consorting with him. Weiss gestured to me. What else would you be? By that logic, wouldn't your partner be a criminal too? Rin retorted. Oh, of course that's different. Right. Rin rolled her eyes. You have my sympathy, Pira. What's that supposed to mean? Weiss demanded. It means, I sympathize with her for having to put up with you for however long your partnership lasts. Barely 10 minutes and I'm at my limit. This was not how I expected things to go, but I didn't want to interrupt. Pira doesn't need the sympathy of some criminal associate. And I certainly don't have to explain our relationship to some common vagrant. Ugh, a brat trying to play at being an aristocrat. How dare you? I am Weiss Schnee. I am the heir to the Schnee Dust Company. Who are you, some no-name ruffian? Weiss, calm down. Pira finally interjected. I think she was just taken off guard by the argument that popped up and didn't know how to react. You're right, I am better than rising to the provocations of a criminal. Weiss turned her nose up again. Clearly not. Rin said dryly. But if you got the mental gymnastics to not feel bad about the slave labor your family was using, I doubt you'll care about this. My family does not use slave labor. I think there's evidence that contradicts that. That was not under our authority. That makes it all right then. That's not what I meant. We were all sort of whipping our heads back and forth as they argued across the table. Frankly, this wasn't Rin being outraged at the whole slave labor thing, not to say she condoned it. But this was her being annoyed at Weiss' attitude from the start and decided to snip back at her. Rin wasn't one to take being talked down to like this. It reminded me of when I saw her with Luvia. Though for some reason, Blake had the biggest grin on her face. Actually, the other team seemed to be amused by the whole thing as they silently watched. Oh brothers, just fight, or foo *k already. Though Yang finally let out a frustrated grunt. Yang. Language. Ruby huffed. Please, I have standards. Rin scoffed. What's that supposed to mean? Weiss screeched in outrage. Exactly what I said. Why you? Weiss stood up, sneering like she was about to explode. For once, I agree with Xiaolong. Oh, you wanna fight? Rin chuckled. Weiss, you're a huntress in training. Pira interjected. I got my aura unlocked, let's go brat. Rin made a bring it on gesture. Miss Goodwitch said we'll get in trouble if we fight outside of school. Ruby said quietly, pulling her hood a little down her face. So do it at Beacon. Yang offered as everyone stared at her. What? You're allowed to bring people over if you get permission. Go ask her and get one of the sparring rooms reserved. There's no rules against it. I'm surprised you know anything about rules, Xiaolong. Weiss looked at her skeptically. I like to know what I can get away with. She shrugged. Fine. Weiss slapped the table. I'm going to call Miss Goodwitch, and I'll arrange everything. Her eyes landed on Rin. And then I'll make you eat your words. She turned her nose up, walking out the door with scroll in hand. Well, that escalated rather quickly. I noted. Well, I did want to check out Beacon. What's the worst that could happen? Chapter 415, Chapter 376. Ojban POV. James, I'm telling you that it's not possible. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Just, consider it, Ojban. James, I will give it all the due consideration. But from my perspective, it's not a valid course of action. I won't dismiss it out of hand, but if you want to change my mind, bring me evidence to support your thoughts. James, why did you insist on creating robotic Grimm? What possible advantage could that bring? The sound of my elevator coming up saved me from continuing this conversation. I clicked the button on my desk to see the cameras inside. Glinda is coming up. I politely informed James. And it wasn't because I wanted out of this conversation. Ojban, she strutted out of the elevator, stopping to notice James's face on the large screen. James, I apologize for barging in. It's no problem, Glinda. We were just talking about something unimportant. He dropped the matter very quickly. Glinda looked at me, but as soon as our eyes met she looked away. I resisted the urge to cover my face myself. I wasn't aware I could feel embarrassed like this at my age. I still didn't understand why Salem called me like she did, sparing Crow even, but I'm sure it's part of some deeper plan. She never did anything without a reason. But that didn't help when dealing with Glinda after everything Salem said. And I had to reveal to everyone that Salem and I had been married at one point. The awkward conversation was made even more awkward due to Crow's sense of humor. What do you have, Glinda? I pushed back the awkward atmosphere as it wasn't going to change anytime soon. Why yes. She adjusted her glasses. I received a call from Miss Schnee. She requested 3 guest passes on short notice. I sat up straighter. Is her family coming? This could be an important meeting if so. Jacques hasn't left Atlas and Winter is on an assignment in Mistral. James chimed in. No, it's not for that. Glinda shook her head. She explained that she went along with Teams RSPR and Team RYNB to Vale as Miss Nikos was meeting an acquaintance. There was an incident and an argument ensued between Miss Schnee and one other individual. She requested the guest passes so they could settle their argument in a spar. Oh. I blinked. And what's the problem? The friend that Miss Nikos wanted to meet was Wilhelm Schweinorg. Glinda responded. Oh. There was a beat of silence and James slammed his fists on the table through the screen. This is a perfect opportunity. I can get there in an hour, if you buy time. James. I interrupted. He's not wanted anymore in Vale. If you try to arrest him, he's legally allowed to defend himself and we would be forced to assist him. Are we going to let him just walk into Beacon and walk out? Of course not, James. But please, allow me to handle the situation. I tried my best to calm him down as I turned to Glinda. Weiss appears to be a very headstrong and opinionated woman. I don't find it odd that she would argue with someone she perceives as a criminal. I take it that she challenged him out of some sense of duty. No, he would be a spectator. There were 2 young women with him at the time according to Miss Schnee. She wishes to fight one of them instead. Associates that we didn't know about. James voiced, rubbing his chin. Send me pictures, I'll start trying to find their identities and backgrounds. I held a hand up. First thing first, James. Glinda, is there a problem with the request? You want to bring them here? She questioned. Around our students. He hasn't shown a tendency to harm civilians, or anyone really. And his list of crimes is debatable at best. At worst, he's a thief. Ignoring him, you want to let our students just invite people to fight. Is there any established rule against it? I countered. And shouldn't we reward our students for seeking us out to settle their differences in a contained and monitored environment instead of just brawling on the streets? I hate that I agree with you on this, Ojban. Glinda huffed. Fine, I'll authorize it for them. But I want everyone on standby in case things go south. I'll call Crow. He should be in Vale right now. I guess that's better than nothing. She finally relented. And this woman that Miss Schnee wants to fight, we know nothing about her. Are we just going to let her fight a huntress in training? I see no problem if she is of sound mind and wishes to proceed. I leaned back in my chair. However, it may be best to get a recording of her stating such. The last thing we needed was a lawsuit on our hands. Fine, Ojban. I'll see it done. Well, isn't this a wonderful turn of events? I don't know why Glinda is so against this. What's the worst that could happen? Wilhelm POV. Oh, this place is big. I admired the view as we departed the bullhead that landed right outside the school. It is impressive. Artoria agreed. If I did not know this was a place of education, I would not assume it was such. Apparently, it was built using the materials from the last king of Vale's castle. When he stepped down from the throne, he donated everything to building Beacon, among other things. Pyrrha stated, walking beside us. A generous king he must have been. Artoria said simply. This is gonna be great. Any bets? Think why Scream can win. Yang hopped out behind us as the others followed. As if I'd lose to that brat. Rin scoffed. Not to sound demeaning. But Weiss is a huntress in training, and she's been taught since a young age. Are you going to be okay? Pyrrha asked, looking at Rin. Oh, 10 pancakes on her winning. Nora shouted. I'll take that bet. Ruby shot back. Rin snorted in disdain. If I lose to that brat, I'll shave my head. Will you now? I raised an eyebrow, looking at Rin, and for a split second, I considered helping Weiss cheat for the payoff. I'm watching you, Schweinorg. She narrowed her eyes at me. I'm kidding. I held my hands up in surrender. There's your partner, Red. I noticed the white-haired girl walking down the path with an older woman at her side. Weiss and Rin basically gave each other death glares as they got close. Students and guests. The older woman looked us over. She had blonde hair, striking green eyes only a hair's breadth away from Artoria's own. A very nice boob window and some very elegant legs that went on for quite a while. I am Glinda Goodwitch, Deputy Headmistress for Beacon Academy. The headmaster has authorized 3 guest passes that will allow you access to the public facilities of Beacon. That does not include the student dorms unless you are related. If I find any of you in the vicinity, you will be kicked out and barred from ever returning. Along with this unorthodox request of a sparring match, I will be acting as the judge. Are there any questions? I raised my hand. Why do you have a riding crop? She slapped it into her open palm. If you break any rules, you will find out. Don't threaten me with a good time. I would have something else to say, but Artoria was pinching my arm. Be at ease, Deputy Headmistress. We will be gracious guests and adhere to your rules. Artoria answered for us. Yes. She looked a little taken off guard. Artoria can sometimes have the effect on people, doubly so if they were expecting a completely different response. I am pleased we understand each other. She narrowed her eyes at me for a brief moment before pivoting on her heels. Come along, the arena has been reserved for the next 2 hours as per Miss Schnee's request. If you dally, you will miss your opportunity. She walked with a purpose, a gesture of hers opening every door that we approached. I was guessing some form of telekinesis as a semblance off the top of my head. It looked like she had some fine control of it because there was no errant force that swept the surroundings during the use. I can show you around after. Pyrrha smiled towards me. There's plenty of interesting things around Beacon and I think you'd enjoy seeing them. Oh. Let's go to the workshop after. I want to show my baby off. I added that metal you gave me. It was super hard, but I finally got it to melt and I turned it into a blade. Ruby excitedly waved her arms around. That was you. Yang looked at me in shock. She almost took Uncle Crow's head off with that thing. Oh, the glowing metal that she cut off that big Nevermore's head with. Nora's eyes sparkled. Do you have any more? What are they talking about, Schweinorg? Rin asked. Oh, Ruby was helpful when I had a little accident. She was talking about her weapon and how she forged it, so I thought to give her an ingot of orichalc *M as thanks. I shrugged. I didn't think it'd be such a big deal. Now that I think about it, it was a fairly decent magical amplifier. Did that also hold true for Aura? Would make sense with how she was able to cut Roman's steel cane in half if he wasn't prepared for it, because even orichalcum can't cut steel in half so easily without certain CIRC misstances. Where did you find that? Weiss swung around, staring into my eyes. That metal is something I've never seen before, even with all the mines that my family owns. I tried to buy it off that dolt, but she refused and my father has been breathing down my neck to get his hands on the source after I told him about it. I raised an eyebrow. And why should I tell you? Name your price. She pursed her lips. Schnee Dust Company will buy the source. No thanks. Excuse me. No, I'm not selling. I reiterated. Frankly, I'm not fond of your attitude, so why would I sell to you? We can buy it. Let me be clear, I am very rich. Money doesn't really hold much sway over me. Really, the only thing of value that you have is dust, and well, I recently acquired quite a bit of that. Her eye twitched at the mention of her stolen dust. But I guess there were some issues about me giving Ruby what would amount to a super metal from their perspective. He might not be selling, but I am. Rin chimed in, holding up her own ingot of orichalc *M in her hand. Where did you get that? Why stuttered out. That's not important. What is important is how much are you going to pay me? Rin replied with a very mischievous look. Why you, I. Weiss turned a faint pink and stomped her foot, walking ahead of us. Oof, that was petty Rin. And I can't say I wouldn't do the same in her situation. We're here. Miss Goodwitch declared, stopping in front of a door. It opened up to a spacious open arena with various pieces of equipment thrown about. There were even some descending desks in the back for holding lectures with a large screen on the wall behind the arena. Miss Schnee, you may fetch your weapon. And Miss. The teacher paused, looking at Rin. Rin Tosaka. Miss Tosaka, Do you have a weapon or do you require one be lent to you? It's fine. Rin shook her head, stretching her arms. I won't need one. Very well. The white-haired girl merely scoffed and exited the room. I presume to go get said weapon. Will. Pira tugged on my sleeve, a little sheepishly. I know Weiss can be, Don't worry, Rin will hold back. I reassured Pira. That's not what I meant. Are you sure Rin will be alright? Weiss can be a little difficult, but she's not bad at fighting. You need not worry. Artoria replied for me. I have overseen Rin's training these past years myself. She will come to no harm. Oh okay. Pira just blinked, still looking a little unsure. Weiss rejoined us only a moment later, a rapier-like weapon in hand with some strange revolving cylinder not unlike a revolver's. It looked like it was full of dust as well. Where's your weapon? Weiss demanded, pointing at Rin who walked to one end of the arena. Don't need one. How arrogant. The girl spat out. Do you even have any proper training? Have you ever gone to a huntsman academy or are you some kind of dropout? Not like I would expect better from some criminal associate. Fighters. The teacher interrupted and the screen behind them lit up. Your aura has synced up with the machine that measures your percentage. You will fight until one of you gives up, is unable to continue, or aura reaches the red. If I tell you to stop, you will stop. Are there any questions? I was genuinely surprised again to remember that they had a method of measuring aura capacity. I found out during the tournament, but to see it again brought back those same thoughts. I will begin a countdown if there are no questions. The teacher held her hand up. 3. To answer your question. Rin took a stance. I'm not trained to be a huntsman. 2. But I'm a first-degree black belt martial artist. The aura around Rin shimmered. 1. Begin. The two of them moved, but Rin was significantly faster. She wasn't using any magecraft, just her aura and natural physical abilities, yet, she arrived in front of Weiss quick enough that the younger girl barely had time to summon up a snowflake-like emblem in the air in front of her. Rin slammed into it with her palm, shattering the construct with a burst of aura, sending Weiss sliding across the ground from the pressure. Weiss ran a hand down her blade as it turned white and she stabbed it into the ground, creating a cascade of sharp ice crystals that shot upward. Rin sidestepped them with ease, dashing back and forth to avoid another burst of dust manifested in the form of fireballs. A rotation of Weiss's weapon in another color enveloped the blade, more ice shards manifested in the air behind her and with a thrust of her weapon, they shot off at Rin. Rin simply gathered aura into her hands and slammed her palms into them, destroying them without stopping. 1 or 2 exchanges, and it was very obvious that Weiss was not very experienced in fighting actual opponents. Her steps were awkward, and Rin took advantage of it completely. Lifting her leg up as she got close, Rin gathered her aura and slammed it onto the ground, sending out a shockwave and forced the huntress off balance along with the cracked ground beneath her. She went then low, swiping the younger girl's legs out from under her. Following up, she grabbed the arm that held the sword and spun her body, forcing Weiss to follow along or risk breaking her arm. In the movement, she couldn't keep a grip and her weapon flew up. Rin, with expert precision, lashed out with her foot without disrupting her own moment and sent the sword flying out of the arena, impaling itself into the wall. The girl herself followed up soon after, hitting the wall rather hard and falling to the ground. I admit, it's been a while since I've seen Rin fight. I hadn't realized how well she weaved her aura into her martial arts. She mentioned to me when she first acquired her aura that it felt as if it was meant to be an aspect of martial arts as it aligned so seamlessly. Artoria nodded, a little smile as she watched the fight. I would even say that she has mastered the use of her aura to a higher degree than you have. I would not dispute that. I could admit defeat in this CIRC** misstance. The way I utilized my aura was a bit different than Rin. Hers was present in each movement in a precise and meticulous way. I generally used mine as a defense or to concentrate attacks. That's enough. I will declare Miss Tosaka the winner. The teacher held her hand up, stopping the match. The aura meters on the back showed that Weiss was only about 75% the way down, but she was having trouble standing up. Aura wasn't an inviolable energy even as a defensive measure. Getting slammed into the way she had been was going to hurt. Holy shit! Yang blurted out. How long was that match? She just freaking took her apart. Her aura is barely down and that's from hitting her dust attacks intentionally. Weiss' scream got creamed. Is she gonna be alright? Rufus asked. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Ruby winced. But Weiss can handle something like that, right? She said she was a black belt, Yang. Her SK*LLS seemed to match up with that. Ren replied. What's a black belt, Rennie? Nora asked. It's someone who's a master of their respective martial arts. He answered calmly. She certainly was good. Pira mumbled. There was a slight clapping coming from the entrance to the room. A man stood in the doorway, cane in hand, glasses and silver hair with a green scarf around his neck. That was a wonderful fight. I'm saddened that you did not pursue the path of a huntress, Miss Tosaka. We would have happily accepted you within these halls. I'm going to take Miss Schnee to the infirmary, Ojban. Miss Goodwitch informed the newcomer. Please do, Glinda. The man nodded to her as she held the stumbling and somewhat lidless Weiss out of the room. Ah, where are my manners? I am the headmaster Ojban. His gaze swept over everyone and then landed on me. And you must be Mr. Schweinorg. Yes. I tilted my head. You are a difficult man to track down. If you have a moment, I would love to have a chat with you. Chapter 416, Chapter 377. When walking into the school, I didn't realize that the big clock tower on top of Beacon was actually the headmaster's office. I left Artoria and Rin to be entertained by Pira because this headmaster asked me to talk. Normally, I would have probably ignored him or given a vague response about doing it later, but I was kind of in his school as a guest. I felt a semblance of decorum would be proper. Not like I had anything much to lose and he'd probably just wanted to ask me questions about the incident or whatever. Well, that and he gave me a very strange feeling. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I almost wanted to call him out for not being human or faunus in this CIRC* misdance, but that wasn't quite it either. Why did he remind me of Cinder when she was flaunting her magical energy? I couldn't sense an iota of magical energy from this man, so I assumed there was another reason. I guess it's possible he was hiding that from me, but I found that unlikely. And we weren't alone. There was that teacher from before at his left. She was giving me a very stern look and I don't think she realized it was doing the opposite of what she was trying to do. And on the other side was also someone somewhat familiar. Hey Crow, haven't seen you in forever. How's Ty doing? The black-haired man was busy taking a drink from a small flask before he paused and capped it. Ty? He's doing all right. I heard that Ruby almost made you headless. Yang mentioned something about that. He snorted out a bark of laughter. You met the little firecracker, eh? Yang wasn't entirely accurate on that. Tai gave her a very abridged version of events. Yet. Wrong head. He chuckled, tapping his noggin. I winced slightly. I'm sorry. I offered. All's good. He waved it off, uncapping his flask again. That's one of the reasons I wished to speak with you, Mr. Schweinorg. The headmaster spoke up, holding a mug of what smelled like hot chocolate. You invited me up to talk about Crow's dangly bits. I blinked. I don't know how much help I would be there. Whoa, is that why I'm here? Something you want to tell me, Ounce? Crow joined in. Crow, stop fooling around. The deputy headmistress snapped back. You know why we're here. I have a question, if you don't mind me asking. I interjected. Please. Ojban gestured for me to continue. There don't seem to be many students here. I would think you'd be training up as many hands as possible. Pira told me there were tests to weed out people. I can understand those that are utterly incompetent, but you're just taking the best? Wouldn't you want as many experienced huntsmen as possible even if they're not the top of the pyramid, so to speak? An unexpected question. Ojban hummed for a moment. To answer, well, it'd take a few hours to go into the logistics of the matter. If I had to sum it up, simply we don't have enough resources and manpower to handle all of them. Resources are actually a problem for you guys. I was honestly surprised at that. Aren't you funded by the government? Yes. And? It's the government. Crow chimed in. That makes an awful lot of sense actually. I kind of deflated at the reason as it grated on me. How stupid and short-sighted of these people. So you just look for the cream of the crop then. We try our best to attract the greatest of each generation. Most of our students come from Vale and the surrounding settlements, but we do get a good amount from other kingdoms. Ojban nodded. Hey, is the competition fierce with the other schools? In a friendly manner. We have a very good relationship with the other huntsman academies. We're more than happy to facilitate transfers between kingdoms if a certain school isn't a good fit with a student. Some years we end up on the winning side, so to speak, with the enrollment, but I believe Atlas generally has the crown for that. You could always just advertise Miss Goodwitch here. Throw her on a poster and distribute them and give her the title of disciplinary head or something else. I offered my own 2 cents. That's a good idea. Crow's eyes widened. Ounce, write this down. Ozpin coughed into his fist. As beneficial as it may be to have an influx of what would predominantly be a male population for beacon initiates, I don't think it would be appropriate to flaunt Glinda in such a way. Glinda's a prude anyways. You should see how she used to get when she saw kids just kissing in the hallways. Crow grunted. That's because this is a school, not a place to hook up. Glinda pushed up her glasses with a huff. Besides, I am more than aware of the image I project, and I assure you, it is intentional. She gripped her riding crop, staring at Crow. Damn, no wonder Jimmy keeps trying to run back to you like a lost puppy ever since you broke up. What did you do to him? That is none of your business. She said evenly. Excuse me. I raised my hand, grabbing their attention. I would like to take you up on your earlier offer. I would very much like to find out why you use a riding crop. Ahem. Ozpin cleared his throat again. I believe we've gotten a bit off topic. Tell me, Mr. Schweinorg, what's your favorite fairy tale? My favorite fairy tale? That was an odd question, but I would oblige. Probably Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots? Ozpin repeated, looking confused. I'm sorry, I don't believe I've heard that one. Oh, it's about a cat. In boots. Yup. And? That's pretty much it. He has a sword and cool hat too. Wait, was that the actual fairy tale or just something Disney made up? I'm fairly sure all their works were plagiarized from old stories, so I was just assuming. Interesting, I was not aware there were still fairy tales I haven't heard about. Ozpin shifted topics. Have you heard the tale of the 4 maidens? That depends on if we're talking about the same thing. Are there other variations? He asked, looking rather intrigued. Tell me what you know, if you would be so inclined. Something about a wizard, and him giving his magic power to 4 maidens. I vaguely recalled the specifics from the random book I read when first coming to this world. Yes, that's the gist of it. Ozpin nodded. And what do you think about the story? Honestly? Sounds pretty sketchy. Most fairy tales are derived from darker stories that were meant to teach harsh lessons or something along those lines. I wouldn't be surprised if it changed over the years and the wizard's magic power wasn't so wholesome, if you get what I mean. Especially since the story seems to specify maidens, which opens up lots of connotations. From some reason Crow began laughing. Ozpin twitched slightly. You believe that the wizard from the story used dubious means to facilitate relations? I shrugged. You gotta admit, Ounce, it sounds pretty sketchy like he said. Crow pointed out, wiping a tear from his eye. Quite. He said dryly. Any reason we're having a debate about the intricacies of a tale that's probably centuries old? I decided to cut to the chase as this bush beating was getting annoying. He set his mug down, looking right at me. Mr. Schweinorg, I bring it up because it's not simply a tale, as you probably are aware. No, this is the first time someone's ever brought up the subject to me. I deadpanned. Let me clarify. I am aware you possess magic, Mr. Schweinorg. He said bluntly. Oh, and what makes you think that? I leaned back, crossing my legs in the chair opposite of him. Come now, you don't need to hide it, you're among friends. He replied with a friendly smile. But if you wish to know how we found out, it's not difficult after your recent escapades. I know it may be hard to trust. Yeah, you're right. Us. He finished, coming to an abrupt stop. Pardon. I said yeah, you're right. I do have magic, what about it? I admit I did not expect you to be so forward. I had anticipated a long drawn-out discussion where I convince you that we mean no harm. That wouldn't be necessary. Oh, you trust us so quickly? Ozpin looked surprised. No, I'm saying you wouldn't have to convince me that you mean no harm. The premise is flawed as in you would have to be able to harm me. I clarified. But please, continue. They all shared silent looks, but Ashbin didn't outwardly react too much as he continued. Magic has all but gone extinct over the years. There are very few left with the capabilities, I'm afraid. The reason I brought up the story is because I am the wizard from the tale. Okay. As I was saying, I'm the wizard from the tale. For certain reasons, I am cursed, for lack of a better term. Returning to life every time I die, that is why I'm appearing before you now after many years. Neat. Yes, quite. He furrowed his brow. Now, besides me, there is only one other true magic user left in the world. Was he talking about Salem? Wait, he said his name was Ashbin. Didn't Salem mention her ex was named Ozma? Definitely not a coincidence. I talking to Salem's ex right now? Awkward. And this ties into the story how, exactly? I shifted in my seat. I passed on a significant portion of my powers to 4 young women I met in one of my earlier lives. The 4 maidens each wielded powerful magic and I had hoped they would help against the tide of Grimm. I had thought that the magic would return to me after their deaths and I would consider the process again after seeing the benefits. However, your magic was intertwined with your curse. I finished for him. Yes. He blinked. How did you know? Are you an idiot? Pardon. He furrowed his brow again. Where do you think someone's magic comes from? It's the soul, any 2-bit magic user could tell you that. And if you were cursed to continuously revive or reincarnate, or whatever bullshit, then obviously it's also tied to your soul. Did you really not check to see if there would be side effects? I couldn't help but rub the bridge of my nose. You are, very knowledgeable it seems. Ashbin said quietly. Are there 4 zombie maidens wielding magic running around that I should be worried about? I let out a sigh. Not so, thankfully. It seems that the magic that I passed on would reappear in another host based on certain criteria. He explained. You got very lucky. It could have easily ended in disaster, like if the girls got contaminated by the curse and began reviving, and the magic passed on to a new host who also got cursed in return, repeating the process. Believe me, Mr. Schweinorg, I've had a very long time to contemplate my many mistakes. I have not repeated such an action. Ashbin's voice lowered as he stared into his mug. But my mistakes are not the topic of discussion. Magic has disappeared from Remnant except for myself and the other person who wields it. Due to my actions, there will always be 4 maidens possessing magic of terrifying power. Would you please get to the point? You've been trying to weave a tale since I've been here. I was really beginning to get exhausted. The powers of a maiden can only be passed to a woman, Mr. Schweinorg. He stated, looking right at me. I do not want to presume or bring up awful memories. And I understand that gender is a delicate subject to those in your situation. What are you getting at? I looked at him in confusion. I understand that medical science has advanced very far in recent years. He continued on. Are you? And I am trying to be as polite as possible. I hope you aren't insulted by my bluntness. Wait. I held up my hand to stop him. Are you implying that I'm a woman? Or rather, that I used to be one. It is a theory that admittedly has certain credence due to the evidence. I confess that I don't entirely believe it, but the fact that magic simply won't exist outside of these constraints is, well, telling. What about the other person with magic? What if they did the same thing you did? I questioned. I was curious what he had to say about Salem. For the first time, his face turned into a frown. The only other magic user in the world is a woman by the name of Salem. A terrifying and vile woman whose only goal is the utter destruction of every living person on the planet. How can you be so sure? I questioned. She controls the Grimm. He added. Then why hasn't she won? I asked. I was actually curious about it from their perspective. What do you mean? I mean, why hasn't she wiped everyone out yet? There are plenty of big nasty Grimm in the world to overrun every kingdom simultaneously, so why hasn't she? I can't claim to understand how her mind works. Perhaps she finds it amusing to watch us suffer, or perhaps she is wary that I have hidden cards of my own to stop her. Right. Then back to why you think I'm a woman. I shifted the conversation back. I am not, nor have I ever been a woman. Oh God, Rin can never find out. Shit, Jin probably already knows. Mr. Schweinorg, I can promise you that we don't have an ill will towards you and we certainly don't have any negative feelings towards your preferred gender. Miss Goodwitch stepped up. I will pull my pants down to prove it. I looked her dead in the eye. In fact, you can call up my girlfriend to ask her. She can verify that I have all the working parts down here. With how much I filled her stomach, that shouldn't be difficult to dispute. There was a beat of silence as if they were expecting me to relent and admit to the assumption on their end. They all shared a look again. It was a stupid idea anyways, ounce. Crow chimed in. A long shot at best. You were the one who put forth the idea, Crow. Glinda huffed. Yeah, to mess with Jimmy. I didn't think he'd take it seriously. He shrugged, taking a swig of his flask, while eyeing me. For the record, I said it as a joke. Noted. And who's Jimmy? I asked. James Ironwood, Atlassian General and head of Atlas Academy. Ojban replied. And he seriously believed that. He started investigating all the doctors or physicians who could pull it off or whatever. Spent a ton of money and manpower looking into it. Crow chuckled. Wait, isn't that the guy who wants my head over in Atlas? I think I remember seeing some press release with him calling for my arrest after I became innocent in Vale. Yup, that's OL Jimmy. Crow nodded. You're forgiven. Respect for the trolling. Mr. Schweinorg. Ojban interjected. You claim you aren't a maiden, but if that's the case, how do you possess magic? He looked at me. Maybe it's because I ate a lot of crayons when I was a kid. Another kid told me that I would get superpowers if I ate an entire box. I ate two. That makes so much sense that I don't think I'll ever question why you do anything anymore. Ojban let out a tired sigh, but Crow perked up. Ounce, maybe the kid is onto something. You said that Ruby has magic eyes, and she also ate crayons as a kid. Crow, you just revealed Ruby's eyes to a stranger. Glinda rubbed her temples. Whoops. Oh, I already noticed that she had some kind of mystic eyes. I replied. I didn't really care much, didn't seem like my place to bring it up previously. Mystic eyes. Ojban blinked. I've never heard the term. It's a catch-all term for special eyes that can interfere with the outer world through sight alone. I hummed. Ojban's eyes narrowed. You seem much more knowledgeable about magical means than I anticipated. Mr. Schweinorg, who are you, exactly? You claim to not be a maiden, when all available evidence contradicts that, especially since you possess one of the relics that only a maiden's magic can access. Relic. I looked at him. I of course knew what it was, but I was feigning ignorance. Items of significant power. There are 4 of them, and you are in possession of one of them from what I saw after you defeated that Si Filong. He turned around, clicking a few buttons on his tablet-like device, and then an image appeared showing me wielding my sword. The Sword of Destruction. If you are not a maiden, how could you possibly have attained it as well as magic? Oh, that? It's a family heirloom. I hummed in response. A family heirloom. He raised a questioning eyebrow. I sealed that sword away myself. I locked it behind a magic vault that required the magic of a specific maiden to unseal. How long ago did you check on it? I asked. Centuries. He frowned. Many years ago. Then how do you know that one of your maidens didn't go down into the cavern, go into the pocket dimension and take it out from under Shade Academy? That is a fair point. He acknowledged. But how do you know about the particulars of its resting place, Mr. Schweinorg? Oh, that's because I took it. I replied honestly. I just didn't like that you were assuming. So much for being a heirloom. Crow snorted. I never said it's been in my family for long. I'll probably pass it down to my own children, so I wasn't lying. I countered. You're being intentionally difficult, Mr. Schweinorg, Ojban said flatly. And you've not yet answered my question. I just realized why I couldn't sense any magical energy from him. And I also realized how Cinder now had magic of her own, but that was a whole separate issue. He said he gave it away through some means, and if the quantity of Cinder's power was anything to go by, I'm guessing he didn't have much left. It's not that he has none, it's that the current amount he has is so pitiful that I can't sense it from this distance. Perhaps if I had actual skin contact I could look into it, but from the outside like this, he appeared wholly mundane. A combination with enough experience to keep it contained, and here we are. Funny. But I was annoyed by the things he said about Salem and the fact that he intentionally hid several pieces of very important information from me in his explanations. Not to mention his attitude slightly grated on me as if he was owed answers from me, expected them, even. I was only here out of politeness and most likely would ignore him in the future. My magic? I learned it from my grandpa who works at the Mages Association. I said simply as if it wasn't a big deal. He set his mug down, eyes widening. What? Rin Tosaka POV. Have you come here to gloat? I stepped into the infirmary area with the only patient lying on a bed. I came to finish the job. I deadpanned. She rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything else. Just say what you want and get it over with. Or will you demand an apology from me? She said almost lifelessly. God, you're such a bitch. Excuse me. She sat up, scowling. Oh boo-hoo, you lost a fight. How old are you? 17. I looked her up and down. I'm almost 18. She scoffed. Good for you, I'm almost 20. That means I got 2 years on you, brat. Stop acting like the world is coming to the end because someone more experienced gave you a beat down. I'm not supposed to lose. She huffed. I'm Weisschnee, I've trained since I was a child in swordsmanship and my semblance for years. But you defeated me so easily. In front of my partner and the others. How am I supposed to show my face after that? Felt a little bad after hearing her rant like that. Your first attack wasn't bad. Filling the area with those ice spikes? It forced me to react while also blocking my vision of you. But you just sat there and watched. What? She looked at me confused. Then you panicked when it did nothing, and you couldn't properly react when I got close. Then it was just a matter of keeping you off guard. You probably don't have much experience fighting other people, maybe a little bit fighting against Grimm because they're mostly mindless beasts, but that's about it. Your movements were stiff the entire time, you need to work on your physical fitness some more. What are you doing? She narrowed her eyes. I sat down on her bed. Telling you what you did wrong, idiot. I looked at her like she was stupid. I only needed to see your use of dust 1 or 2 times to predict how you'd use it. It's too straightforward. And who are you to tell me what I'm doing wrong? She immediately got defensive. Someone who kicked your ass without even trying. Or do you want to repeat? I rolled my eyes at her antics. And that's what I'm talking about, the bitchiness. How dare you? She balled her fists. But, I should apologize. As you should. Not for calling you a bitch though, I'm sticking by that. I shouldn't have egged you on like that. I was meant just to tag along with Schweinorg and meet a friend of his. He didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure he didn't like how things turned out. And Saber gave me that I won't say anything, but I wish you handled this better. Look. So, I'm sorry for intentionally starting things with you. Honestly, I think you just reminded me of another bitch I hate, so I kind of took my annoyance out on you. That is the worst apology I've ever received. The girl huffed, but the tension in her shoulders lessened. I suppose I am not without blame in this matter. I apologize for being so confrontational. I stand by my statement about consorting with criminals, but I made assumptions without evidence towards you that were not verified. Right, that's probably a worse apology than mine. It's the only one you are receiving and you should be lucky to even hear it. She harumphed. And who is this person I remind you of? I have several names in my head, but I am displeased if I am to be compared to them. Oh, her name is Livia, old money kind of family. Thinks she better than anyone who can't trace their family back over 1,000 years. And she laughs like this. I cleared my throat. Ho 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 ho. I even mimicked her gestures. Weiss's lips curled up and she barely held back a laugh by covering her face. Hey, she's kind of cute when she smiles. Anyways, just wanted to apologize, make things less awkward. Schweinorg cares about his friends a lot. I don't think he'd want a rift formed between you and your partner because of what happened. I don't think he has to worry about that. For a rift to form, it would require that we have a semblance of a relationship to shatter. The girl muttered. And I sensed something was wrong. Alright Snowflake, what's the matter? Why does everyone insist on giving me snow or ice related nicknames? The girl huffed in annoyance. If the shoe fits. I shrugged. But what's wrong? Why do you care? She glared. Can't say I do, but I'm trying to be nice. And think about it this way, I don't care, so what do you have to lose by telling me? She was quiet for a second before opening her mouth again. Piranikos is barely willing to spend a second of her time on me. I've tried everything. Ah, Schweinorg told me about her, let me take a couple guesses. Did you fawn all over her, try to build her up based on her popularity or something? He said she hates being put on a pedestal. Apparently, she didn't have any friends before Schweinorg because they all cared about her popularity. Are you sure? She looked skeptical. If I'm wrong, what harm could it do? Stop treating her like her public persona. Don't fawn over her fame or image or whatever. And maybe, drop the whole Schnee thing. Most of the kids here probably don't give a crap about your family other than you're exorbitantly rich. I did look up her name a little while ago. Filthy rich probably wasn't a good enough term to explain how much money they actually have. I guess it's not weird that she has such a snooty personality if that's the kind of family she's had. Thank you. She whispered. What? I said thank you. She replied, this time with a scowl. One more time. Seeing her getting annoyed again was fun. Alright, I'm just kidding. You're mostly good now, right? How about we walk back together, it should make things less awkward. I told the others that I was using the restroom, I don't want them to think anything weird if I wait any longer. Very well. She relented, getting up from the bed. One quick question. What? She responded. Why did you wear a dress during our fight? What do you mean? It's my combat gear. Okay then. I was honestly confused on how to respond to that. There were so many things wrong with what she was wearing when fighting, I didn't even know how to begin. I thought you were trying to distract me. And it's not like Saber with her battle dress that goes down to her ankles. Like, I can nearly see her ass in what she's wearing. Distract you? How would I possibly be distracting you? It's a valid strategy to seduce your opponent. I've seen Schweinorg do it enough times to acknowledge that much. Seduce. She squeaked, turning a bright red. I'm not some harlot that would lift up their skirt to earn an advantage. Should I tell her that she didn't need to lift it up with how much her legs were showing? I think Schweinorg was rubbing off on me too much, because I think I was enjoying the view way more than I should be. Chapter 417, Chapter 378. Ojban was silent. There was a look on his face, like his understanding of the world had suddenly changed and he didn't know what to say about what he'd been told. Gee, I wonder why. Drake snarked in the back of my head. Telling a guy who thought there were only a handful of people capable of magic that suddenly there was this whole mage association out there with no further explanation. I'm sure he's taking the news swimmingly. When you say it like that, it did make me feel a little bad. I can be petty sometimes, but it's usually to people who I feel earned that kind of response. I supposed I had a small amount of respect for Ojban, he did care about the world and was trying to fight the perceived evil in his eyes. Failings aside, he obviously had good intentions. Objectively, even if I cared about Salem, she was not on the side of good in this chess game. I was trying hard to change that, but that didn't wipe away the past. I guessed I could throw him a bone. Look, I'll be candid. I broke the silence, the stupor of the man snapping back to reality as his gaze intensified. I know about the brother gods. I know about Salem. I know about the relics. And I know about you, Ozma. Again, there was a brief widening of his eyes in realization. It looked like he was about to sputter out some quick response, but I held my hand up to stop him. I don't like people trying to manipulate me. I looked him dead in the eyes. It's one of the few ways that someone can really piss me off. I would rather someone tell me to my face that they want to use me for some reason, and I would be extraordinarily more receptive to whatever they want to ask. I let out a tired sigh at the quiet room. The whole mysterious and vague act while you tried to entice and lead me to believe certain things while withholding vital information is not something I appreciate. Which was pretty much why I did it right back and wasn't going to elaborate on the whole Mages Association thing. I blurted out. I'm not getting upset that he withheld secrets, I do that all the time. I'm annoyed because he did it while obviously trying to pull me to his side without everything that would entail. He never once mentioned that he was cursed by his gods or that the relics were their creations. Hell, the gods were never mentioned even in passing. I would have accepted it if he plainly said that the origin was not something he would divulge until he trusted me or some other nonsense. Instead, he just came off as manipulative, and that really got under my skin more than anything. If I was some kid that somehow managed to get my hands on magic, I would have eaten that bullshit up, only to find out that things were significantly different than what he had originally implied. Oh, by the way, gods are real and they're the source of all our suffering. Oh, and the woman who I propped up as our mortal enemy is in fact immortal and we have no idea how to KLL her, and she can KLL us at her whim. Which is also the fault of the gods. Maybe I was being childish, but when I was already predisposed to not like him due to being close to Salem, his spiel just grated even more than it probably should have. However, I can freely admit that outright revealing certain things could also potentially backfire. I don't know, maybe I'm just looking for a reason to dislike him due to Salem? It just came off as extremely disingenuous when I knew the particulars while he was trying to weave a story to entice me. Now, I clapped my hands to grab their attention once more from whatever thoughts they were having. I'm not saying I'm your enemy, but at this particular moment in time I'm not pleased with you, so I believe this is where I will end this discussion. That being said, I do agree with your overall actions and do respect the fact that you are trying to make Remnant a better place. I got up from my seat, their wary eyes watching me. Mr. Schweenorg, I held my hand up, about to open a portal, but paused once Ozpin opened his mouth. It appears we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I have very many things I wish to ask you, but it seems I won't be getting any answers in the foreseeable future and I'm not blind enough to know that pushing is not going to end in my favor. Right, that was another thing I got annoyed at, his sort of assumption that he was privy to any answers I had for him. Well, color me surprised, he was sounding genuine, so my opinion on him was slightly better. I do, however, have just one question that is just a curiosity of mine. I don't believe it would be remiss of you to answer even after what you said. Well, he was being polite. Ask. I said dismissively. I was not aware of any records of my original name still existing. Would it be too much for you to tell me the context? He sounded almost nostalgic. Did he think there were books or stuff about him that he didn't know about? Oh, that. I coughed, clearing my throat. I only learned it because I'm dating your ex-wife. I didn't elaborate, and quickly walked through one of my portals. Ray Cow POV. You have a wonderful home. Oh, thank you. I can't take credit though, it was Zoe's parents and he inherited it when they retired. Venelana led us through the front door. Oh, these magic defenses are interesting too. Jin curiously looked at everything just as I was. Some of them look really old. We've added some over the years, but the original ones are thousands of years old. She replied. Are all devil homes so ostentatious? Venelana finished for me with a chuckle. I didn't mean to offend. I quickly apologized. Oh no, it's not a problem. They're intentionally built this way. Devils are a vain people, they need to show off their wealth. I like it. Jin happily replied. Thank you, Venelana giggled, leading us past the threshold. Lady Gremory, you've returned. An older man greeted us with a polite bow. Slicked back white hair and a well-kept beard with a few visible scars, but he carried an elegant aura to him. Good afternoon, Ernal. Venelana smiled brightly upon seeing him. I brought guests with me. Can you please prepare some snacks? We're going to be in my room. As you command, Lady Gremory. He bowed, pivoting and heading deep into the building away from our eyes. He is strong. I commented. As he should be. He was the butler of Zoe's father and helped raise him. If Zoe's parents were still around, he would most likely have taken the queen piece of the peerage. Venelana explained. Are all your servants that strong? Jin asked. If only for the fact that we only have a handful of servants. She hummed. When Rias was still crawling around, we had an incident where some of the old Satan faction snuck into our home under the guise of servants. Since then we've downsized. I can understand, it's hard to trust after such a thing. I nodded in understanding. I don't know how I would react if I found out that enemies snuck in around my child. No, that's not quite accurate. I'm sure it would involve my sword and plenty of blood, preferably theirs. It's not all bad, I suppose. After the incident, our little family became much more tight-knit. Rias still calls him Grandpa Ernal, much to his chagrin. He always tries to chastise her about proper decorum and how a Gremory should treat a servant below her station, but he fizzles out almost immediately once she begins pouting. She learned how to wrap him around her little finger at a very young age. It sounds like you have a very pleasant family. Despite my reservations, it was heartwarming to hear how close they are to each other. That's very kind of you to say. Her expression softened as she took the compliment. Follow me, and I'll. Vene, is that you? Someone called out from another room. Zo, we're in the living room. Vene Lana called back. Oh. A red-haired man walked into the room. And who are these lovely ladies? She was right, he certainly does look like an older master. His features differed slightly, perhaps due to master's human side, but the resemblance is unmistakable. Reel it in, Casanova. Vene Lana chuckled. These are Jin and Ray Cow, two of Wilhelm's harem. It's nice to meet you, Lord Gremory. Jin was the first to speak up. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Gremory. It was ideal to keep a respectful distance for now. Despite Vene Lana being among us, Master didn't have good feelings towards this family and we did not wish to step too far in that direction. I can certainly see why my grandson has been taken by you too. He looked us over, but there was a lack of lustfulness in his eyes that I would expect when finding another man's eyes roaming my body. Or at the very least, he did not show it on the surface. Please take care of Vene for me. She's a good woman and deserves all the happiness she can get. I was surprised by his words. Vene Lana had been upfront about her marriage situation, that they were separated and merely married on paper for now, but I was skeptical to the slightest degree. But there was no ill will in his tone, nor any kind of anger or frustration. His words felt completely genuine. Everyone loves her. Jin smiled happily. You don't need to worry. That makes me feel at ease. Vene Lana's former husband smiled back warmly. I won't keep you ladies too long, this probably already feels awkward due to the whole situation with my grandson. But please pass on my words that he's welcome to come visit whenever he wishes. He nodded to us once and left the room, disappearing to who knew where. Come, I'll show you my private room. Vene Lana gestured for us to follow. We moved through a hallway, and down a couple corridors before she opened a door and had us follow her inside. Welcome to my bar. She waved her arm, revealing a fully built bar along with all manner of drinks and an accompanying counter with stools. Please take a seat, I'll whip something up. Ooh, this is cool. Jin squealed, hopping onto a seat quickly. This is an impressive room. I agreed with her. I had it built once I got my mixology degree in the human world. One of my favorite hobbies is creating drinks and brewing all sorts of tasty concoctions. That sounds like fun. What's your favorite? Jin asked. I made an alcoholic apple cider a few years back using a rare type of magical apple, but I haven't been able to get my hands on any since. She hummed. It was probably my best so far, which is why it went so fast. Master also has a peach given to him by Sun Wukong. He expressed a desire to turn it into wine. Has he not approached you? I asked as well. A peach. Vene Lana blinked. As in a peach of immortality. It is a lesser one, but that is corrected. I nodded. He hasn't. Ugh, he's probably being silly again. Jin huffed. He probably feels like he'd be taking advantage of you if he asked something like that this early. Or he just hasn't thought of it with everything else going on, with him it could be either. Vene Lana giggled, covering her mouth. He's such a sweetheart. But I would happily make him something out of that. I'd be more than happy, actually, I'd be thrilled to use such a valuable ingredient. We silently watched as she moved around her space, taking things out and combining certain things together before pouring us equal glasses. It's yummy. Jin's eyes lit up. I'm glad you like it. Vene Lana smiled at her. I looked down at my own, a similar shade of orange liquid sat in my glass. I took a sip myself, admiring the taste. It is quite good, thank you. I'm not used to the flavor compared to sake, but I enjoy it. There's an idea. I don't think I've made sake yet. I remember Okada dropping a couple hints some years ago, but I had completely forgotten. She said absent-mindedly. I've been meaning to ask. All of us simultaneously received a message on the devices that Master gave us to keep in contact. As if an unspoken agreement, we all took them out to take a look. We had a secret group chat, as Jin called it. Surprisingly, it was Skathik who sent a message to everyone. She rarely used the device to send anything back and forth, however in this case, there was a single picture provided with little explanation. It was Master, but he looked different. He had horns curling backwards on his forehead. He had a tail poking out behind him, and other features that stood out, like his hands being more dangerous claws and a look in his eyes that appeared aggressive at first glance. Is that normal for devils? Jin asked. Can you do that too, Venelana? I do not know why Master looks like this. He shouldn't be able to become like that. I tilted my head in confusion. Oh my! Venelana stared at the picture, a noticeable red appearing on her cheeks. Are you blushing? Jin cooed. I don't. She bit her lip. I don't know what came over me. She said quietly. Just seeing him like that made me a little warm all over. Are you okay? Jin asked, slightly concerned. I may need to change my panties. Oh my! Master will be in for a treat when you see him next. I giggled. I apologize, I don't know what's gotten into me. The mature devil quickly regained her composure. And I don't know why he looks like that either. She continued to stare at her device. But I like it. She added on with a whisper and a faint flush still. I called dibs first when he got back, but seeing you get all hot and bothered, I think I can go second. Jin laughed. Venelana looked up, a seductive smile appearing on her face. Or we can go together. You two are so open about it. I covered my face to hide my own embarrassment. Ara, let's make it us three instead. Venelana giggled. Kyojin made a cute noise that further made me hide behind my hands. But why does he look like that? Venelana continued to stare at the picture. It reminds me of the old Satans and even Mother Lilith. Send Skathik a message. She can't just give everyone a picture like that and give no explanation. Jin demanded. I watched with a smile as Jin ushered Venelana to respond. I'm glad that Venelana invited us to her home to spend time together, she was a nice woman whom I can foresee a long friendship with. Ever since Master summoned me, I've had nothing but happy days fill my life. I hope that this continued forever. Wilhelm POV. I'm sorry, this wasn't how I wanted things to go. Pira whispered as we stood on the rooftop of her school. Pira, seriously, it's fine. No, you came here and I wasted your time because. I yanked on her ponytail, making her yelp. Next is a spanking. Why you bully? She puffed up. Stop apologizing. You're acting like it's the end of the world, if anything your headmaster should apologize for wasting so much of my time when I came to see you. I stepped up on the ledge to overlook the school campus. It really was a marvelous sight. Their school was well designed and had a beauty to it. But your friend and girlfriend, they were just hanging out, don't worry about it. They only came because they were curious about you because you're my friend. They're on a sort of vacation, so it's all good. I reassured her again. I was annoyed that it was long enough that Artoria and Rin went back, but it's not like I wanted them to feel neglected and forced to socialize with people they didn't know. He hadn't come to try to find me, which was good after I left the meeting. He should be more than aware that I wouldn't be receptive after the approach he initially took. I still feel bad. She looked down. Then make it up to me the next time I come. I said gently pulling on her ponytail again. And stop worrying. Fine. She huffed. I'm glad you got some good teammates and friends now. I changed the subject, otherwise she would probably start apologizing again. Even Weiss? She hesitantly asked. She needs to lighten up, but I can understand her point of view. I am kind of infamous at this point. I pointed out. She was very rude to you, yet you're defending her. Wow, is this what it's like to be a grown-up? I suddenly realized. Yeah, I guess I am defending her. Maybe give her some time to grind out those rough edges? You never know what kind of baggage some people have. Pira let out a drawn-out sigh. She wasn't, well, she was less angry when she came back with that friend of yours. I think they had a talk or something because Weiss was much more relaxed. Or it might have been because you weren't around. Maybe getting her ass kicked did her good. Oh brothers! I can't believe how easily Weiss got beaten. She's pretty strong for our age group, you know? If she fought in the same tournament she would probably make it to the semifinals at least. And your friend just, Weiss was barely able to use her semblance once or twice. Rin has a lot more experience in real fights. And you're stronger than her. Yet. I didn't hide it. What about your girlfriend? She never said anything, but she made a few comments about the fight. Is she just as strong as Rin is or you? That's a difficult question to answer. In pure SK*LL and no power/semblance, Artoria would beat me. If we were to spar seriously, I would win. If we were fighting to the death, it's possible for her to k*ll me, but I would most likely win there too. I had no confidence in taking an Excalibur to the face. The only reason I did so previously was because I had Avalon with me. And in that case, Artoria would be the one with the absolute defense and the magical nuke on a stick. I felt my scroll buzz with a message. Salem, I am ready to speak. Return when possible. Something wrong? Pyrrha asked. I must have been making a face. Nope, just something I'm both dreading and looking forward to. Anxiety, my old friend. Does that mean you're leaving? She sounded sad. I think the pass I was given is going to run its course here soon. And as much as I'd like to be on the receiving end of a certain teacher's writing crop, it's probably best I head out here in a minute. And it would be awkward after everything that happened. And I don't want a second round of interrogations so soon. Oh. Hey, none of that, hugs. I held my arms open, pulling her into a quick hug. By the way, how about you take me to meet your mom next time? Absolutely not. She immediately denied. Rude. I flicked her nose after separating. I would behave. You would flirt with my mom, I know it. Yeah, you're probably right. If she's a mature version of you, I don't think I could hold myself back. Don't say it like that. She stomped, looking away. Geez, you always do this. Compliment you. You give the most embarrassing compliments. Because it's fun the way you react. I smiled. You're horrible. She crossed her arms with a pout. You promise you'll come visit? The Vital Festival is being hosted by Vale and Beacon this year. You have to at least be here for that. I promise I'll keep stopping by. Thank you, Wilhelm. She smiled warmly in return. But seriously, your mom. She made a strange noise and started hitting my shoulder. Non-canon Omake, a pro gamer move. Michael, the Archangel POV. Father, you called us. Every angel was present upon Father's request. Rare of it that he was to call every single one of us away from our duties. Yes, Michael. Father's voice boomed around us, yet still remained the gentle and soothing sound that we all adored. My children, I bring sad tidings. As you all know. Crunch. Crunch. Crunch crunch. Everyone looked confused, and I followed Father's gaze, landing on a face I did not recognize. I did not recognize a 12-winged angel standing in the back, and I know that Father did not create any new angels recently. And that red hair was not common amongst our numbers. I would certainly remember one such as him with that powerful holy energy swirling around. Wait, is that Father's spear on his back? Is he even an angel? And what was that in his hands? Some kind of strange bag-like container, and he was taking out some manner of foodstuffs that made a loud noise as he chewed on it. Crunch. Must you do that now? Father looked at the stranger in exasperation. Father wasn't raising the alarm, so he must know who this person is. Why are you even here? You're omnipotent, you tell me, Gramps. The audacity. Father, allow me to. It's all right, Michael. Father held his hand up to stop me. Why? Crunch. Get out of here. Father sighed, waving his hand, and the person angel outsider fell down from the heavens and go back to your time period. Make me. The stranger's voice was barely audible, perhaps only those of my higher-winged kin and Father could hear. Challenge accepted. Father replied. Father, what's going on? I hesitantly asked. Don't worry about it, just a little brat from the future. He's no danger. Father was seemingly dismissive despite the shocking revelation that was his words. Prepare to smite him, Michael. Father? But you said he was not a danger. Don't worry, he'll survive. I will do as you command, Father. I would always follow Father's commands. I called upon the heavenly system, and aimed its power at the stranger, who was for all intents and purposes, falling like many of my brethren. I glanced back at Father, who created a projection of the stranger, and he looked calm as his descent brought him closer and closer to the earth. Smite. Father's single word caused the world to tremble. He did not need me to facilitate the action, but did so anyways. A pillar of light descended from the highest heaven, colliding with the stranger. All my brothers and sisters stared at Father's projection of the stranger, the scene obscured by the collision of various energies. Though the lack of vision lasted merely a moment until the figure was revealed once more. The same stranger looked wholly unharmed, continuing his descent. "Why don't you put your back into it next time, old man?" he shouted, with a rude gesture to accompany it. I looked back at father, expecting retaliation or some sort of response, but instead, his face seemed to be twitching in annoyance, something I don't think I've ever seen from father before. "I will take the banner and smite him, father. Please, give the order." "No need." Father quickly returned to his gentle appearance. He swiped at the projection to on the ground. A group of trolls were sitting around a campfire. "That should be where he lands, let's see." Father paused, looking up. "Uriel, would you be so kind as to tell me if we still have one of Cupid's arrows in the armory?" "Yes, father. We still have a quiver of Cupid's arrows available." Uriel bowed his head. Why would father use a weapon that can't harm the intruder? Cupid's arrow merely facilitates a desire between the ones struck and it's not even permanent. They were locked away because most mortals mistake the initial feelings as lust over love and lose themselves to lust and depravity for the duration. "Thank you, son." Father hummed, gesturing with his hand, calling forth both Cupid's bow and a single arrow. "Watch carefully, children," father said, taking aim down to the mortal world below with the bow and arrow pulled back. "Father, why are you aiming at the trolls where the intruder is going to land?" "I'm about to do what's called a pro-gamer move in the future." Chapter 418, Chapter 379. "It's a lovely evening," I casually said as I strolled up towards Salem as she looked out across her domain from atop the castle. She didn't turn around, merely leaned on the ledge that overlooked the wilderness to the horizon. "Every evening is the same here." "Perhaps, but if you're here, it can't be anything but lovely," I countered. She glanced at me side-eyed and I could barely see her roll her eyes in response, the faintest hint of a smile forming before disappearing. "I met your ex," I decided to share openly as I walked up to the edge and rested my elbows on it to look out into the distance. "You met Ozma?" Salem repeated. "You are not harmed. There's very little he could actually do to me in his state. I didn't even know who he was until he started to tell me about the whole maiden thing. I couldn't even pick up on him possessing any magical ability since it was so minuscule." She chortled in amusement. "Serves him right. Did he attempt to recruit you?" "Yup," I hummed. "And I am assuming anything he said was full of half-truths or outright missing explanations to make himself appear more mysterious and knowledgeable." "That is frighteningly accurate." She let out a disdainful snort. "He never changes." "What did you respond with?" "Should I be worried that you are now one of his sacrificial pawns here to make an attempt on my immortal life?" The sarcasm was rather obvious. "That's right, I decided to join Ozma's side for reasons I can't logically explain off the top of my head." "Your reign of terror ends here, Salem." I half-heartedly played along. "And I certainly can't be bribed and swayed to your side with promises of an intimate nature." "How convincing," she drawled. "I did convince him that there's a secret society of magic users that he doesn't know about though." That got a response from her. She actually started giggling, opting to cover her mouth as they continued for a pleasant few moments. I can picture the look on his face as he desperately tries to figure out how he could have been so oblivious. I may or may not have told him something else. Told him we were dating." I coughed awkwardly. She stared at me for a moment before pursing her lips. "I'm sure he took that well." "Wouldn't know. I left right after I dropped that in his lap." The corners of her lips curled up in amusement. Though, another glance at me and she frowned. "Why are you being so distant?" "I didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable." I scratched my head awkwardly. "Since when have you cared about that?" She let out one of her cute huffs. "Need I remind you about our first meeting? Then I can be willful." I asked. "Do what you want, it's not as if you've ever asked for permission before." She huffed again. I took that as permission and walked closer to her. I could see her glancing at me out of the corner of her eye again and I snuck my arms around her from behind. "What do you seek from me?" she quietly asked. "If it was before, I would have thought you desired my power. Be it my magic or the grim under my hand, yet, it should be inconsequential for you." "What do you want from me?" "I want nothing material from you." "Then why? Is it so weird that I want you just for you?" I rested my head up against her shoulder. "The question is, what do you want?" "I want to die." It took a second for me to process the words, but I felt my heart drop once I did. She put a hand on mine. I wanted to die. Perhaps I still do. I have lived for a very long time and I lost my will to live long ago. I wanted the relics to bring back the brother gods so they could finally end my existence. Now, it is an option presented to me and I hesitate. Tell me what you want from me. I want to hold you in my arms like this forever. I want to see your smile that's reserved only for me. I want to hear your snarky comments when you try to tease me. I want to help you when you're sad. I want to go through life, all the ups and downs, with you at my side. And I want to make you happy through everything. Would you k*ll me if I asked you to? She asked, squeezing my hand tightly. Yes. Would you mourn me after I died? Yes. I answered again. How comical. I'm reminded of how cursed I really am. When I can finally fulfill my wish, there is actually someone who would mourn my passing and I feel an ache in my heart at the thought. Her nails dug into my skin, but I don't think it was intentional on her part so I ignored it. I am willing to give it a try. Her grip eased up and she relaxed more in my arms. I don't know if I even remember what it's like to love. I have felt nothing but anger and hatred for far too long. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing most of the time, so we can stumble through this together. How reassuring. She snorted, however there was a distinct absence of the earlier tension. I am not sure I ever wish to marry again. All I have to remember from my previous one is the hate I still hold onto and it has soured me to the concept. It never has to be a consideration if you don't want it to be. She nodded. I do not believe I will ever desire children again. The deaths of my children so long ago broke me and the pieces never were mended. I don't know if I am even capable any longer, but I do not wish to find out. As long as you're by my side, I don't care. As much as I wanted a big family, I didn't want Salem to feel any of these residual emotions. Then it is decided. She said as a matter of fact. If I think of any more issues, I will raise them. But I have no other points I wish to make known before this happens. Before what happens? I raised an eyebrow. You never said what you wanted. Are you going to make me say it aloud? Yes. You are a vain and petty man. She huffed once more. What did you say to Ozma? That we were dating? A more casual comparison to courtship. It is adequate enough for my purposes. I will not have you be known as a liar, we are dating. So Salem, Queen of the Grim, is my woman. I squeezed her a little in my arms. It does not imply permission for you to grope me. She glowered. I can feel something poking my rear and I am more than able to guess what it is. That is an unconscious reaction due to excitement. I quickly defended myself. Is that what it is? She snorted, wiggling her butt against me. It feels like something else. Frankly, it's your fault. My fault is it? She forced her way out of my arms, turning to face me. Are you blaming me for your inability to control your desires? I blame you for being so desirable. She was right. Salem's finger ran down my chest. Who was right about what? You will need a firm. She grabbed me through my pants. Hand. Please be gentle. I whimpered. You are grabbing a very delicate part of me. Oh. She ever so slightly tightened her grip. Not enough to hurt, but enough that I winced. Where was that earlier bravado? Curled up and crying in the corner. I could probably crush a diamond with my sphincter right now. How pitiful. She frowned. Step forward, and place your hands on the railing. Luda head warning. What? I blinked, but I felt a tiny bit more pressure from her and I followed her instruction. You should be proud, very few have had the honor of me personally doing this. I was about to question what she was talking about, but I swallowed any words the moment her hands started fiddling with my zipper. An impressive showing if nothing else. She whispered, freeing my cock from the confines of my pants. That other lover of yours was not lying, it seems. Her hand gently caressed my length as she hovered behind me. Salem, you don't. Hush. She whispered, leaning against my back. I do this because I want to. You may consider it proof of my commitment, I do not partake in such actions lightly. Something cold and moist suddenly touched my cock after a brief pause from Salem. Her saliva mixed with her hand and she began to earnestly start pumping along my shaft. Her other hand quickly joined to squeeze and massage every inch of me. How is it? It has been many years, but I believe I am still SK*LLED. She sounded quite smug, probably because she could hear my groans with each movement. Do you wish to ejaculate? Is my touch that enticing? I will allow it if you ask for permission. Her hands stopped, and her breath tickled my ear. Say the words and I will continue. You are a cruel woman. I forced out. As you should already know. She didn't deny it. This is your punishment for all your previous provocations. Every time you stared so blatantly at my rear. Every lewd comment you made. And every time you teased me, making me forced to sleep with a nostalgic ache between my legs. She simply ran one of her fingers up and down, her nail barely touching my skin, sending shivers down my spine. But look at you, twitching in excitement. You enjoy making me feel this way, don't you? The way she hissed in my ear with the words just made me excruciatingly hard in response. I'll remember this when the roles are reversed. I breathed out. At your mercy? Is that what you dream of? To take this large phallus of yours and have your way with me? She chuckled. I am not without my own mercy, I can feel how much you are enduring. She said that but her hands completely vanished. I glanced behind me to see her hands sneak up her dress. She looked me in the eyes and pulled down. Did you not wish to see this before? I will grant your wish. She resumed her position but dangled a pair of tasteful black lacy panties in front of my face. I would not have you make a mess of my castle. She gracefully draped them around the tip of my cock and firmly grasped me again. Salem. I grunted out again. Her movements picked up fanatically. She quickly caught her stride and I felt myself reaching my tipping point. Yes, don't fight it. I will allow you to ejaculate into my undergarments. It may as well have been a command, because as soon as she said it I felt the dam break and my knees buckle from her efforts. Her movements slowed down to something more rhythmic and with each pump of hers making me spurt out into the fabric of her panties. And what am I supposed to do with these now? Salem held up her now soaked panties for me to see. After last time, I suppose it would be improper of me to be without undergarments on. She once more locked eyes with me and unfolded the soiled garments and slid them back up her legs until they were firmly returned to where they were before. I was ready to grab her and make way to the nearest bedroom, but a finger pressing against my still erect cock made me pause. You get one. She declared. For now. She added on with another whisper. Your room is still available. Take care of your remaining needs by yourself. But I will allow you to continue fantasizing about me. The smugness radiated off her. Though that disappeared after a moment and a softness returned to her gaze. We will speak more in the morning about the future and the past. You promised me a story, and I will hear it when we have both settled our emotions. I dumbly nodded and watched her saunter away. She intentionally swung her hips in an exaggerated manner. I'm now wondering if she initiated something like that because we were both emotionally high-strung after the talk. Jesus foo * King Christ. I slumped against the railing, catching my breath. What a woman. Lewd over. Ojban POV. To what do I owe the pleasure, Crow? I barely looked up to see his bird form on the ledge of the window. Had some time, came to check up on you. He said, transforming back into his human form. How are you doing, Ounce? I am, coping. How was I supposed to answer that question? In the span of a few days, I feel like everything I knew about the world had flipped upside down. Was this how everyone else feels when I revealed the existence of the gods and magic? Any news about the whatchamacallit that the kid mentioned? You know, with the magical people and whatever. The Mages Association, Crow. I corrected him, knowing full well he remembered the name. And no, I have yet to find any evidence of its existence. I'm starting to wonder if it was not something made up to spite me. I mean, wouldn't it be weird if you could find it that easily? Isn't it supposed to be hidden or something? That is also a valid point. As loath as I am to admit it. I just needed to calm down and pace myself. Nothing would get done if I was trying to rush. Thankfully Glinda gave me a cup of my favorite coffee to keep me sane through this period. I relished the taste. The hint of cinnamon combined with the Mistralian blend. I could practically feel the stress wash away from. What about the kid banging your ex-wife? And it's gone. Must you say it like that, Crow? I set my mug down, letting out a deeper sigh than I've had in many weeks. And that's not what Mr. Schweinorg said. Ounce. Crow looked at me with a very serious expression. You run a school full of kids. You know damn well what dating means. Damn it, Crow. I find it very unlikely that Salem is banging a young man like Mr. Schweenorg. I let out another sigh, adjusting my glasses. Salem is a monster in every sense of the word. She would not waste time on dalliances. She drunk called you. After her stealing my scroll. And letting me leave. Your input has been noted. Are you upset cause she told everyone about your small dick? Thank you, Crow. Do you have anything important to inform me about, or is this merely a social visit? I rubbed the bridge of my nose and briefly considered stealing his flask again. Nah, just came to bother you. Dare I ask why? Want a truthful answer, Ounce? Please, enlighten me. I'm a little pissed still. It isn't like hugely important to know that our biggest enemy was your ex-wife, but it makes me wonder what else you're hiding that could be important. So, yeah, Ounce. I'm a little annoyed, so I figured I'd share it with you. He fetched said flask from his pocket and took a swig of it. I apologize for not telling you, Crow. I know. He replied. And I know you mean it. But you're still upset. Yet. And how much longer will you be upset for? What's today? Saturday. He hummed. I'll probably be over it by Monday. Very well. Once more I rubbed the bridge of my nose, letting out a sigh. Continue. You still plan on making the invincible girl the next maiden? She's close to the kid, yet? Might turn out bad. An actual question, a welcome reprieve. There is a risk, but there is also the benefit of drawing Mr. Schweenorg close to us. The way he spoke, it was clear that he was not aligned with Salem in an antagonistic way towards us, or perhaps Remnant as a whole. And through the video surveillance of the time spent between both Miss Nikos and Mr. Schweenorg, it's clear he cares about her. If Miss Nikos inherits the maiden's powers, it may mean she is safe from any further attempts. Could backfire if he learns about how dangerous it is. That is a possibility. I fully acknowledged. Hey, did you tell Jimmy that the kid isn't a woman? I relayed the news to James that his theory was not accurate. He insists that it's still a possibility and is keeping an open mind. I resisted the urge to sigh for the fourth time since Crow came. James was many things, hard-headed being firmly near the top. Oh, he wasn't focusing a large amount of resources on it anymore, but he won't simply take Mr. Schweenorg's word for it. At least I could focus his efforts on finding this supposed magical society that has escaped my notice for an uncountable number of lifetimes. Got a question for you, Ounce. Against my better judgment, ask away, Crow. You've dated a lot over the years, right? I have had many relationships over my incarnations, yes. I dreaded what he was going to follow up with. So you're pretty knowledgeable about that sort of thing, between a man and a woman. Are you asking me for advice, Crow? I blinked in surprise. Or is it about Taeyang and Raven? I admit I've never had a situation quite like that one. No, no. He shook his head, taking his flask out again. So Salem was a babe, didn't expect that. Like, I'd hit it if given the chance. Is there a question to follow up this statement, or did you simply wish to inform me that my ex-wife is attractive? Since you've been with a lot of chicks over the years, how does Salem rate? You know, wink wink, nudge nudge. He whistled at the end, taking another drink of his flask. Are you asking me to rate the ability of Salem during intercourse in comparison to my other experiences? The woman who controls the grim of the world, the immortal and terrifying witch that could have just as easily torn out your spine as much as taken your scroll. Yup. He nodded. I will answer your question on 2 conditions. Yet. Accept my apology fully. All right. He accepted. And the other? Hand over your flask. I just had a thought, Ounce. Crow said, while tossing me the metal container. And what's that, Crow? I probably was not going to like what he had to say, but in a moment, I probably wouldn't not care with the amount of alcohol I was pouring into my coffee. If Salem is busy being banged by the kid, doesn't that mean she wouldn't have time to be, you know, evil? Imagine if we won because she just needed to get laid. Even without any effort, Salem made my life miserable. Chapter 419, Non-Canon Ludo Make, Rin's Offer. Non-Canon Ludo Make. Summary, Wilhelm managed to acquire the bow of Oriel before Rin from Skirim. Rin really wants the bow and she's willing to trade something in particular for it. After a little back and forth, a deal is struck, and Artoria is happy with the results. Warning, blowjob, handjob, anal. Alright, I'm here. I stepped into the room, my bedroom, for some reason. Thank you for coming, Wilhelm. Artoria smiled politely. Rin was sitting next to her side, fidgeting a little as I glanced at her. So, you want to talk about something, privately? I asked. Rin wishes to speak with you about an important matter. Artoria nodded. Yeah, She blushed a little for some reason. Look, you got that bow, right? I want it. Oriel's bow? The divine weapon of the head of the pantheon of Nirn? The one I got fair and square. Yes, she grumbled. I'm not going to deny you outright out of politeness. But in all honesty, I don't know if there's anything I would trade it. My ass. Pardon. I blinked in confusion. I will let you *k my ass if you give me the bow. I opened my mouth, but no words came out and abruptly shut it again. I believe you have rendered him speechless. Artoria looked weirdly amused. Pause, big pause. I quickly forced some words out. Before I even get into that, I pointed towards Rin. I would like to clarify that this isn't some kind of trap. No, got you, ha ha ha, or anything like that. Rin and I spoke. I support any decision you make, however the negotiations are up to Rin. Artoria said calmly. All right. Okay. That was a lot to process. So. Rin huffed a little, a faint blush still present. My ass for the bow. I have many questions before I even touch that topic. Like, what? What? You're a pervert and a horn dog. She retorted. I would not quite word it that way, but she isn't wrong. Your devil nature does facilitate certain desires and you do a good job of not losing yourself to them. But you are certainly a very lustful person, and you have a penchant for greed. To overcome one, it is logical to offer the other, such as this case. Artoria chimed in. That's logical and a reasonable explanation. I begrudgingly admitted. But how did you get straight to this point? I want the bow, I don't want to give away my first time, so I asked Saber if you'd be into *king my ass. Jin isn't exactly subtle about how much you rail her in the butt. Rin shrugged. You're being very nonchalant about this. I'm a magus, Schweinorg. If I can trade my ass getting pounded for a few hours in exchange for a divine construct, that's a deal anyone would take in my shoes. She said dryly. Are you telling me that you wouldn't let Saber get her favorite strap on and have a go if it meant she'd give away one of hers? That is a fair point. I glanced at the blushing Artoria. But I feel like I'm on the losing end of this exchange. Don't get me wrong, you have a nice ass and everything, but... Want a sneak peek? Rin responded, making my following words fizzle out. It is common for one to see what they are purchasing. Artoria once more commented on the negotiations. Come, sit. She pat the bed next to her and I hesitantly sat down as Rin stood up. She sauntered in front of me and bent right over, her black skirt flipped right over her butt so I could see everything. A pair of black frilly panties stretched around an admittedly big round butt. How about it, Schweinorg? Just say the word, and you can *k my fat ass until you're satisfied. I may not have the biggest boobs, but you can't deny that my ass is perfect. What do you think? Artoria asked. Well, she more than asked, her petite hand was grabbing at the inside of my thigh. I can feel your erection, do you wish to take Rin up on her offer? I truly would not mind. She didn't even wait for me to answer, instead, she fiddled with my zipper, pulling it down enough to pull my cock out. She looked at me with a warm smile, her hand gently moving up and down my member. Saber, what are you doing? Rush squeaked out, looking back at us. Is something wrong? She returned a confused look. Why you re-jerking him off? Yes? This is hardly inappropriate given the CIRC misstances. She tucked her hair behind her ear and kept her eyes locked with Rin as she lowered her head down, taking my tip into her mouth. She made a small noise of contentment before letting go. I do this quite often, you do not need to be alarmed. She continued to stare at Rin with her tongue running down my full length. That's not what I'm talking about. Are you concerned that there will be nothing left for you? Do not worry, Rin, he can go many times in succession, I will give you an example. Artoria licked her lips and positioned herself over my throbbing cock and slowly lowered her head downwards. Inch by inch, she took it into her mouth and kept going until my cock disappeared entirely down her throat. Artoria, I breathed out, grabbing the back of her head and pushing her down as much as I could. She had gotten very sk*LLED at this over time. Gulp gulp, my cock pulsed inside her, my hips shuddered, and I let everything out I had. She continued to lightly bob her head back and forth. She swallowed everything dutifully and I could watch with rapt attention. Hey ah! She let out a panted breath, my cock sliding out of her throat. Once more, she grabbed hold of my shaft, pumping it a few times. See, Rin? He is still fully erect after ejaculating. Why you swallowed it. Rin whispered, inching closer. And you took this huge thing all the way down your throat. She nervously swallowed, her face hanging only a few inches away from my cock. Yes, Yasaka was gracious enough to teach me how to properly pleasure his penis with my mouth and throat. And I partake often as I quite enjoy the taste. She smiled beautifully, contradicting the completely soul situation that was currently happening with her hand still pumping me without pause. Did you watch carefully, Rin? If you are going to fulfill your end of the deal, you will be required to take his full length inside of your anus. I didn't think he was this big. She admitted shyly but resolved herself. But I'm no quitter. How about Schweinorg? You wanna tap out after one round with Saber, or do you want to go where no one's gone before? She gave her own ass a slap and I was almost hypnotized as it jiggled in front of me. I'm an innocent Catholic girl, offering you my virgin ass. I've never even played with my ass before, it's all yours to break. Trying to tempt my devil side, that's cheating. I gulped, as she thumbed the band of her panties, sliding them every so slightly down. But I don't think this is a fair trade. Really? You make me watch Saber deep throat your cock and you're going to back out. She huffed. I never said I was backing out, I just said it wasn't fair. I countered. And for added effect, I began undoing Artoria buttons on her blouse. I only got through one before she also began assisting. Rin turned a brighter shade of red, her eyes fixated on Artoria. I was more than aware that Rin was **soul, and Artoria was extraordinarily beautiful. Artoria unfastened all her buttons, and pulled off the blouse she normally wore, revealing a cute light blue bra. She didn't need any cue to keep going either, with ease, she unlatched her own bra and gently dropped it to the ground. Her adorable nipples fully greeting us with her modest chest. Saber used to be too self-conscious to even change without the door being closed when it was just us. And now, she's showing off her tits without a second thought. Rin stared unblinkingly at her chest. Compared to the activities that Wilhelm uses my breasts for, this does not elicit embarrassment. Artoria said evenly. Jesus Christ, Schweinorg. What did you do to my sweet and innocent Saber? What haven't I done to her? Was a much better question. I guided Artoria's head back down onto my cock and she quickly began bobbing her head up and down again. I was content to let her go at her own pace while I played with her chest. So, Rin. I don't think this little trade is fair. I spoke up again amidst Artoria's sucking noises. What do you want? Rin asked, though her attention was only half focused on me and the other half focused on Artoria, and I certainly could not blame her. Well, this had taken a much different turn at this point. Do you think just one night, and only your ass is enough for a divine weapon? I may be a horny devil, Rin, but just as you said, I'm pretty greedy. I'm not donating to a charity here. I saw her bite her lip and fidget in place. No way you're putting that thing inside my pussy. My ass is already going to be hurting afterwards and I know you wouldn't even use a condom. To be fair, there are contraceptive spells. And to call it a 1 in a million chance for pregnancy would be generous at this point. But I'm not asking that, I'm saying that your one-time use isn't good enough. Fine, how about a week? I'll let you *k my ass every night for a week. You realize I can already have that with any of my other girls. Rin, he speaks the truth. My cock popped out of Artoria's mouth. We have no complaints about providing him with anal intercourse. If you wish to bargain for such a valuable item, you will need to offer something more significant. She went back down to working my member with her mouth. Jay, just tell me what you want. Rin huffed. You obviously want something, otherwise you'd just tell me no at this point. I want your ass. I already offered that. Forever. What? She stuttered out. I'll give you the bow, but in return, your ass will belong to me. You. She mumbled incoherently. What do you mean my ass will belong to you? She asked after taking a moment to recover. Any time, any place, I can do whatever I want to your ass. It will be mine, regardless of anything else. If I tell you to bend over, you won't argue. You will pull your panties down, bend over, spread your cheeks, and dutifully wait for my cock. Why you perverted devil? Are you just going to foo*k my ass in pubic and let everyone see me as a whore? Technically, you are using your ass as a literal form of recompose. I pointed out, as to the literal definition of a whore. Rin, you need not worry. Wilhelm does have a sense of propriety. Whenever I satisfy him in public, he makes sure that no one can see us through various means. Artoria attempted to reassure her. Her mouth gaped slightly as she stared at Artoria. You do it in public, seriously? Yes, it was embarrassing and difficult the first time. But there was an illusion over us so no one was able to see me fillet him. It was also quite invigorating to further touch myself while no one could perceive me. You turn Saber into a pervert. Rin huffed. In comparison to the others, what we do is rather tame. If you desire to experience something more intense, I'm sure Wilhelm would not mind if you watched him and Venelana on some of their **soul escapades. Artoria offered. I don't want to know what Schweenorg and his grandmother get up to. Are you sure? I enjoy watching them myself. They have helped me realize many **soul desires I did not know I had until recently. Gah! I can't believe this is happening. I'm watching Saber suck Schweenorg cock and now we're talking about what he and his grandmother get up to. And it turns out that my Saber is just as much of a **soul deviant as the literal devil in the room. Says the girl offering her literal ass in exchange for something. I once more pointed out. Rin threw her arms up with a screech, then the next thing I knew she was jerking her panties downward and threw them at my face. Fine. You want my ass that bad? Here it is, Schweenorg. She bent over again, this time, nothing blocking my view, her hands pulling her cheeks apart revealing that pink little rosebud. My ass, whenever you want, but the bow is mine. Deal. I was trading a divine bow for **X, and I was okay with this. She may not be as big as Ray Cow, or as experienced as Venelana, but she was right on the mark. I happily reached out and sunk my fingers into her cheeks. Seeing her get startled and almost jerk away, only to relax and let me play with her made me twitch inside Artoria's mouth even more. She was right, this ass is just perfect. Come, make yourself comfortable on the bed, Rin. Artoria finally let go. The first time will be the most difficult. You were supposed to be on my side, Saber. But you've been helping Schweenorg the whole time. Rin grumbled, taking her clothes off. Her skirt fell to the ground and she pulled her shirt off, tossing it to the side before unlatching her own bra. She climbed onto the bed, pulling a pillow to her face immediately buried into it, but her ass was up in the air for me. Do what you want. And with that, off my clothes went. I was assisting you, Rin. Without proper preparation, it would be much more uncomfortable. He is sufficiently aroused and lubricated to make it as seamless as possible. Thanks, now Schweenorg's fat cock won't completely destroy my virgin ass, it'll only mostly do it. Rin sarcastically replied. Do not fret, Rin, we are not yet done with the preparations. Wilhelm has spells prepared for such a situation. Spells? What are you? I cast the spell that Yasaka taught me all that time ago on Rin's ass. Oh, Rin's head jerked up and her eyes widened, an intentionally moan squeaked out. What did you do to me? I can feel something slimy in my ass. It is a spell to prepare one's anus for intercourse. It makes it hygienic and conjures a lubricant inside to make penetration easier. Artoria explained. Now, relax. I will continue. What do you mean can't? Artoria's finger pushed past her entrance and Rin let out another squeal. Relax, Rin. Why you shoved your finger up my ass? She jerked again as Artoria didn't pause in her motions. It's all right, Rin. You need not resist, it is all right to enjoy the feeling of my fingers exploring your insides. Artoria said calmly amongst Rin's stifled grunts into the pillow. She continued to get Rin ready but at the same time, her other hand was still working my cock as vigorously as ever. She is almost ready, Wilhelm. Please be gentle the first time, I wish for Rin to enjoy it as I do. If it was any other situation, I may have had something to say about Artoria basically making sure both of us arrived at this point, but frankly, I was too focused on what was in front of me. Particularly, Rin's perfectly round ass being mercilessly assaulted by Artoria's fingers. Call me skeptical, but I think Artoria wanted this to happen. She was taking too much enjoyment out of this entire thing. Oh well. I shifted in my spot, moving up towards Rin's ass, and Artoria finally released the poor girl's rear. Make sure to breathe, Rin. And don't tighten your anus until he is properly inside of you, otherwise it will be more uncomfortable. I lined myself up, laying my cock between her big round cheeks. I moved up and down a few times to tease her a little bit before touching my tip against her expecting hole. Oh my god! Rin breathed out as I prodded her entrance. Is it too late to back out? Fu K, Shwinorg, I'll fucking swallow your load every day, how about? I ignored her complaint and pushed forward. Nah. Rin's body jerked and she squealed again. Oh my god, oh my god. She panted. Slow down, slow down. God damn Rin. I grunted, pushing myself forward. This ass is so tight. Ooh. She squealed with every inch my cock pushed further into her. Fu kkkk, it's too fucking big. It hurts, it's spreading me too much. It's alright, Rin, I'm here. Artoria caressed Rin's back. He is almost halfway inside, bear with it, it will become easier. Half she jerked again. Her moans and whines continued, but her perfectly round ass made way for me in another few moments. I was fully inside of her. Fu * king god, ah. Rin moaned. My stomach is full, it's hard to breathe. How is it, Rin? You did a good job and took his cock entirely into you. Are you ready for what comes next? What comes next? With one swift motion, I pulled out. She didn't make a noise, her back arched and her mouth gaped in a silent scream. But that didn't stop juices from flowing out from her other hole. Did you just see *M, Rin? I gave her ass a little slap. Did it feel that good? Do you like getting Fu *Ked in the ass? Fu *K. She got lost in her heavy pants. You, Shwinorg. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Rin. Artoria soothed her. I had many orgasms my first time as well. I lined myself back up and pushed back inside of her with a bit more speed than before. Oh god, oh god. Rin clenched the sheets of the bed and whined at each thrust. You're going too fast. She slurred with a heavy thrust that had me all the way inside again. Fu *K Rin, this ass just doesn't want to let me go, it just keeps squeezing me so tight every time I thrust. I grunted, grabbing her hips to continue my movements. Damn, I'm going to see *M already. Not inside, not inside. Rin squealed, but I ignored her, pushing as deep as I could and not bothering to hold myself back. She screamed as I bottomed out inside of her perfect ass and came for the first time inside her. She was somewhat unresponsive while I made sure I finished up, my thrusts slowing down until I finally pulled out. With a whine, she fell to the side, twitching. My ass. You were right, Rin. Your ass was good. I gave her another spank. Fu *Ku Shwinorg. She whimpered. I can't feel my ass. Was it enjoyable? Artoria asked, looking at me. Completely worth it. I relaxed, sitting back, staring at the mess that was Rin. You want a turn? If you wouldn't mind. Artoria nodded excitedly. By all means, have at it. Wait, what? Rin managed to scoot around enough that she could see Artoria moving towards a nearby dresser and took out a strap-on. She quickly discarded her skirt and fixated it onto herself. That isn't what we agreed. Your ass belongs to me, Rin. With full authority, I give Artoria permission to have her own fun. Don't worry, Rin. Artoria smiled, adjusting the straps. She reached inside the drawer and took out a bottle of lube and squeezed out the contents, slathering the fake phallus all over. It's a replica of Wilhelm's, so you will be used to it either way. I think Rin forgot that Artoria was also bis * Sul and there was no doubt that she found Rin attractive as well. And no, Saber. Stay away. Relax, Rin, I will be gentler than Wilhelm. Please spread your legs so I can penetrate you easier. Nay. Yup, the trade was completely worth it. Chapter 420, Chapter 380. I felt like I was floating in an endless void. The only thing near me was a full-length mirror that held no reflection. Can you hear me yet? I guess it's still not time. I'll be waiting until you need me. Soon. Once again, my eyes shot open as I thought I heard a voice whispering in my ear. It sounded foreign, yet so very familiar for some reason. Drake. I called out, looking around the room. I'm here, what's wrong? Did you hear anything? I rubbed my tired eyes. Like anything happening around you while you slept or any noises? No, I thought I heard a voice again, but when I try to think about it, it feels like a dream. I wasn't an idiot, I could take a guess at the source. Anything new with my spirit? It settled down and hasn't moved since a while ago. You think it's trying to reach out? Maybe. I let out a tired yawn. Not much I could do to force the issue. It's probably best to let things unravel organically if that's the case. I rolled out of bed, catching myself before I fell onto the ground and opened the curtain to let the morning twilight fill the room. While the outside light doesn't really change, there was the slightest difference it seemed, between night and day. I made my way over towards the empty table on the other side of the room. And I stared blankly, tapping my fingers against the wood as I mentally searched through my personal space for some items. Let's see, ebony is a must. I muttered, taking out a chunk about the size of a golf ball. Moonstone? It would accent it well. And some malachite would really make it pop. I stacked them next to the ebony. Maybe some rubies too? Nothing extravagant, but something with a tasteful elegance. I mentally mulled it over and thought up a design and then plopped down my own enchanting table. I stretched my fingers and yawned one more time, forcing myself to concentrate. I woke up this early for a reason, let's get started. You are finally awake. Salem eyed me from behind the pages of her book as I entered the library. Sorry, I got lost in something and didn't see the time. I politely apologized, taking a seat near her. Did you sleep well? I had many things on my mind which made it difficult to sleep. She said without much emotion before the faintest smile broke through. However, many of them were not unpleasant. I haven't seen Cinder and the others. Are they around or out? They are off doing something or another. Salem said rather dismissively. I believe they are trying to chase down some man who was experimenting on Grimm and causing some concern for the kingdoms. Merlot. I felt my eye twitch. Yes, I believe that was the name. Is something the matter? Just had to clean up a mess left behind by him. I think I'm going to have nightmares after dealing with so many apathies. Salem giggled at my comment. Did they scare you? I recall when I first created that breed of Grimm. My first reaction was to turn the area within 100 miles into a smoking crater. I deadpanned. Did you make the chills too? Those predated me. Salem shook her head. Or rather, they came about before I mastered the Grimm pools myself. I believe they spawned in one of the smaller pools located in the north. There are more Grimm pools. I tilted my head. Of course, how else do Grimm keep appearing on other continents? She said as if it was common sense. It's not as if they all swim away from my domain. I guess I never gave it much thought. You are new to this world, so it is understandable. Wow, so they really wouldn't have a chance if you actually wanted to harm any of the kingdoms. Just out of curiosity, how easy would it be for you to bring them down? I said it to Ajban before, and I was pretty confident that Salem could genuinely roll any kingdom if she wanted, but I was a little curious about the specifics. Of course not. Salem scoffed, slamming her book shut. If I desired to end those pathetic kingdoms, I would have done so centuries ago. Ozma is foolish if he believes that he is holding me back or some other nonsense. I would not even have to gather a tide of Grimm to wash over any. I could merely awaken one of the slumbering titans and there is very little they could do to stop one of them. Titans. I raised an eyebrow. Yes, you would probably be unfamiliar with them as well. It's more of an old term, not one I coined. Beyond normal Grimm are alphas of some species. And beyond alphas are ancient Grimm. And there are a handful that exist beyond those that have been called titans, for good reason. Now I'm morbidly curious. Tell me of your greatest monsters, O great Grimm Queen. I have my master sleeping in the depths of the ocean north from here. It is the largest Grimm I have, as it is essentially a whale, if you desire a picture. A big whale. It's more of a mobile fortress than a meaningful combatant. It sleeps within an underwater dust mine primarily of gravity. It has taken in the gravity dust over the years and possesses the ability to fly. Its other most notable feature is that it can spew a liquid similar to the Grim pools to produce lesser Grim. Something common among the Titans. Ignoring the horrifying implications of that for the people here. That's kind of neat. Tell me more. She smiled faintly and continued. Off the coast of the Mistral Kingdom is another Titan. My Leviathan sleeps in the ocean's depths. It is a bipedal aquatic Grim that can make landfall. Under the sands of Vacuo my Ouroboros also slumbers. It is a snake without a tail but a head on each end. In the north ice sheets, my Jotun a two-headed and four-armed behemoth waits. Envale had a run-in with my wyvern years ago and thought it vanquished, yet it only slumbers under a mountain near the city. Amusingly those faunas settled down near my last Titan, meaning I have one near every major settlement. My Hydra lays beneath the earth near Menagerie in the southeast. That's a mix of terrifying and awesome at the same time. I loved giant monsters, granted, the purpose of them was not something I agreed with, which probably should be the next thing we talked about. Salem. We were both a bit emotionally drained yesterday, so there's still plenty we need to talk about. You told me some things, some boundaries of yours. I want to add some of my own too. Very well. She said evenly. Tell me what you wish to say. I don't claim to be a good person, Salem. I've k*LLED many people. I've done illegal things, admittedly some for stupid reasons. But, I do have morals, Salem. My other girls too, other than Jin, we all have blood on our hands, some more than others. I know you don't care about the people around you, that you don't even see them as people. But I can't be with someone who willfully slaughters and harms innocent people to achieve their goals. I would be a hypocrite to deny Salem because of that outright. Even Artoria, someone I would respect as having the moral fortitude that I could only envy, had k*LLED innocence and done other morally dubious acts in the past during her reign. None of us were without sin, but I like to think that everyone was trying to be better. I didn't know what I would do if she didn't agree. But I know that a further relationship would be impossible. If need be, I would k*LL every Grim in the world and stop their continued creation. And I know that she personally hadn't made a move in a long time, but I wanted a promise from her for the future. If that is your desire, I will oblige by it. Salem responded emotionlessly. I will not pretend to care about those people you speak of, but I will not intentionally cause them any more harm nor will I have a hand in it. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. She gave one of her cute little huffs. I have nothing to gain by doing so any longer regardless of your request. I have something. I fiddled around in my pockets until I found what I was looking for. I have made a unique one for each of the others too. I held out my hand to show her a bracelet storage space like what everyone else had. Salem's eyes focused on it and she hesitantly accepted it from my hand. It's beautiful. She said softly. You made this for me. Yeah, I woke up early so I could get it done in time. If you channel some magical energy into it, you can access the folded space attached to it to keep things inside. It's wonderful. Her expression was soft as she continued to stare at it. I don't know how long it's been since I've received a gift like this. I tried to make it match you. I know you said that your favorite color was black, so I used ebony as a base. And I added rubies because I thought they would match your beautiful eyes. Salem abruptly got up from her seat and walked a few steps over to mine and promptly sat right down into my lap and leaned against me. Your gift is greatly appreciated. She whispered, giving me a light kiss on the cheek. Thank you. I happily wrapped my arms around her as she fiddled with the bracelet, getting it around her wrist. The beautiful smile she had as she held it up to the light was breathtaking. She was somewhat stiff in my arms, obviously she was unused to this kind of thing, but she was obviously trying so I didn't say anything. I admit that the sudden bluntness to her trying to be affectionate had its own cute charm to it. Tell me about the others. She said, still enthralled by her bracelet. I wish to know about the ones with whom I will be sharing your affection. Well, you already met Skathuk. I assume she introduced herself a bit. Yes, she explained her origins and what she is. I admit that some of the terms and explanations were unknown to me. I'll gladly fill you in on the details later. And you'll have all the access to anything you want. If you want to study any of the world's magecraft that I have been to, you're free to do so. She paused, turning to look at me. She leaned in and gave me another quick kiss on the lips. Continue. I guess she was happy about that. It's probably her way of expressing herself. As much as I wanted to tease her about it, I didn't think it was really a good idea at this particular point. I was happy she was making the effort as it was. Artoria Pendragon would be the next. She's a knight and a former king. She's not a magus, but she has a phenomenal amount of magical energy due to a dragon core implanted inside her when she was young. She's very straightforward and a kind and honorable woman. She's also like Skaduk, a servant, and she's the servant of Rin Tosaka, my grandfather's student and a close friend of mine. I always found it strange in the past. The idea of knight isn't foreign to me, nor are people who don't utilize their magic. However, the combination of both never made sense to me. It was something even when I was a young girl. She has her own reservations about casting spells and whatnot. But she does use it in a basic sense to make herself stronger and to do other things. It's not my place, so I won't speak ill. Merely voicing my confusion at the logic of such decisions. I nodded and continued. For servants, next we have Minamoto no Rei Cow. Or just Rei Cow. I paused, realizing something obvious. I took out my kaleidophone and messed with it until a picture of Artoria appeared. This is Artoria. She is, shorter than I had imagined. Salem nudged my phone closer to her face. She is very beautiful. Through certain CIRC* misstances, her physical aging was halted when she was alive. I didn't elaborate as that was more her story to tell, but this much should be okay. And this is Rei Cow. I said, moving the picture along. I see why you like her. Salem muttered, glancing down at her own chest for the briefest of moments. She's a swordswoman and a demigod. However, her godly heritage manifested in the form of a type of demon from my homeland. I won't divulge too much as it's personal, but she suffered a lot in her life and has a sort of warped mentality in some places. She refers to herself as my mom, and I won't ever correct her. I will not claim to understand it, but I will respect it nonetheless. Salem acknowledged. And I do not believe I have the context available to quite understand everything else. Your lover Skaduk said that these servants were once famous individuals. I assume there are stories written down to accompany them that I can procure. Of course. Whatever you want or need, I'll help you. A demigod, what a fantastical existence. Don't hold your breath quite yet. Salem stared at me. I assume you are going to tell me something that will make me question my own existence again. Proceed. She let out a tired sigh. I have already accepted that my life is different than it was merely a week ago. All right, we'll get through the easy ones first. The demigod was one of the easy ones, is it? You want me to answer that? Proceed. She sighed again. This is Yasaka. I changed pictures again. A faunus. Salem looked at it curiously. No, she has multiple traits. She's a yokai. Which is a hard term to explain without context. It's an umbrella term for a lot of different types of creatures and beings from my homeland. It can include ghosts, demons, and other things. Specifically, Yasaka is a nine-tailed fox, one of the strongest types of yokai. She's also a Miko, a priestess, for Amaterasu, the sun goddess from my home. She certainly has impressive proportions. Salem muttered. Oh, and a small detour, here's our daughter, Kunu. I happily showed off my little fox. She adopted me a while ago, and then Yasaka and I sort of got together. Cute. Salem said very quietly. And you apparently know Jin. Yes, the spirit of the relic of knowledge, who apparently is a deviant of the highest order. Salem huffed. Well, that's not untrue. And here's Venelana Gremory. I changed the picture once more. She's a full-blooded devil. And Venelana raised an eyebrow. You stopped. Don't judge me. Do you wish me to lie and say I won't? She's my grandmother. That is not what I expected to come out of your mouth. Salem stared blankly for a moment. And you care about her in this way? I never knew her as a grandmother. Which is a story I haven't really told yet. Suffice to say, I'm a bastard and was essentially tossed away at some point. I only recently met her and, well, I like her, which led to things happening. It's not the strangest thing I've seen. Salem simply said. And next? Right, next. I cleared my throat. This is Izzy. I changed the picture once more. Her full name is Izanami. She seems pleasant. She's a goddess of death and creation and one of two gods responsible for the creation of my home country. Salem opened her mouth briefly and closed it again. She's very sweet and I've been friends with her for a while before we got together, which was rather recently. I will take your word for it. Salem forced out. I do not have any understanding of gods beyond the brothers, and I am hesitant to consort with any after what happened to me. Compared to the brothers, how powerful is this goddess of yours? That's a difficult question to answer. She's never been a fighter and she isn't actively worshipped due to certain reasons you can figure out after reading the myths. But, your brother gods would probably be stronger, however, they would not want to tangle with her if they could help it. This will require time to come to terms with. When I think of divine beings, only hate and anger remain instead of reverence. We can move at any pace you feel comfortable with. I reached for her hand, giving it a squeeze. Though, the next and last is a bit. Another goddess? Salem asked. Sort of. I question how one can be only sort of a goddess. She gestured for me to continue. I flipped the screen again, finally moving to the last on the list, but my first love. This is Meridia Didrik, Lord of Life and Light. The world she's from, that's basically the equivalent of being called a goddess, however, if we use the comparison of your brother gods again. I tapped my chin thinking about how to word this. Meridia is to your gods what your gods are to mortals. Could you please elaborate? Meridia, if she brought her entire strength to bear, could destroy the brother gods with ease. She's the universal concept of light and life that was created near the dawn of her universe. She's older than Remnant by such a large number that counting it is pointless. She could crush this planet between her fingers if she chose to. However, she's mostly limited to her realm of existence, otherwise others of her kind would make a move on it and usurp her domain. I see. Salem said evenly. And how, I wish to word this politely, but I don't know how to phrase it. Just say it, I won't take offense. Why is such a being with you? Funny story actually. I chuckled remembering it. So I cleansed a temple of hers from a necromancer. She absolutely despises things that overturn the natural order of life and death such as necromancy. I cleanse it, right, and she sends some tiny part of her attention my way, asking me what I wanted for a reward. Please tell me this isn't going where I think it is. Salem covered her face with her hand. After some talking, and with a promise of a reward, I asked her to be my woman. How are you alive? Quick thinking, a bit of charm, and lots of luck. I offered. I fully admit it wasn't my brightest moment and I wasn't exactly the bastion of maturity at the time. Clearly. She drawled. Any others I should know about? That's it for my harem. If we're talking about friends and family, well. My grandfather is the most immediate. And there's more of a story there that starts off with my birth and everything that comes with that. It will be a long story, I presume. Yeah, but I wanted to talk to you about a couple other things before that. Very well, what do you wish to discuss? She looked at me curiously. This may sound weird since we just started dating, but I didn't know if you were happy here or not, or if you would like to come live with me, or rather in my world. You are asking me to live in your world? A world with magic still alive and other wonders that I have craved for since my people perished thousands of years ago. She asked, though it was mostly rhetorical. I nearly agreed without a mere thought to the contrary. But I find myself in a weird state of mind. The fact that I would be leaving my home. It feels strange and I don't know how to feel about abandoning it. There's no pressure, and I just wanted to offer in case you were unhappy here. There's no need to decide now or any time soon, we have a long time together. I squeezed her hand again. You're welcome to come with me and explore any time too. I can set it up so you can come and go as you want. I would like that very much. She smiled peacefully. It's hard to guess Salem's thoughts on the matter. On one hand, people are sentimental about their homes. On the other hand, everything she knew and loved about her home was gone. There is something else. I scratched my cheek a little awkwardly. Would you like to go on a date with me? I don't know why I felt a little flustered asking her that outright. A date? She tilted her head. What sort of outing did you have in mind? The clock tower, the Mages Association that is from my home. It's having a sort of soiree for a bunch of the younger generation. My grandfather is someone of status and he asked me to attend under the family name and I'm allowed a date for the affair. A get-together with prominent families of what sounds like an aristocratic society based around magic. The corners of Salem's lips tugged upwards. I assume there will be political rivalries, backstabbing, attempts at subterfuge and all manner of deal-making. At a minimum. If someone doesn't die, it will be a boring evening. She raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I underestimated this association of yours then. You did. I don't think you quite understand what kind of place it is, but that's fine. Consider the worst sort, those kinds of people that would do anything to progress their own means. And it's filled with that sort. That's the norm. I said honestly. If you walked up into the place and told everyone you were immortal, they would do anything they could to put you on a table and dissect you to learn your secrets. They can try. Sam scowled. Peace, Salem. I squeezed her hand again. I'm just giving you an example. You wouldn't even have to do anything because I would k*ll anyone who tried to harm you. Her expression softened and she gave me another kiss on the cheek. Having someone be protective of me is odd yet satisfying. I could feel her relax in my arms. Will it be a problem that I do not know much of your magical society? Unfortunately, yes. I pursed my lips in thought. But I just had a thought. I did have an errand I was going to run before I headed back home from Remnant. Would you like to come with me and see another world? I'm going to check in on a magic family that is working under me for various things and I think that may be the answer to this little dilemma as well. That sounds delightful. She smiled warmly. I held my hand out and Salem gracefully took it, stepping out from the portal that connected Remnant to just outside the Igmalenia family's castle. She immediately began looking around the surroundings. And then her eyes turned upwards at the starry sky. Your moon is whole. Right, I forgot you would probably notice that right away. It's fairly hard to miss. Did no god throw a tantrum and destroy yours? Salem grunted. No gods would be able to destroy the moon here. It's a bit different compared to Remnant. It's hard to explain, but that's why we're here. Your stars are different too. I spent too long memorizing the constellations back home that these look utterly out of place. Salem snapped her fingers and red eyes glowed in her shadow. A small Nevermore emerged and landed on her arm. Surveil the area. She commanded, and it flew off. I almost forgot that you had the Grim in your shadow. I looked down at the ground, many red eyes flashed back at me. Did you want to get a look around the area? Yes, I wished to see from the sky. Salem nodded. And your lover helped me correct a few mistakes with my spell. She also gave me the idea to instead inscribe the runes directly into my shadow as opposed to creating a spell to interact with it. That's a fascinating train of thought. I tapped my chin. You'll have to show me when you get somewhere with it. How many Grim do you have in your shadow now? About 6,000 of various types. She smiled proudly. So you're carrying a veritable army with you. Of course, I am the Grim Queen. She said haughtily. Scary. Quite. She still looked rather proud of herself. Is this the place? Yup, good old Igmalenia Castle. I confirmed as we approached the large gate. We didn't even need to stop as it opened up to welcome us. Lord Schweinorg, we welcome your return. Darnik politely bowed in greeting. Darnik, a pleasure. I nodded to him. And this is Salem. I gestured to my lovely companion. She is to be treated the same as me. Her word is my word. And answer any questions she may have, regardless of how common sense they may be in your eyes. Darnik's eyes flashed as he inspected Salem, no doubt noticing her uniqueness. I will make sure to relay your words to everyone. Thank you, Darnik. May I ask the purpose of your visit, Lord Schweinorg and Lady Salem? I've come to inspect your progress and procure some other supplies. I stated. Your defenses here are impressive. Salem noted, looking around. I lost count at how many types of barriers you had around this castle. Darnik didn't react to her verbiage. Your words honor us, Lady Salem. We have a rather unique method to establish the bounded fields around the castle. We use an ancient sundial mystic code as a focal point and tie 12 different bounded fields that correspond to each hour and rotate accordingly. This makes it nearly impossible to break through without resorting to overpowering it in its entirety, as they change enough that someone attempting to undermine one will not have enough time before it changes to something completely different. Why are there so many active then? Salem inquired, taking a rather odd tone. Perhaps because she recognized him as an equal in that he was a magic user as she was. We have had unwanted guests the past few days, so we have been on alert. In times of crisis, we can activate the mystic code to produce all 12 bounded fields simultaneously. Fascinating. Salem whispered. Trouble with unwanted guests? I asked. Nothing that you need to be concerned with, Lord Schweinorg. They have been dealt with accordingly. Darnik said simply. What are those? Salem tugged on my sleeve and whispered in my ear as a group of white-haired people in uniforms passed by. Those are homunculi. You can think of them as artificially created beings that don't require a womb to be birthed. Mostly created through the use of certain alchemy practices. They're basically magic circuits in the forms of humans rather than humans. At least those specific ones were. Salem was silent as she digested that information. I guess she didn't have the equivalent back on Remnant. She could guess what magic circuits were at the very least. Darnik led us through the castle corridors as Salem looked at everything in wonder. And it was genuinely enjoyable to see her like this. It was as if she wasn't the Grim Queen, or the old witch she called herself. No, her eyes were filled with genuine curiosity and intrigue. Here we are. Darnik announced, pushing open the door. This is the 4th greenhouse we've created as the yields have been improving. And what are the yields like? I asked. One moment. Darnik asked, walking to the side and rummaging through a few books. The records have not been tallied since last week, but this should give a rough estimate. He handed the book over. Overall, we have seen a 40% increase on nearly every plant bar the more temperamental ones. Salem leaned over my shoulder to look as I opened it up. Magical plants for making potions. I explained quietly. Darnik and his family have been producing them for me as per an agreement we have. I looked up at Darnik. Would you please fetch my quota, Darnik? Immediately, Lord Schweinorg. He bowed and left the room with haste. Nearly everything magical has died off on Remnant. There were such things in the bygone age, but to see it flourishing so openly. Salem whispered, taking a hesitant step towards one of the potted plants. She gently touched a leaf on a blue mountain flower. I can feel the magic coursing through it with a mere touch. Are you okay? I put a hand on her shoulder as she was acting uncharacteristically. It's beautiful. She whispered again, gently letting it go. I didn't think I would ever see something like this again. Would you like some? I asked, as the thought randomly came to my mind. You would give me my own. She looked at me in surprise. Salem, I would carve out my heart if you asked me to. Foolish. She huffed, blushing ever so slightly, contrasting her pale cheeks. If it would not be detrimental. I can provide some form of payment. No. I cut her off. Salem, we're not bargaining. If you want it, I would gladly give it to you if it makes you happy. Very well, I know a losing battle when I see one. She once more barely spoke loud enough for me to hear. Thank you. That does raise an interesting question. Would dust help facilitate the growth of magical plants as it's basically crystallized magical energy? Salem snapped out of her mood and looked thoughtful as well. That depends, the element needs to correlate positively to the plants. If you try to use fire dust, it'll probably stymy the growth and perhaps even dry it out and tarnish the soil. Earth dust is the most obvious choice, but there might be some argument made for water dust and maybe even light dust depending on how these plants conduct their version of photosynthesis. Have I ever told you I love it when you talk about magic? Yes, and as I have said before, due praise is welcomed. She preened. I will enjoy experimenting with these. Do you need other things, like good soil or such? The soil of the Grimlands isn't unusable. I had a regular garden some centuries ago that I grew bored of at some point. She replied. Perhaps we should locate a ley line. That is a thought as well. However, the nature of Remnant's ley lines after the brothers departed caused them to become unstable, hence our dust came about. It may be detrimental to plant them directly on top of one. Too much magic can be dangerous or lethal to certain types of life. What about? I have returned, Lord Schweinorg. Darnik entered the room again, carrying a small crate. I bring a sample of the products we created and the remaining ones are ready for you to retrieve at your leisure. Salem's curiosity was piqued once more as she walked over and started inspecting the various vials and bottles inside, taking them out one by one to get a good look at it. Thank you, Darnik, your work is excellent as always. I have 2 more requests for you. I am at your command, Lord Schweinorg. He bowed slightly. I would like 2 sets of 10 samples of each plant, along with the notes you've compiled on their growth process. One for some obviously, but I felt like it was a good time to expand on my own end now. Or rather, what if Yasaka expanded for the yokai? I didn't really have the patience to grow my own garden that can support my needs, but Yasaka on the other hand would thrive with such a new resource. That is an easy enough request, however, it will delay the next greenhouse expansion, if that is acceptable. It is. I nodded. Next, I would like something a bit more unique. I would like you to gather any books you have on the basics of Magus society. From early magical learning, to the history of the Mages Association. I will follow your order, Lord Schweinorg. But I am a little confused about what you're looking for. Let me rephrase. I tapped my chin. Imagine that you are introducing someone completely new to our world and you're expecting them to go to a party with the scions of the most notable families. Get everything they would need to prepare. Darnik glanced at Salem then back at me. I believe I know what you're asking for, Lord Schweinorg. I will prepare the materials for your purview shortly. He bowed his head again and departed once more. Could you be any more obvious? Salem said dryly. Salem, I could tell them that you're a white platypus and they wouldn't bat an eye and agree with me. I said they work for me, but that was being very polite. They're alive because I showed them mercy and they are aware of this face. I retract my words then. If they are your underlings, merely issue the commands then. Salem changed her tune fairly quickly. These are interesting. I am tempted to try them. Don't randomly drink things. I am immortal, what could possibly harm me? She rolled her eyes. However, I am not a child that will put anything inside of my body on a whim. When is this soiree of yours so I know how long I have to prepare? A few days, but we can tweak that to give you some more time. Hopefully that will be enough time to learn the basics of this world. I do not wish to appear a fool in front of your peers. I barely even stay in the clock tower. I waved it off. I'd rather you enjoy yourself and we just have a good time. I would have gotten you everything to know about my home regardless and I know you like looking into this sort of stuff. That is true. Salem found a chair to sit down in at the side. We have time at this moment. Would you begin your story? I suppose I had no reason to refuse. I walked over and joined her, sitting at the seat to the side. First, let me tell you about who Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg is. I stretched my arms and yawned. A late night study session, I hadn't had one of those in a while. But it's always pleasant to spend time with Salem. She seemed content with where she was with her studies and I didn't want to overly disturb her while she was getting familiar with my world. And thus, the monochromatic light of Yomi greeted me as I stepped out of another portal. I wanted to see my Izzy. Though, the taste of lightning and storms filled my mouth as soon as I stepped out. The feeling of divinity pressing down on the surroundings filled up this usually desolated place. Izzy stood on her porch with Susanoo standing protectively in front of her, his storm raging around him creating an actual atmospheric reaction above us. I would normally assume that Susanoo was throwing a fit or some other nonsense, but no, there was a third person present. A few dozen yards away stood a man in a Hawaiian shirt with prayer beads around his neck and sunglasses on his face. Purple lightning danced across his skin in response to Susanoo flexing his storm. Was that Indra? Well, if it isn't the devil bastard. His head turned and his eyes narrowed at me. Saves me the trouble of finding you myself. What the foo *k did I just walk in on? Non-canon, maybe. Oh make, girls only chat. Grim_Queen has joined the chat. I am _not_actually _blue, hey, Salem finally joined. Foxy_mama, welcome. I'm glad you finally came around. She_who_ invites, welcome. Spear_witch, good to see you join. ONI_A_mother, hello. Loyal_knight, greetings. Mother_of_the_devil, welcome to our secret group chat. Legs_for_ days, welcome. Legs_for_ days, damn it Wilhelm. Legs_for_ days has left the chat. Lady_of_ light has joined the chat. Lady_of_ light, there. I am _not_actually_blue, did Wilhelm change your username again? Lady_of_ light, of course, who else would do so? I foolishly believed him when he said he wished to update my device. Grim_Queen, thank you for the invitation. I admit, I am still surprised by the acceptance into this group. I did not think that a group of women vying for the attention of one man would be so welcoming. Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, for a lot of us, it's not strange for a powerful person to have a harem. Though I was the only one with previous experience and it wasn't nearly as open and welcoming as this one has been. I am underscore not underscore actually underscore blue, I just like having a big family. Foxy underscore mama, you're so adorable. Whoever is closest to her, give her a big hug for me. ONI underscore A underscore mother, will do. Grim underscore queen, I noticed you said person when mentioning harems. Is that intentionally? Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, oh yes. While most supernatural societies reflect human society in that they're male-dominated, there are certainly predominant women with their own harems. If I wanted to, I could have my own without anyone even raising an eyebrow down in the underworld. Loyal underscore knight, would it not be more difficult to have relations with a large group of men as opposed to the opposite? Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, who said they all have to be men? Loyal underscore knight, how, lewd. Spear underscore witch, little lass is blushing now. Loyal underscore knight, don't tell everyone that. Foxy underscore mama, now I'm curious. How many of us here swing both ways? Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, is this your subtle way of trying to confirm for yourself? Foxy underscore mama, oh dear, if I was asking for myself, I would not be subtle. Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, fair enough. As much as I enjoy a man in bed, a woman just scratches a different kind of itch. Spear underscore witch, I have laid with women in the past. I would not mind the occasional tryst as long as our shared interest is involved. However, I prefer a man inside of me over a woman. I am underscore not underscore actually underscore blue, I don't know. I've never had S*X with a girl before. ONI underscore A underscore mother, I believe I am the same, preferring master's touch only. But the idea to share on occasion is not repulsive. Loyal underscore knight, I have come to understand that I find both genders attractive, but prefer a relationship with a man. Lady underscore of underscore light, I have not given any consideration to anyone beyond Wilhelm for relations. However, if such a thing were to change in the future, I believe the ones present would be acceptable. Foxy underscore mama, if you ever want to experiment, feel free to let me know. Wilhelm isn't the only one to admire those long legs of yours. She underscore who underscore invites, down, you horny fox. Foxy underscore mama, that invitation is extended to you too, Lady Izanami. And everyone else for that matter. I think Wilhelm has excellent taste and I would absolutely love to get better acquainted. She underscore who underscore invites, noted. And I am the same as most of us, it seems. I don't mind either gender, but I prefer a man in most situations. Grim underscore queen, this is not what I expected when I joined this group. Foxy underscore mama, what did you expect? Grim underscore queen, the subtle backhanded insults, the attempts at subterfuge and trying to gain advantage over other members of the harem. Perhaps vying and competing for Wilhelm's affection at every opportunity. Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, take it from someone who did experience that for centuries. It's much too exhausting and this is much more fun. Spear underscore witch, I would not have accepted such a situation. Foxy underscore mama, double for me. I would not have allowed Kunu to be raised around that kind of unhealthy environment. I don't know how you handled it, Venelana. Mother underscore of underscore the underscore devil, oh, everyone learned very quickly that my children were not part of their games. Some had to learn the lesson the hard way. Loyal underscore knight, I believe I am of a similar sentiment. I would stepped away from this relationship if there was consistent infighting. Lady underscore of underscore light, I would have simply removed any volatile elements. I am underscore not underscore actually underscore blue, that sounds so sad. I like it better when we all get along and I don't mind sharing with everyone. Grim underscore queen, I see. Grim underscore queen, and what is the purpose of this chat then? I am underscore not underscore actually underscore blue, to keep in touch. Foxy underscore mama, or really talk about anything. An hour ago, we were talking about our favorite songs. And the other day it was about vacation spots this summer. Loyal underscore knight, it is also a good method to ask for assistance if required. Foxy underscore mama, but honestly, it was created for one original purpose in mind. Grim underscore queen, and what would that be? She underscore who underscore invites, Wilhelm. Grim underscore queen, yes? That is the reason we have gathered, is it not? Loyal underscore knight, No. She means it's to look after Wilhelm. Spear_witch, our lover has a habit of finding trouble. Lady_of_light, either by his hand or not. I am _not_actually_blue, if there's something happening, he's either the cause of it or involved in some way. Mother_of_the_devil, never a dull moment with my precious grandson. Like the time he tracked down Jack the Ripper in another world just so he could have a climatic sword fight at night on the rooftops of London. It turned out that he was a demon in disguise. She_who_invites, I will still point out the time he facilitated multiple invasions of the local afterlife of another world he took me to. Loyal_knight, or the time he found an alternate version of me participating in the Fourth Grail War and proceeded to get into a fist fight with Lancelot after removing his mad enhancement while proclaiming himself the rightful Queen of Camelot and elaborating in detail by what that actually means. Explicit detail. ONI_A_mother, Master also found another Grail War that had a despicable ONI participating. He took me there for our anniversary. It did not end well, but it was a lovely date. Spear_witch, if I recall, was that the one where his grandfather kicked him out of the world line? ONI_A_mother, no, that was another one. Grim_queen. Spear_witch, yes, and the time he brought me to see that Chaldea. He mistook the local version of myself as his and proceeded to grope her without regard. It caused a large brawl in the kitchens that escalated to involve the majority of the heroic spirits summoned. Foxy_mama, didn't that also end with both of you in his bed? Spear_witch, yes it did. Grim_queen, I am starting to understand the necessity. I am _not_actually_blue, oh, tell her about the dragons. Lady_of_light, I was asked by Akatosh that we not mention that anymore. Grim_queen, and this Akatosh is? Lady_of_light, similar to me, but his sphere is over the domain of time and older than the concept itself. Also the creator of all dragons as they are parts of his soul. Grim_queen, what could possible cause such a being to make that request? Foxy_mama, I only heard bits and pieces, but something about forced dragon fighting pits? I am _not_actually_blue, we learned that 47 trolls can take down a dragon if it can't fly away. Loyal_knight, and the spiders, Rin still has nightmares. I am _not_actually_blue, yeah, the spiders. That poor dragon. I think that's when everyone realized they went too far. Grim_queen, I am genuinely horrified to even begin questing this and I make horrendous monsters for entertainment. Lady_of_light, as I said, do not mention it anymore. Grim_queen, what exactly did I sign up for? Mother_of_the_devil, unconditional love and affection with an unhealthy dose of madness and mayhem? Foxy_mama, sounds about right. Loyal_knight, very accurate. ONI_A_mother, master is very mischievous. Spear_witch, it makes life interesting. Lady_of_light continuous exasperation. Grim_queen, and there are no regrets with how things turned out? I am _not_actually_blue, nope. She_who_invites, no. Foxy_mama, absolutely not. ONI_A_mother, I am happy beyond words. Loyal_knight, I have no complaints. Spear_witch, this Skathik is content. Lady_of_light, I would not have him any other way. Grim_queen, it seems I have much to look forward to then. Spear_witch, speaking of, where is my student now? He's due for some instance of trouble any day. Lady_of_light, he visited some hours ago, but I know not where he went. Foxy_mama, don't worry, I got him here. He fell asleep with his head on my lap. I am _not_actually_blue, send a picture. Foxy_mama, picture. ONI_A_mother, I'm saving that one. Mother_of_the_devil, so cute. Grim_queen, he has asked me for this before. Is it a common occurrence? Spear_witch, yes, I let him lay his head upon my thigh as a reward. Loyal_knight, he also asks me often. ONI_A_mother, master loves a lap pillow. Grim_queen, I will make a note of it then. Is there anything else I should be aware of? What does he enjoy? Foxy_mama, this picture. Loyal_knight, Yasaka. Spear_witch, I suppose he is awake now. She_who_invites, is it another lewd picture? I am _not_actually_blue, lewd. She_who_invites, must you post these? I haven't done anything like that yet and now I already know what he looks like down there. ONI_A_mother, she's giving master a hand. Lady_of_light, I have already learned not to view any pictures she sends without waiting for everyone else. Mother_of_the_devil, I almost opened it up. I'm a charity function. That would have been an awkward conversation to have with those around me. Foxy_mama, yufu. Grim_queen, should I assume this is normal behavior? I am _not_actually_blue, oh, I forgot about Salem. She only just joined, whoops. Foxy_mama, I forgot we had someone new here. Sorry for not giving you a warning. She_who_invites, and I don't get this supposed warning? Foxy_mama, you already know what I'm about. She_who_invites, I'm annoyed that this is a valid answer. Grim_queen, I'm not upset. It's not as if it's my first time seeing his member. Loyal_knight, oh my. I am _not_actually_blue, damn Salem. Spear_witch, I believe you will fit in around here well. Chapter 421, Chapter 381. What's going on? I looked upon the scene in confusion. This doesn't concern you. Susanoo growled. There is nothing going on, Indra was just leave. Izzy ignored her son and glared at Indra. You can wait there until I'm done, half-breed. Indra said dismissively. And all my questions were answered, well I could make a pretty good guess. Get out of my realm, Indra. Izzy's divinity began to seep out. Hand over what belongs to me and I'll gladly leave this disgusting place. Indra scoffed. I don't know how my toy soul ended up in your hands, but it doesn't matter. You're in no place to make demands of me. Izzy's words made the entire realm rumble with her barely hidden annoyance. Oh please, maybe that works on the trash next to you, but I'm a real god. Indra scoffed. A decrepit old goddess with no worshippers. Do you really think I'm going to fear you, even in this place? You're wasting my time as it is, every second I spend here is agonizing to someone of my position. You should be thankful I came here in person rather than send one of my underlings. Did he just insult Izzy like that to our faces? How dare you talk to my mother like that? Susanoo roared and a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, slamming into the position Indra was in. That tingles. A smug smile became visible rather quickly once the dust settled. The lightning arced around him and Indra merely held up a lazy hand, clutching the foreign divine lightning. That attack was by no means weak. I would have to defend against it with one of my more powerful spells/shields, yet Indra just held his hand up to it like it was nothing. Lesser gods are so easy to anger. Indra said mockingly. You. Susanoo, stop letting him rile you up. Izzy stepped in front of her son. And Wilhelm, please leave for now. I will handle this. No, he will wait there until I'm finished. Indra immediately countered. As loathed as I am to agree with this gigantic douche, I'm not leaving you alone with him. Did you just call me? He seemed genuinely surprised that I threw an insult his way. K off. I didn't even bother with anything sarcastic. And for once, I agree with the mortal. Susanoo bellowed out a laugh. Indra's expression turned sour. If I didn't need you to track down the woman calling herself my daughter and flaunting a weapon similar to mine, I would have K*LLED you for your arrogance, mortal. Well, you would have tried, and failed. But I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with being a failure. On second thought. His hands alighted with purple lightning, but before he could make a move, Izzy reaffirmed her position as the ruler here, making the shadows around him shoot up from the ground, ready to pounce. Indra. Izzy's tone had a new bite to it. Are you trying to start a war? If you make a move, I will consider it as your pantheon's declaration. Indra's lightning slowly faded as he stared at Izzy, neither backing down. The intense standoff abruptly ended as Indra started laughing maniacally. War. He spat out between hearty laughs. You want to threaten war with me? With what army? Takamagahara. Will do nothing. Indra's face twisted into a scowl. Do you think I hid myself when I walked over here? Do you think they'd care if you just disappeared? I would have normally been mad at his jabs at Izzy, but what really infuriated me was that Izzy didn't respond. Not that I was annoyed she didn't defend herself, but the silent acceptance that what he said was accurate. I'm genuinely surprised you even exist still. I would have thought you faded centuries ago. No worshippers, no presence in the world, and not even your own pantheon cares about you? A cursed existence that hides in a disgusting hole. Give me what is mine, so I can leave this wretched place and find the upstart who had the gall to impersonate my blood. Something in Izzy just seemed to disappear, the defiance in her gaze turned to reluctant acceptance. Just take the soul and leave. I was angry, so very angry at this point, yet my anger didn't explode. I kept it controlled and contained, and I wasn't the only one. I looked at the one by her side. Suzanu's gaze also filled with the fury of a storm. And he turned to look at me. Our eyes for a brief moment, and with silent agreement we came to an understanding. Right, there wasn't anything that needed to be said between us in this case. Hey Indra, what's that? I grabbed his attention, opening a portal right behind him. What he glanced behind himself to look at it but was suddenly beset with a thunderclap, Suzanu slamming into him, pushing him through, and I quickly followed. As soon as I stepped through, the water in front of me erupted, Suzanu broke through the waves and steadied himself on the waves as Indra looked down on us both. Izzy is going to be pissed later. I hummed, landing down next to Suzanu. Mother's fury is not what I am concerned about at the moment. Suzanu snorted, gazing at Indra who silently floated up out of the water. You're right, there's something much more important to deal with right now. Yes, for one of the few times I will admit it, we are in agreement, devil. Suzanu punched his fist, producing a clap of thunder above with bellowing storm clouds following. My own divinity, as if resonating with him, bubbled to the surface. No one gets away with talking like that to her. He is stronger than me. Suzanu spoke in a hushed voice. It pains me to say, but I am far weaker than him and we share similar domains. Indra was one of the strongest beings in this world, I wasn't aware of how I stacked up to him. Together. Suzanu looked at me and nodded. Together. I flipped my hand, the staff of Magus appearing within my fingers. With a swipe, the area around us completely turned to ice and I aimed it up towards the god. It distorted and turned into spears at my command, shooting up towards the floating deity. Cheap tricks. Indra scoffed, his purple lightning crackling around him, whipping at any errant ice spears that approached as if it were alive. With a thunderclap, Suzanu appeared next to the Hindu god, a fist coated in lightning thrown at him. Indra raised his own palm up to catch it, sending shockwaves in every direction. With a frown, I put my staff away. My wings flapped and with a burst of shunpo I was on his opposite side, throwing my fist towards him too. Boost! I roared, the red gauntlet appearing. Indra blocked it with his other palm as he held off both me and Suzanu. Is that it? Indra mocked. Suzanu and I shared a look again. Boost, transfer! I called out in succession, targeting the Shinto god. Suzanu's fist broke through Indra's hold, and I pulled back to throw him further off balance. Indra quickly moved to block the sudden burst of strength that I gave to Suzanu. Bakut number 61, Rikujaker. I quickly cast with the Ryutsu I had available. 6 beams of light materialized and slammed into his midsection, sealing him in place. A flinch from him made them crack, barely holding him in place, but it was enough for Suzanu's fist wreathed in lightning to connect with Indra's cheek. The Hindu god went hurling to the ocean below, skipping across the water a few times. The cascading waves made it difficult to see, but that wasn't a particular issue once his anger was made known. Purple lightning danced across the water and Indra slowly floated up again. Suzanu didn't wait to re-engage, the Shinto god flew towards Indra at blinding speed, only leaving sparks in his wake. Indra's face twisted back into a snarl and shot towards him as well. However, the purple lighting around him began to coalesce. It combined and compressed, his divinity weaving into it to create a solid construct. 2 large arms formed out of his sides, both of which smashed down on Suzanu as they got close. Suzanu tried his best to block. But as soon as the 2 lightning arms slammed down, his legs buckled and Indra followed up with a normal fist that connected with Suzanu's face. I quickly moved with a burst of shunpo, grabbing hold of Mirage and swinging towards Indra's side. One of his lightning arms grabbed my blade and he held up a hand, palm facing me. It started with a spark, and not even a breath later, a torrent of purple lightning discharged right into me. My aura sprang up to block, but even so, it blasted me far away, and Susanoo followed shortly, thrown through the air, his large body colliding with me as we fell. Indra didn't let up. Before either of us could react, the two massive lightning arms were held above, fingers interlocked, and they smashed down onto us. Bakut number 44, Sekisho. I quickly chanted in the brief window of opportunity. The translucent shield appeared, but it was just as quickly shattered by the blow, barely even stopping Indra for a moment. Wreathed in his own lightning, his constructs slammed into us, a pillar of lightning discharging that could reach the sky. I activated my semblance and Susanoo did something too, but the lightning blocked my sight and I did what I could to minimize the damage. I wobbly stood up, blinking in realization that I was standing on solid ground. Walls of water around me. I was standing on the ocean floor. I don't know how many hundreds of feet deep it was, but I pulled myself up from the new crater I made and wiped away the blood dripping from my nose. Indra's remaining lightning was still arching between the chasm of water he had created, and the water was just now starting to fill back in the void that was left from the disturbance/dispersion due to the force of the blow. Drake, let's go. I intoned. Welsh dragon, balance breaker. I summoned forth the full-scale male. Instead of my devil wing, Drake's dragon wings sprouted from my back and I shot back to the surface before I could be swallowed by the oncoming water. I reached the sky again only to see Susanoo being held tightly by Indra, almost mockingly. Boost, 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 boost. I called out quickly, letting my strength reach a new threshold. Dragon shot. I discharged all of it right at Indra. His lightning arm raised up to block it, rather easily, but I just needed a moment. Spell circles swirled around my sword. Mirage began to gleam with the ACC Mulat magical energy. Nearly point blank, I slashed my sword down. Ether cannon. A familiar arm pierced through it to grab my neck. The magical energy swirled and dispersed into nothing, so I could see the lighting arm acting like a divine shield in application and his regular arm was squeezing me. I grit my teeth and called upon my power of destruction, grabbing onto his fleshly body. He hissed and pulled back, his lightning arm slapping my body away through the air. Little bastard! He hissed. But it's nothing compared to Shiva's destruction. This wasn't going to work. He was not an enemy I could just blow over with physical ability. Let's take the next step. I held my hand to the sky and began chanting. It was here at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here. Namely, the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. A single bolt of lightning dropped down from the sky into my hand. My divine blade comfortably fell into my grasp. What is that? Indra's eyes narrowed from behind his sunglasses. He was on guard. I could assume he felt the threat that my sword represented. But maybe it was the next action I took that completely befuddled him. I threw it towards Susanoo. The blade went spinning through the air and the storm god caught it, as if the sword was made for him. It sang happily with the sounds of thunder and lightning at merely a touch from him. Susanoo, without even taking a moment to comprehend what just happened, swung the sword at Indra. A burst of lightning was released from point blank, freeing the Shinto god from the Hindu god's grasp. Indra appeared a few dozen feet away, his lightning arms trembling as they blocked the blow, a small scratch on them. Susanoo looked at the sword, then looked at me with a widening grin. My dragon wings flapped and I shot up again. Indra took a more serious stance as Susanoo and I were on opposite sides of him at this point. Boost, boost, boost. I called out again, and both Susanoo and I moved. Indra held out both of his lightning arms at us, their palms opened and they gathered a significant amount of lightning before shooting off at us. I waved my hand, and my other swords appeared around me. They all shot forward towards the blast, dispersing it enough that I tore through it. Susanoo on the opposite side, merely pointed my authority at the blast and cleaved right through it. With a roar, Susanoo slashed the divine sword, and I followed suit with my mirage. The two lighting arms moved to block, while he fended off my mirage. The divine sword sunk into the lightning construct of his. Indra's eyes widened, a jerk of surprise and perhaps a tiny bit of fear made him react swiftly. A weapon of his own suddenly appeared in his hand. It was small, barely peeking out from his grasp. But it looked like a smaller version of Ray Kao's noble phantasm. Careful brat! Vajra! His divine weapon! He merely waved it in Suzanu's direction and the space was filled with thunderbolts of terrifying power. I couldn't even see Suzanu anymore, yet out of the purple wave of lightning came from my sword flying through the air and shot up to catch it in one motion, then slashed downwards with everything I had. He only had time to bring up his lightning arm to block and my sword cleaved right through it, sundering the ocean below. Pest! Indra roared, his Vajra swinging towards me. Don't ignore me! Suzanu roared louder, tearing through the lightning that besieged him, bloodied and panting as he flung himself at Indra, throwing a hail of punches, each one enough to create a tsunami. I swung my divine sword to meet his Vajra. Neither one seemed to have the advantage as the world itself seemed to split into two to reflect the opposing side. Boost 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 boost! I called out again, pushing Indra back. It was enough that Suzanu slipped through his defense. His lightning-like punches started landing on Indra's body. The Hindu god spit out blood, forced to retreat backwards at the onslaught. I tossed the sword back to Suzanu and we flew at him again. The Hindu god waved his Vajra at us and Suzanu accelerated forward, slicing through the wave of thunderbolts. I briefly glanced at the ones that missed us and each one that landed into the water created an explosion of power that would wipe out a good portion of a city. He seemed to focus everything on stopping Suzanu with my divine sword, his remaining lighting arm construct and even his Vajra clashed with it in a fierce struggle. With another shout, Indra deflected the sword away. But that left him wide open. I used every ounce of my strength and with all the boosts I currently had, and I planted my fist right in the center of his face. Seeing him get sent flying was extremely cathartic. Even Suzanu floated to my side, and we watched him hit the water a fair ways away. The splash as he landed was something special, rising very high into the sky. It took several moments for the Hindu god to reappear. Slowly, he breached the surface, placing his feet into the waves like they were solid land. Indra was expressionless as he met our gaze. His sunglasses, which he seemed to wear regardless of the fight, suddenly cracked and shattered into tiny pieces, dropping into the water and sinking down. His hand slowly moved to grab onto his nose and he yanked it to the side, straightening it out properly before wiping away blood that flowed out of his nostrils. I'm done. Indra said rather softly, yet the words boomed across the raging seas. He tilted his head and a purple bolt of lightning ascended into the sky above. It connected him from earth to heaven as the crackling energy didn't seem to stop. No, something else happened. It seemed to pull apart at the edges, as if reality itself was making way for something. An eye, there was a singular eye that shone through. And it reminded me heavily of Karna's noble phantasm back in the Grail War. Suzanu noticed the danger too, because he suddenly burst out with the entirety of his divine power. The same form he used on me was unleashed. His body became engulfed in lightning and he ascended several stories in size. Yet, he was still smaller than the eye that was starting back at us. Be reduced to ashes. Indra held up his hand at us, the eye blinked. Space and time felt like they were distorted. The world shook at the sheer weight of the power released. It was hard to comprehend what actually happened at the end of the attack. Everything everywhere was simply filled with his divine lightning. I saw Suzanu attempt to defend with both his full divine power and my authority. I think it managed to ward off some of it. My authority sealing away the partial manifestation of Indra's full divine might. And Suzanu himself positioned himself in front of me as I called up my strongest shields and focused everything I had into my aura, letting it burst outwards. But everything seemed to go white. Why was I on something solid? Why, was everything gone? It felt familiar. I was on my back and I sat up to see nothing but a white void around me. Well, almost nothing. There was but a mirror a few feet away standing upright, only a tad taller than I was. I looked for my weapons, but they weren't there. I looked for my magic, my spells, my divinity, but nothing responded. Strangely, it didn't bother me. I felt oddly at peace where I was right now. Before I knew it, my feet carried me towards the mirror. At least, I thought it was a mirror, yet there was nothing reflected on it. Hesitantly, I reached out to touch it and surprisingly, it wasn't solid. It almost reminded me of mercury, it was liquid-like yet also heavy. And for some reason, I felt the need to push into it. The mercury-like liquid happily accepted me and I was pulled inside. My surroundings immediately changed. I was standing in the middle of Kyoto. There was nobody around, it was deathly silent, which just felt all kinds of wrong. I turned around to look at the mirror again. Once more, I pushed inside of it to see if I would go back. Instead, I fell out onto another familiar area. It was the colored rooms. I was standing before Meridia's favorite throne. But she was missing. Again, I pushed through, and again the world changed. Zelretch's home. Pandora's home. The Horvasker where I usually met with Thorum. Fuyuki City where Rin and Medea lived. I popped out of every place that had any semblance of meaning to me. Every place I visited more than a few times. I even popped out at my old house in Kuah that I burned down. I left that place quickly, but I noticed there was one place that had yet to pop up. And as I stared at the mirror again, I had the strangest feeling that I knew it was next. I stepped through and Yomi unfolded to greet me with Izzy's house just a few steps away. However, this time, the mirror disappeared and I took that as my cue to go inside. I pushed the door open, and a fragrant aroma reached my nostrils. There was a man I didn't recognize sitting at a small table. He wore a kimono, but his had more Western features than Japanese ones. He also had long white hair and a very gentle smile on his face. It contrasted quite heavily with the void-like eyes he had. It was as if I was looking into the kaleidoscope when I met his gaze. "This isn't Izzy's house," I spoke, staring at the man. "It's not, but I thought it was appropriate, given the situation." He gently set down a cup of tea he was sipping. "I'm surprised to see you here. I only just started calling out, yet here you are. I had thought it would have taken a few more months to reach this point." "You're my Zanpaku't spirit," I realized. "Correct." He smiled happily. "I've tried reaching out several times now. But only recently have you even been able to perceive my voice. I thought I was hearing something." I took a seat opposite of him. "Can Drake see us?" "Not quite yet. And not because I don't want to, I would love it if I could finally meet Drake." "Why not?" "You need to release me first," he said simply. "I just need to call your name, right?" "That's what you mean, my Shikai." "Yes." He nodded. "This is your inner world, it's not complete until you learn my true name and solidify my existence. Right now I'm too ambiguous. If you waited another few days, I may have completely changed. Such is the nature of one who wields the kaleidoscope, the possibilities are endless. So you were molded from that as well. Everything you are is what made me." He chuckled. "Both the good and the bad. Can I ask a question? This is your world. I admit, I was expecting a woman. Not that I was hoping, mind you, but well, I'm aware of my own preferences and where they stem from. Maybe I'm just what you needed instead." "Maybe." I hummed. "How does the hagyako taste?" "Delicious." "Really? Not going to give me crap for asking a stupid question like that? I know everything you do. I would think it odd that you don't ask me a silly question like that." He merely smiled. "But I appreciate you letting me have it. If I did not have access to that object, I don't think I would have emerged for several more years, and even that is unlikely. You're a lot more full than what a normal Shinigami would be when they first acquire their Zanpakuts. Were you the one that made my devil ancestry come out? You're basically nomming on the Hagyako as is." "No, it has a mind of its own to an extent, but my will can influence it by this point. However, even if I did, what's wrong with letting out your devil side every now and then?" "Ugh, I don't want to get into this right now. More pressing concerns, like, what's going on outside, Indra, and all that. I suppose that is a pressing concern. I would rather you not take such a powerful attack head-on like you're currently planning to do without Avalon." "Right, we don't have that right now." I frowned. "I should be able to survive." "Of course, but it's going to be dreadfully painful and cause extensive harm." "Do you wish to see your lovers worry over you?" he asked. "You're right, I'm just saying." I wasn't quite prepared for him to suddenly amp up to 10 because he got hit once. It's not like Susanoo or I were going for K***ling blows, major dick move on his part. Agreed. So is this place working on a different time axis? And how can we abuse this in the future? Sorry, but this is likely a one-time occurrence. Because you were on the precipice of releasing me for the first time, I was able to fudge things to pull you into your inner world. We're still in flux, a state of non-existence until you affirm me. Oh well, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. I sighed. So how long do I have before this cheat ends? Roughly 8 minutes left. He sipped his tea. I get it now. Do you? He raised an eyebrow. The mirror. It represents an infinite amount of possibilities. Well done. He said evenly. It wasn't very difficult. I rolled my eyes. I have a lot more I want to talk to you about. Why do you make it sound like this is goodbye? He tilted his head with a chuckle. I'll be here when you return. Besides, you have more important matters to take care of. Is it important to you too? I asked curiously. I want to protect what you want to protect. I cherish what you cherish. I stood up, dusting myself off. It's weird not referring to you with a name. I think we should fix that. He also stood up, smiling brightly. I would like that very much. He held out his hands and my zanpakuh appeared. You will need this. Before I go. Yes. As a sword, do you look at my other swords the same way I look at it? He flicked my forehead. Get going. You have an arrogant god to humble. Thank you. You don't need to thank me, I'm you after all. He smiled warmly once more. Be quick, you'll only have a second while Susanoo holds it off. The mirror returned, but this time, it showed the scene outside. I'm glad you can hear me. He looked at me and his eyes were like starlight, showing the vast infinity of existence. My name is... I opened my eyes again, the weight of Indra's power pressing down on us and Susanoo was barely holding back the lion's share of it. My zanpakuh was in my hand, summoned without even a thought. I held it up and declared. Reflect Muse Tenge. Chapter 422, Chapter 382. Reflect Muse Tenge. My Ryotsuo exploded outwards. It was the first time I was using it, yet it felt like I understood it intrinsically. In this moment of respite, I knew exactly what to do. Not only that, but I could see it. I could see all the branching possibilities available to me. What would normally require me to use intense calculations and simulations, was unveiling itself vividly before my eyes. My sword's ability latched onto what I needed. I felt a painful throb behind my eyes, and my eyes strained to focus, but I pushed through. Careful, there's no limit to what you can do but only what you can handle. My zanpakuh's soothing voice rang out in my ears. The condensed beam of lightning and divinity separated at the spot I swung down on. Parting in this small instance to give both Susanoo and I a reprieve. Susanoo, who had been bearing the brunt of the attack with the help of my authority, almost fell over from the sudden freedom. It's not that I blocked it. Nor did I cut it in half. Simply, in the spot where we were standing, the attack never landed. What the hell, who's talking? Drake asked in confusion. Hello, Drake. It's good to finally meet you. My zanpakuh greeted him. You're the brat's spirit. Yes. Hey, I expected a woman. Not the time, Drake. All right. But what the hell was that? He asked. Later. The attack let up a moment or two later, and the after effects were just as devastating as imagined. The world looked like it had ended around us. The ocean had distorted unnaturally to accommodate the divine power unleashed by Indra. And the sky turned a baleful purple to reflect the cascading lightning that seemed to fall at random. Susanoo's large form dissipated and he nearly fell to his knee, but I quickly moved to catch him. He was hurt, bloody, and breathing hard, but he still had a look of defiance in his eyes as he clutched my sword. What did you do? Indra's voice boomed as he floated overhead. That large eye behind him was now gone, but there was something different about him. There were golden ring-like objects floating behind him, crackling with divine lightning. And on his forehead was a shining purple eye, not dissimilar from the one that we saw unleash that attack a moment prior. That attack was more than enough to remove a weak god, much less a mortal. His eyes narrowed dangerously. That sword, and the other one. He muttered. Susanoo also glanced at the sword in his hand and at mine. Clearly, he had some words he wanted to say, but swallowed them down, forcing himself back upright. I glanced at my new sword as well as I hadn't had the chance to see it yet. It was no longer a katana. Instead, it was more of a Western sword that retained the grip from its sealed state. Straight, double-edged with a minimalistic guard. But the most striking feature was the blade itself. I nearly mistook it for a mirror, and considering it showed a perfect reflection, I would be forgiven for that. But more so, it reminded me of the mirror from my inner world, that mercurial-like substance that composed it. How appropriate, consider what the ability was. Your eyes. Susanoo glanced at me. I tilted my sword up to see what he was talking about. My eyes looked like Muse Tenge's when I saw him for the first time. I wiped away the blood dripping from them and refocused. Can you keep going? I whispered towards Susanoo. Who do you think I am? He grunted, the lightning around his body intensified, but could tell he didn't have much left in the tank. Does it matter though? He's not playing anymore and I am not his match. Unless you have a plan. Same as before. I held my sword up, pointing it at the god looming over us. Don't die. He gripped my sword. I don't want to see Mother upset again. I nodded at him and we moved at the same time. He turned into a streak of lightning and attacked from the right. I disappeared in a burst of Shunpo and attacked from the left. Indra crossed his arms and didn't move, however, his eyes seemed to prioritize Susanoo, or rather my sword in his hand. Perhaps he deemed it a genuine threat? I also called upon Whisper to begin casting a rather large runic spell just below the ocean's currents. Indra sneered and with him at the focal point, an expanding sphere of lightning erupted. I activated my semblance, woven with my own divinity and bore through it with my aura flaring up protectively. Susanoo merely pointed the sword at it and charged inside. Seemingly at the tip of my authority, the lightning Indra summoned was dispersed. That damn sword again! Indra growled. Without that, you would have died several times over. He swiped his hand with Vajra, releasing a wave of thunderbolts that crashed into the Shinto god. The eye on his forehead turned to face me. The ring behind his back rotated at high speeds and he sliced his hand through the air, flat, like a blade. Space ruptured and split through his motion, tearing it apart and sending the broken turbulence my way. I called for Mirage with my free hand, clutching it between my fingers. If he wanted to use the disruption of space as a weapon, then I could counter it. Myriad slash. My Mirage tore through the world as well in a different manner. Where he simply created a destructive void at the edge of his hand, I overlaid the movements of myself on several world lines. The two attacks collided and produced a singularity. It was small and infantile, but the world still quickly reacted as even a world without consciousness detests a void. The warp time and space didn't care for anyone around it as it immediately refilled the hole left. A space explosion sent us both rocketing away from the focal point. Indra quickly regained his footing, but Susanoo was already on him and I wasn't far behind. Indra seemingly looked calm. He pushed his palms together and an almost holy light emanated from him. Two more arms sprouted from his shoulders. Not the lightning constructs that he wielded before, but genuine arms of flesh and blood, if godly, as depicted on most images of him through literature. If I had to make a conjecture, I would call this his true divine form. Wind and rain. Storm and lightning. The sky, the universe. He held the two new arms up, and the starry sky descended upon us. I would liken it to a reality marble and would have marveled at it if we weren't the ones it was focused on. I am Indra, king of gods, and the universe is my domain. The authority of a god who reigns over one of the strongest cosmologies in the world. I wasn't even entirely sure if I could get out through my portal without calculating it first. Sword. I called out to Susanoo. His eyes widened and threw it towards me. It's useless. Indra said calmly, clapping his hands together. Two massive hands appeared at the ends of this false universe, dwarfing even the stars that now surrounded us. My authority returned, and I called upon every ounce of my divinity. Your authority, I seal it. I declared, churning everything into the divine sword in my hand. It already has a debilitating effect against Indra due to him being a lightning god. Just wielding it, one could gain the advantage against his primary method of attack, his divine lightning. However, this was something far different. This was him pulling upon his divine domains to alter the world, as his right as a god. He was not a heretic god though. His authority manifested differently than those this weapon originated from. It wasn't as precise a mechanism to seal away. Specifically, I sealed away his domain, compromising the universe as his seat of the king of gods. Even still, my divine power clashed against his. Mine was infinitely smaller in comparison, but he had never experienced a divine weapon that could seal his authority before, the foreignness of the situation having taken him by surprise. I braced myself and I still struggled. The starry sky around us began to crack and shatter, falling apart at the seams before we were crushed beneath the weight of his divine power. I could see the look of confusion mixed with a smidge of horror work its way across his face as he stared at the real world around us once more. How? Susanoo's fist barreled towards Indra once more. He held his two left arms up to casually block, but I made a move as well. Reflect Muse Tenge. What should have been an easy block for him, now had Susanoo's fist landed on his cheek. The confused god went flying. I felt a wave of disorientation through my head as my vision blurred for a brief moment, but I clenched my teeth and worked through it. Boost, boost, boost. I shot forward as well, slashing both my swords downwards. Devil bastard! Indra roared. This humiliation won't be wiped away even in your death. His Vajra charged with his divine lightning to the point where it was difficult to even look at it head-on. And he threw it. A part of me wondered how many mountains it would destroy if it were so inclined. However, to deal with it was simple. I created a portal in front of me to intercept it, linking it to another that opened right above his head. He wasn't stupid. He was arrogant and many other insults I could think of, but he could immediately see through my actions. He scoffed and merely held up his hand. Do you think I'd be hurt by my own weapon? He mocked as it came down from above. My eyes focused and the myriad possibilities unfolded. I felt the blood flow from the corners of my eyes, but I kept pushing until I found what I was looking for. Reflect Muse Tenge. His eyes widened because he could see it happen, or rather, what didn't. His divine sight was powerful, he could see what was supposed to happen and how something else entirely occurred. His Vajra missed his hand and collided with his own chest. The sea politely parted, allowing the Hindu god to hit the seafloor. A pillar of lightning reached up to the heavens from where it connected. I felt another wave of dizziness that nearly made me fall over and I clutched my head instinctively. It felt like I was getting a lobotomy. Don't push it too much. My spirit spoke again. To make a change occur that had nearly no viable possibility will be a burden. What the hell is going on? Drake demanded. The ability to see the possible outcomes and then, take one that occurred and reflect a portion of it onto the world. That is my power. That's Fu * King bullshit. It is not without its drawbacks, as you can see. The more unlikely that something is to occur, the bigger the backlash. The possibility that a god such as Indra would hit himself with his own weapon was very far off the beaten path, so to speak. There was a furious roar at the bottom of the new chasm that brought me back to my senses. The sea began to bubble at the sheer amount of lightning coursing through it. Indra shot back up to the surface, looking apocalyptic. His chest was bloodied and charred. Blood dripped from his lips and his eyes were bloodshot. Susanoo limped to my side again, and despite the situation, he began laughing. Even if I died at this moment, it would be worth it. If those are your last words, then so be it. Indra growled. I handed my divine sword back to Susanoo, who happily accepted it. Then, I took out my staff of Magnus. Preparations are complete. If you want a fight to the death, then let's have at it. I'll show you the magic I used to slay a god. I was about to call upon Yggdrasil, dozens upon dozens of spell circles illuminated beneath us. Why don't we end this here? A familiar voice whispered in the wind, and barely a second later, Sun Wukong sat upon a cloud in between us. You dare interfere, monkey? Indra's eyes narrowed. Before you get upset, might want to look at what the kid is packing. He pointed his pipe downwards. He said magic and you probably ignored it, but you might want to look again, boss. That is some pretty intense stuff there. Indra paused, giving my spell circle a due inspection and his brow furrowed. I saw his fingers twitch like he was about to make a move, but once more, another voice entered our ears. You should listen to him, Indra. The shadows around the vicinity swirled and two people walked out. Or not, I will gladly take my pound of flesh. Izzy stepped out with a companion. She moved her fingers, like she was about to clench something if the situation called for it. However, Indra completely ignored her. Hades. Indra. Hades greeted. Are you going to interfere, Hades? Indra's face returned to something neutral. Since when do you babysit a couple of worthless gods and a bastard devil? You mean the same ones who did this to you? He hummed. Watch your words. Indra's voice carried with it a hint of thunder. Or what? Hades stepped forward, a helmet manifested atop his head, looking as if it was going to consume all light that shined around it. Are you going to fight me as well, Indra? The Helm of Darkness, Hades' divine armament. On par with Zeus's thunderbolt and Poseidon's trident. Well, it's too late now. Sun Wukong sighed. I wanted to question what he meant by that, but the storm clouds were pushed away, as intense sunlight shined down from above. And accompanying it, an uncountable number of gods descended from the heavens. Takamagahara has arrived. Chapter 423, Chapter 383. Their arrival was sounded by a dragon's roar. My authority was pricked as the sounds vibrated throughout the surroundings. The seas were forcibly calmed down, the ensuing storms that rampaged across the skies were slowly quelled and a ferocious sunlight took their place. Regent Drake spoke up within the boosted gear. It's been a long time since I've seen him. A massive eastern dragon rose out of the sea, divinity wafting off of its glistening scales. How strong is he? Probably stronger than Susanoo over there, Drake replied. Not only is he a god linked to several other pantheons, but he's also a dragon on the level of a dragon king. A dragon god that holds very similar domains to Susanoo and I. The only reason he isn't ranked among them is that he considers himself more a god than a dragon. Noted. Stop hiding! Regent roared and the oceans shook. A small greenish pendant floated out from inside of Sun Wukong's robe. It glowed brilliantly and expanded at high speeds. An equally massive jade-like eastern dragon appeared behind Sun Wukong. Yulong. Drake introduced again. I didn't even notice him there. He's the youngest of the Dragon Kings, but also the most cowardly. When it comes to running or hiding away, he's the best amongst them. Yulong, from Journey to the West. Quite the powerhouse. I wasn't hiding. Yulong sort of cowered behind Sun Wukong, as well as a massive dragon can hide behind someone the size of a man, funnily enough, and he was shut up from a glare from Regent. Regent's hand raised to the sky, holding a strange orb, and the ocean completely went still, not a single wave could be seen from one horizon to the other. And he politely bowed his head as a woman stepped down onto the currents, producing the faintest ripple, like a water droplet. I sure as hell recognized her. Hard to forget when someone flashed me. Behind her were an uncountable number of gods. Japan's claim to have over 8 million gods seemed to not be an exaggeration if someone saw this from far away. Those in the know were privy to the full details knew it was a bit of hyperbole, but it didn't change the fact that Japan had perhaps the most numerous amount of gods, even if the vast majority of them weren't particularly powerful. Flanked at her side were other noteworthy gods of Shintoism. Inari stood out as being rather close to her. Takemikazuchi, Hachiman, Amwakane, Takeminakata, just to name a few I recognized at a glance. There were many other minor gods that stood behind the leader of the Shinto pantheon as they stood opposite of Indra. The Hindu god wasn't the only one receiving inquisitive looks. Susanoo stood up straighter despite the wounds he had suffered. I admit I had a newfound respect for the storm gods in this particular moment. He was hit by things I would not be able to shrug off, yet he stood here, defiantly, without a word of complaint. Many of those gazes also landed on me. I looked like a mess after everything happened, and I wasn't doing particularly well myself, but I didn't back down from the numerous godly eyes. However, Izzy also received a good amount of attention. She was not exactly well received amongst her own number. From someone with only a basic knowledge of Shintoism, it wouldn't be exactly wrong to label her an evil god. I did not agree with the statement, but from an outsider's perspective, there wasn't much difference. And perhaps many of the ones here also held similar thoughts. Indra. Amaterasu's voice carried across the ocean. Is this an act of war? I'm just dealing with a couple of troublesome pests. Indra crossed his arms, staring at the Japanese sun goddess. You invade my lands, attack my family, and that's the excuse you give. Her tone was mild and polite, yet the surroundings began to heat up. If I don't receive a satisfactory answer, this will not end here. Indra scoffed, his lightning and power began to rescind, and he returned to his previous state, if still a little disheveled. I only came to retrieve things that belonged to me. Blame those two pests for causing the mess. Fu *ku. Susanoo spat out. You insulted my mother, you deserve more. Indra twitched and didn't even look at him. See what I mean? Amaterasu briefly glanced at Izzy, who was silently standing next to Hades, and frowned slightly. It seems that I don't even enter your eyes. So be it. She turned slightly to her side, and a god wearing divine armor noticed her and stepped forward. Rally our armies and call upon all our forces. The Hindu pantheon has struck as us, we will retaliate. Indra's eyes widened for a brief moment, and he quickly corrected himself. You're going to declare war for this? For a brother you notoriously don't get along with and a devil bastard. Amaterasu ignored his words. Make sure that all know that we seek revenge on Indra's forces only. Let the others of the Hindus steer clear. Indra's nostrils flared and he barely held back his anger. You're playing a dangerous game. Do you think you can even handle my forces? Perhaps, perhaps not. But I am well aware that you have been biding your time for when you wage war against Shiva. The look Indra showed revealed that she hit the nail on the head. I would also prefer it if that did not happen. A new figure gently stepped through a tear in space. The appearance of a young man with nicely kept red hair and a similar third eye on his forehead. However, the aura he was releasing, even unconsciously, was suffocating. Shiva. Amaterasu greeted curtly, a shimmering warmth washed over the surroundings as if to offset the pressure imposed by the newest god that arrived. The strongest listed god in the world. The one that almost everyone unanimously agreed upon. The great destroyer, the one who would bring destruction to the world when the time came. Lady Amaterasu. Shiva slightly bowed his head in a polite greeting. I apologize for intruding on your domain, I mean no ill will. Forgive me if my patience is tested on such a claim, Shiva. Amaterasu replied. Shiva smiled wryly. I understand your sentiment. Amaterasu snorted, and merely crossed her own arms, but didn't push it again. I did not intend to interfere, but things have escalated beyond what I think anyone here wishes. He looked around. Neither Indra nor I wish for a conflict with the Shinto pantheon. Even I would be hesitant to face your father, Lady Amaterasu, which I'm sure would inevitably happen if things continued. Even so, I will require an explanation for this intrusion. If I may, I would like to know what sparked this conflict. I was only made aware once the fight escalated to a point. If Indra is at fault, then I will promise the Shinto gods a sufficient explanation. Shiva answered. However, simply walking into another's region has never elicited a response of this proportion. I am aware that Sun Wukong often comes and goes from Japan quite often. He pointed out. Amaterasu furrowed her brow, glancing at the silent Indra before turning her gaze at Susanoo. Susanoo, explain to me what happened. I was visiting mother when he just barged right in and demanded some soul from her. He then started insulting and demeaning her, so of course I stepped in. Susanoo grunted. Indra. Shiva looked towards the lightning god. I don't need to explain myself to you or anyone. The lightning god scowled. You bastard! Susanoo's voice was cut off as a bright light fell from the sky and landed right onto the Hindu god. A fiery blast that sent him hurling away. All eyes then turned towards Amaterasu, who lowered her dainty hand. Shiva simply raised an eyebrow. Sister. Susanoo blurted out in confusion. She is my mother too. Amaterasu said softly. Thank you for staying your hand. Shiva smiled. You say that as if I could harm him with that meager amount of strength. The sun goddess scoffed, the tension in the air dropped significantly. Right, it wasn't particularly powerful, but more the godly equivalent of a slap. Sun Wukong. Shiva turned his attention towards the Monkey King, who was standing nearby. You best return to placate Indra. I fear his anger will cause some manner of wrath to befall those close to him. The Monkey King let out a long sigh. Amitabha. He clapped his hands and bowed towards Shiva. By your leave, Lord Shiva. He stood up straight on his cloud, tapping his dragon companion on the side. Come on, you Long. Let's not overstay our welcome. Definitely don't want to do that. The Jade Dragon agreed, and the two of them quickly shot off into the distance, far away from Japan's territory. Hades. Shiva took that moment to acknowledge the Greek god in our midst. Shiva, it's been a while. Hades nodded to him. May I ask why you're here? I was wondering the same thing. Amaterasu glared towards him. Doing your job, it seems. He drawled, meeting Amaterasu's gaze. You dare, Olympian. Her eyes glowed ominously. Oh right, the Shinto gods have a small feud with the Olympians. I forgot about that. There's a story there I really wanted to know. Don't postulate in front of me when I was doing what you should have been, girl. If not for Izanami's request and a favor I owed her, I wouldn't bother coming here. He snorted, waving his hand dismissively. I was. Hades. Izzy interrupted him. Please. She tacked on. Very well. Hades relented with a mild bit of exasperation. Shiva shook his head, smiling lightly. Lady Izanami, I apologize for Indra's actions. He merely said some words to me. Izzy frowned, crossing her arms. If you want to offer apologies, perhaps the ones who suffered his power are the appropriate targets. Your words are valid. Shiva acknowledged, floating down towards Susanoo and I. Susanoo, I also offer my apologies to you. I will make sure that the Shinto pantheon has an appropriate explanation. Susanoo huffed and grunted but acquiesced. If he comes near Mother again, I won't hold back. Of course. Shiva chuckled, and finally his eyes landed on me. I've heard your name recently. I did not expect to meet in this fashion. And I didn't expect the god of destruction to be more amicable than the supposed ruler of heaven. I replied. Shiva barked out another laugh. It's easy for me to be more easygoing. The end at my hands is inevitable and I can enjoy my existence without worry. Indra, on the other hand, is burdened with stopping me, an impossible feat, yet he continues to endure. Is that supposed to endear me to him? I snorted in annoyance. I merely wished to explain his position. Even if you sympathize with him, he would perhaps take it as an insult. Shiva hummed in amusement. In any case, I find you interesting. I first heard of you when you fought Susanoo here, and now you fight at his side. Are you an ally of the Shinto pantheon? Or was there some other benefit? Are you probing me for recruitment? I blinked. Was I that obvious? He chuckled. Indra has built up his own forces and I have my own. I'm not a part of the Shinto pantheon, and I gained no benefits. Oh? Then is there some other reason? Of course. Izzy is my woman, no one is allowed to speak to her like he did. I said as a matter of factly. Wilhelm. Izzy sighed, covering her face, perhaps to hide the slight tinge that was showing underneath. What? I recognized Amaterasu's loud shrill, but it was then taken over by someone else. Hades suddenly burst into laughter. Well done, Izanami. Hades continued to laugh, holding his stomach. I'll tell Persephone. She'll be delighted to know. Expect a dinner invitation soon as well. He glanced my way. With a +1 of course. Thank you, for your assistance, Hades. Izzy hissed in mild exasperation. I'll take my leave. He chuckled some more, producing a pulsing and expanding misty-like darkness that enveloped him, and he disappeared shortly. I don't believe I have anything that can draw you to my side in that case. Shiva tilted his head, clearly amused by my declaration. And I would be surprised if you have not been soured to my people from this incident. I'm not going to attribute the actions of one god to their entire pantheon. I shrugged my shoulders. Obviously I'm not going to go out of my way to associate with them either. A fair stance. He nodded. I would like to claim there will be no reprisal, but I cannot speak for every god from my region. Indra has the favor and loyalty of many. However. He paused, glancing at the sword and staff in my hand, then his gaze turned towards my other one that Susanoo still held. That may not be an overt concern for you. What dangerous and wonderful weapons! I have never seen them before, which is beyond strange for someone such as I. Is there a question in there? Perhaps not. He smiled mysteriously. And Drake as well. It's been a very long time, Great Welsh. Shiva. I still remember the time you kicked my ass. Haha, to be remembered by the Red Dragon Emperor, it seems I did something right. Don't be fooled by his attitude. Drake spoke only into my soul. He is someone who can fight all the gods gathered here and come out on top. Yet, there's a reason that Amaterasu and the Japanese gods are being very polite and patient with him at the moment. The world has been getting more interesting lately. Those irregular devils down below, movement from the Ouroboros, and even a gathering of evil gods. And now a new generation of monsters. He grinned, the ones he was implying were obvious. A lot of it seems centered around you as well. I wonder what other fun things you will show in the future. Shiva. Izzy was the one who spoke up, approaching us, almost protectively. Shiva held his hands up in mock surrender and chuckled. Peace, Izanami, I mean no ill will. I'm a patient god, I don't mind silently watching and seeing how things play out. The end is the same regardless. My patience has run its course. Amaterasu finally spoke up as well. Shiva. And I too believe I have overstayed my welcome. Amaterasu, I will be in touch to give a proper response to this incident. Thank you for stepping in, Shiva. Izzy politely thanked him. There is no need to thank me, I did it for selfish reasons. Had I not come, Indra would not have backed down until things became much worse. At least now he can save face and claim that it was due to my interference. He waved his hand, and space split apart at the seams. I will be in touch, Lady Amaterasu. I will await the Hindu pantheon's apology. She agreed. Shiva smiled and nodded, disappearing back from where he came. Return. Amaterasu commanded. The numerous gods she brought along, ready for battle, happily accepted to return back to heaven. However, Amaterasu stayed behind idling. You too. Izzy rubbed the bridge of her nose. I don't know if I should be angry or happy or a mix of both. What were the two of you thinking? Mother. Susanoo whined. You can't expect us to be quiet when someone talks to you like that. He's right. I oddly agreed with the storm god. No one is allowed to speak to you like that, Izzy. I will fight anyone who says otherwise. This is going to cause a commotion. Despite Shiva stepping in, this isn't going to end quietly. Don't care. Nor do I, mother. She simply huffed, unable to retort. And you? She held up a finger, jabbing me in the chest. Just saying that in front of everyone. Do you have any idea what kind of issues that might cause? Did I say anything wrong? That's not the point. You're my woman, I'll proudly shout it out to anyone who wants to hear. You're impossible. She sighed. He must be at least this courageous, mother. Susanoo seemingly agreed. How else will he be worthy of you? Sorry, you both are impossible. She rubbed the bridge of her nose again. I returned my staff to my ring, and quickly called back my other swords that had been discarded amongst the fighting. I also released my authority, letting it return within me. Susanoo looked like he had something to say, but kept his mouth shut. My Zanpakuta was odd. Feeling my Ryotsu settle back down as it returned to its sealed state, and I stored it away. Something else I'll need to look into later. Susanoo and I shared another silent look, each had a bit of respect towards one another. Perhaps another silent agreement for the future. I held my arm out and he tapped it with his own. No words needed to be said. Mother. We all turned to look at the source. Amaterasu walked over. The previous regal and authoritative goddess wasn't overly present now. Instead, she looked a mix of embarrassed and sheepish. Can we talk? Chapter 424, Interlude 31. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Black Diamond topic, Peace Conference. In, Boards News International News Peace Conference. Just_A_Muffin, original poster, verified Muffin, veteran member. Posted on June 14, 2009. Hey there everyone, it's your favorite Muffin bringing the latest news, and oh boy, is it doozy. I'm not sure I can even do it justice, and my contacts were a bit vague on some details, and on others, they outright told me not to say anything. But, we'll try our best to get everything out that we can. What many people have recently found out is it's a poorly hidden secret, if even that, is that several factions came together to talk about peace. If you guessed that it was primarily the three Abrahamic factions, well cookie to you, because none of us outsiders looking in would have guessed that hot mess would resolve this way. That's right, you heard it here, folks. The devils, the fallen angels, and the angels are officially at peace. It's even weird to type it out considering the absolute clusterfuck K that nearly happened only a little earlier with one of the Grigori's head honchos going rogue and nearly restarting the open conflicts. But, things are about to get even spicier. If you thought the ridiculous situation ended there, well my dear readers, it's only getting started. May I present the other factions present at this supposed peace conference? Beyond the three Abrahamic factions we have as followed. The Celtic pantheon represented by the great god, Lugh. The Norse faction represented by the All-Father, Odin. Sun Wukong was present as a guest and didn't participate. And lastly and strangely enough, not least, the Yukai faction. Why am I putting emphasis on what should have been the weakest and arguably least important faction amongst those gathered? Well, don't worry, that will all make sense soon. But let me introduce the ones that come along to represent them, because it's actually relevant. And here are some pictures taken during the event. Link. This is the best anyone will get because there were no audio recordings taken. While the event wasn't exactly top secret, it was still something that the bigwigs aren't keen on talking about publicly. But hey, that's why you have me here. So without further ado, we have the magnificent yokai leader, Yasaka, sitting down at the table with the big boys. Representing the other side of Japan's yokai is Aotab from Nururihayan's faction. Next is the shorter blonde woman in the picture. We have her introduce herself as Artoria Pendragon, representing the Pendragon family and apparently allied with the yokai of Japan. Don't ask me, I have no idea how these two sides came together. Next we have a magician introduce themselves and very little is actually known about her. Arin Tosaka, obviously Japanese, but the name of her teacher is dropped and it's important later on. Next one is an odd one too. We have the blue girl introduce herself as Jin and a spirit of knowledge. I admit my understanding of some Middle Eastern races is minimal, but I find it odd that what appears to be a Jin is named Jin. But who am I to criticize another culture's naming sense? Next, and for my fellow Japanese, it's a surprising one. We have the woman with long purple hair, Minamoto no Reikau. And yes, you heard me right. Not a spirit inheritor, not a reincarnation, not a descendant using the name. The woman, as claimed and supported by many present, is Minamoto no Reikau. Who, what, where, when, how, are all unanswered. All we know for sure is that the supposed great yokai slayer of legend is in fact, a woman. And I am most certainly not complaining. Even as a yokai myself, I am just genuinely surprised. And it has nothing to do with the rapidly growing NSFW section dedicated to her. Why is she apparently allied with the yokai when she should be our enemy? Well, it's revealed later. Next is also a big name admittedly, I had to do a few hours of research to properly introduce her. Next we have Skathik with the red hair. For those like me who are not very knowledgeable on Celtic mythology and legends, well, here's a link for you all to get some much needed reading to understand why it's a big deal that she's here. Beyond the fact that even the god Lug pronounced her dead previously. And I saved a particular for last. For my fellow yokai, the name isn't really a big surprise after it was revealed he was Yasaka's lover, but here we are. Mr. Lucifer Jr. himself, we have Wilhelm Henry Schweenorg. Here's a few links for my international readers to catch up on some of the crazy that's happened around him. Link. And I wouldn't be the best muffin in the universe if I just left everything there. So here's a dossier of what was talking about, redacted with several parts as per my contact's request. But you all can have a general idea of what happened. Link. Thoughts? Concerns? I'm sure there will be many. Showing page 1 of 4029. Cyber_Dragon. Posted on June 14, 2009. What the actual foo *k? I just read that gigantic foo *king dossier and I'm just sitting back trying to understand what I just read. I barely even knew what a yokai was until an hour ago, and now one just slapped the faces of every big faction around my parts and they happily turned the other cheek and asked for another. On a side note, I guess some light was shed on what happened with the Grigori's Kokabeel going rogue. Apparently Lucifer Jr. put him down, which saved us a massive headache. Everyone had been super tight-lipped about that, so other than knowing it happened, we don't know much else. Not really a fan of devils, even if I'm not walking on the side of saints myself. But thanks for that, I suppose. I would really not like another big war to start up. I heard a rumor that a certain evil dragon appeared during the conflict, and seeing Odin here now, I guess that confirms it. Bob_first_name_builder, verified magician. Posted on June 14, 2009. What? Arcane toilet, verified magician. Replied on April 3, 2009. At Bob_first_name_builder. Hey Bob, haven't seen you in a while. How's life after moving magician towers? Also, what? The _knees_bees. Posted on June 14, 2009. Awesome, does this mean I don't have to be worried about the church smiting me just because one of my parents is a fallen angel? I didn't even find out I wasn't fully human until I was almost an adult and I got harassed nearly non-stop by the local church. I eventually got them to stop, but still, they're always watching me and like waiting for me to suddenly twirl my non-existent mustache and reveal an evil plan. Idle_hands24, verified devil. Posted on June 14, 2009. At the _knees_bees. What sorcery did you perform to get the church of all groups to back off? Asking as a middle-class devil that's stationed near church borders and under constant harassment. Also, Jesus foo *King Christ. I even said that out loud and suffered the migraine that came with it. Why the foo asterisk k is he not with our faction? No big deal, I just k asterisk lled a god Lucifer jr. Who foo asterisk k'd up enough that he threw his lot in with the Yukai of all people. I mean, seeing Yasaka I guess it makes sense, but it's not like we don't have any devils that wouldn't throw themselves at him either. Also, I'd wager my future evil pieces that he's banging at least the majority of the girls he brought with him. Seriously, how foo asterisk k'd up is the situation that he's standing opposite of us? I don't give a shit if he's a half-devil, he kled a foo king god, and punched another one into submission. Why is he not with us? Orange_pineapple, verified pineapple. Posted on June 14, 2009. What a surprise, Church did shady things and still tries to take the moral high ground. Hope Odin rips them a new one over the whole shit that was shown. Rain_shaker_2. Posted on June 14, 2009. Is it the Gremory family trait to birth freaks of nature? You got Surtsk's foo asterisk King Lucifer swinging around his giant beatstuck and even the other godly factions back off. Now we have Lucifer Jr. just going straight to the fisticuffs against gods. Hell, look at their progenitor, Zekram Baal. I'm glad that tensions are easing with a new peace and everything, but foo asterisk King Hell is this a lot to parse through emotionally. And no one brought up the Cows Brigade yet? A bunch of evil gods teaming up to cause trouble around the world. This is why we can't have nice things. The _knees_bees. Posted on June 14, 2009. At idle_hands24. I was kind of new to this whole thing, so I just took them to court. Got a restraining order and even a good payout because they actually stopped me from getting a few jobs. Judge wasn't putting up with their bullshit. Pirate_of_the_moon, verified pirate. Posted on June 14, 2009. Right, Busta Fox just whipped her massive schlong out and slapped everyone else at the table with it. Are we sure that Lucifer Jr. isn't the one receiving in this relationship? But for real, this is really foo asterisk king scary. A bunch of evil gods doing who knows what and are ignoring the traditional lines in the sand that separate each faction. What exactly is happening with that? The links didn't really say what everyone's doing to stop them other than some vague promise to cooperate. It honestly sounds more like they're just giving some lip service and will wait until shit hits the fan to get off their asses. Don Don Din. Posted on June 14, 2009. So Minamoto no Reikau is a woman. Looks at picture. I'm okay with this. On a side note, does anyone have these supposed NSFW pictures floating around? Immortal_penguin, verified banned from Club Penguin. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Don Dondon. Look, I'm all for the new mommy to step on me, but can we focus on the important bits? I didn't realize the Yukai were so hostile towards the devils. I thought they were allies, but Yasaka was very clear that this wasn't the case. Especially with how she slapped them so many times within a few sentences. And is no one else surprised that one of the Satan's relatives was going around and stealing church maidens? Evil pieces are almost universally hated, and they kept trying to defend themselves. I don't believe that shit about regulating them in the slightest. But at least they got called out on their shit. Not to mention there are more people watching them now that there's a verified piece, they have to toe the line a bit more. Interstellar_taco, verified taco. Posted on June 14, 2009. Oh boy was this a giant cluster foo *k to even read. Good news, no more Abrahamic dick waving. At least it'll be more subtle. And as someone who is knowledgeable about Celtic history and mythology, I'll just say this: what the hell? Scathach died during the Great War. She has her own chapter if you get your hands on a history book regarding this. Like, Lug himself even said in the meeting gave her a proper funeral. Even the gods that hated her showed up to pay respects from what I heard. That is how much she was respected as a warrior. And now she's apparently alive and claimed to throw down with Loki saying he ran away. What a badass woman. If I heard about her supposed return and had any question about it, then this whole thing *LLED any suspicions. Also, who's the Pendragon girl? She seemed kind of young to talk on their behalf. I heard that the Pendragon family got attacked recently and was having a hard time, but did all the higher UPS die or something? Knight_of_Pendragon 4, verified Pendragon family. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Interstellar_taco. Watch your words. Every member of the Pendragon family has sworn themselves to her service. The 5BS. Posted on June 14, 2009. Are we going to mention that apparently Lucifer Jr. has the true Longinus and can wield it? Like a devil is using the holiest of holy weapons without any problems? Can't wait to hear the seething of the church people trying to use their Olympic-level gymnastics to get over this one. Possible_walrus. Posted on June 14, 2009. Is no one else concerned that there's apparently two people by the side of that half-devil who are supposed to be dead? Once is maybe strange, but twice? That needs some questions to be asked. With all the sacred gears they revealed to have in their possession, is it possible they're hiding the Grail too? It's the only thing I can think of that can revive people like this. And if so, who's going to check the yokai from abusing it? Every time it's appeared in history, there had been some huge conflict. Ice_T_baby_Yoda. Posted on June 14, 2009. Wow, a lot to cover in this. The Church Fu *Ked up, not surprising. The Grigori Fu *Ked up, not surprised. And the Devil's Fu *Ked up, also not surprising. That about summarizes what I read. But seriously, there's some serious meat to this peace talk that we've barely even scratched the surface of. Devil using the true Longinus. If it was any other devil, I may be concerned, but at least Lucifer Jr. isn't a part of the devil faction, so I am skeptically optimistic, especially so since he hasn't caused any intentional problems. I say that in the case of him fighting Susanoo off the coast of Japan, which led to some obvious side effects. I'm curious about the supposed second Excalibur. And even the strongest archangel was claiming that it was a powerful holy sword enough that it worried them? I'm sitting here scratching me head at that one. Also, Yasaka leading everyone by the nose was just beautiful. I wish I could have seen it in person, but just reading the notes gave me a warm fuzzy picture. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7293, 7294, 7295. Showing page 827 of 7295. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on June 14, 2009. The only good thing that came out of that whole mess was getting an up-close look at those melons from the angel and the fox. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Posted on June 14, 2009. At hooded_1. Watch it, you old pervert. Dark_idiot_god. Posted on June 14, 2009. At hooded_1. A man of culture I see. But how were their feet? Hooded_1, verified pervert, temp banned. Posted on June 14, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Why do I have to keep doing this? 2-week ban. Dark_idiot_god, temp banned. Posted on June 14, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime, and 2 weeks for you as well. Seriously, stop trying to buy pornography through this forum. 21_and_still_hits. Posted on June 14, 2009. Was I just imagining things, or is this Lady Gremory link giving Lucifer Jr. the foo *kme eyes? Mother_of_the_devil. Posted on June 14, 2009. At 21_and_still_hits. Looks about right to me. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say she's also regretting not wearing any panties at that moment. Edit, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Not a warning, but you know very well what you're doing. Red_princess. Posted on June 14, 2009. At mother_of_the_devil. Mother? Faithful_follower 83, verified priest. Posted on June 14, 2009. I don't know what to say. The thought that a devil, even a half one, could wield the Lord's holy power. Did God take pity on him and allowed this miracle to prevent another war? Is it truly the Lord's will that we no longer quarrel with the hellspawn? I admit I have my own personal feelings towards the devils, but I will freely admit that compared to their progenitors, modern devils are much less evil in scope. I will not say they are not filled with sin, but the atrocities committed are few and far between in comparison. I'm confused and don't know how to feel. I'm awaiting for the Pope to make an announcement, but either way, I feel like this is wrong. Keyboard _with_a_ sword. Posted on June 14, 2009. Got here late, but here's my thoughts. Shit is going to go down soon. Factions keep to themselves for a reason, and now we have a bunch crossing lines that shouldn't be crossed. The Yokai were upfront about their war with the Fae, which is another big deal if you think about it. Now the lines are getting blurred even more. I have a bunker in the wilderness that's warded and magically protected enough to survive a nuclear fallout, but I'm still anxious about what's coming. Void_Samurais. Posted on June 14, 2009. Why did no one believe me before? It's obvious that they're outsiders. Bringing people back from the dead? That's stupid. They're from another world obviously, and he brought them here with him. Who knows what other horrific monsters he brought with him and gave access to our world for all we know. Off-Eyes and Great Red might not even be the strongest anymore. Menace with Apinacone. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Void_Samurais. Seriously, Void? We're talking about actual mythology and gods and stuff, and even the crap you're saying still sounds crazy. Just stop already. Fugu. Posted on June 14, 2009. So the Yokai just revealed that they have several weapons capable of K*ling gods in their hands. Is no one else concerned about this? Spider_Yokai_Fire Lily 4. Replied on April 3, 2009. At Fugu. Get over yourself. Every faction has stuff like this, why are you targeting the Yokai? If anything, they have less blood on their hands than any of the Abrahamic factions. Holy_Avenger. Posted on June 14, 2009. Lord Michael inviting a devil to become an angel? This is clearly fake, there's no way that Lord Michael would accept a devil. Uriel had the right idea. We should wipe out those eastern demons and take back our weapons. When I become an angel, I'll gladly lead the charge and destroy all of the Lord's enemies. Skeptical_skepticism. Posted on June 14, 2009. Not to be a troll, but are we really taking this crap at face value? A supposed evil cabal of powerful gods that went undiscovered for so long, and it was the Yokai who revealed them? Real? Taking it at face value, why would they even let this whole peace meeting go off without a hitch if they're such a big danger and infiltrated everywhere? Seems kind of suspicious. Kilo Kilub. Posted on June 14, 2009. Found a random phone at the library and this was open while I was trying to find the owner. This is the weirdest roleplay forum that I've ever seen. You guys are really committed to the bit. Who's that roided out dude with the priest getup? Basilisk, verified magician. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Kilo Killup. Welcome. I'm sure this won't end badly at all. Yup, you're right, this is a roleplay forum. Feel free to join in however you want. Make sure you get creative with your role. Fire_N_Ice. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Basilisk. You got a chuckle out of me, a rare occurrence these days. I was simply viewing this nonsense to pass the time, but here I am with my mood uplifted. You may send me a message asking me a few magic questions if you desire, since I am now in a good mood. At Hooded_1. Even here you are a fool, it seems. At Skeptical_skepticism. You would be surprised. Fists_over_bloodline. Posted on June 14, 2009. He K*LLED a god? What god? I'll go find a god to fight too. Dalevan_the_mailman. Posted on June 14, 2009. At fists_over_bloodline. Right, buddy. Why don't you go take an air hike? Anyways. Abrahamic factions acting like insufferable idiots as always. Sent them a little gift after reading the crap that was posted. SHAD0OWMAN. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Dalevan_the_mailman. Aren't you that guy that keeps mailing magical pipe bombs to people? Dalevan_the_mailman. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Shad0Human. Listen, dog. Just cause I'm sending people packages doesn't mean shit, ya hear? Ain't my fault I happen to have a surplus of magnesium and those dicks open the wrong package. SHAD0WMAN. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Dalevan_the_mailman. Just looked it up, you're wanted by the Grigori. Specifically Azazel put a bounty on your head, a big one at that. Once_you_go_black, verified Governor General. Posted on June 14, 2009. Damn right I did. You blew up my collection of antique S*X toys. Do you have any idea how rare some of those were? Not only that, but the fire burned the pair of Gabriel's panties I stole. I literally snuck into heaven to get my hands on those. They were locked up tighter than the stick up Uriel's ass. Dalevan_the_mailman, banned. Posted on June 14, 2009. Deleted. Edit, she_who_invites, moderator, verified not as an MI no matter how warranted it is, don't threaten to mail pipe bombs to people. 2-day ban. E-News. Posted on June 14, 2009. Well, that was weird. But as I was saying a few pages back, there's a big hole in the dossier provided. I'm guessing that's something everyone wanted to keep hidden? Like, why did everyone believe the Yukai faction about the Cows Brigade? There was a noted break and talks about how when everyone came back, they were all on the same page. It's not hard to put 2 and 2 together to realize something happened. Also, how would those angel evil pieces even work? And are we going to have to look over our shoulder for an angel trying to strong-arm people like the devils did? I'd take angels over devils any day, but let's not pretend there wouldn't be some to decide unilaterally that becoming an angel is the best choice for someone. Holy_light 48. Posted on June 14, 2009. At E-News. That would never happen. It goes against the whole idea of angels. They're pure and perfect beings created by the Lord. E-News. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Holy_light 48. Really? I wonder if Odin can chime in on how the Heaven faction is doing right now. You know, after they dug up his descendants' grave and experimented on orphans to try and make them wield demonic swords. Sky_magician, verified magician. Posted on June 14, 2009. Do we have any information on this Zelretch that was mentioned? I asked my teacher and even he asked around, but no one's heard of a magician of the caliber described. Even Ajilka, someone recognized as at the forefront of magical ability, was awed at the supposed capabilities performed by Wilhelm. And the younger devil said it was the result of his grandfather's teachings? Not to mention this grandfather of his, we couldn't find any records of this Rin Tosaka either. They don't belong to any of the major magical societies as their rosters are mostly public in regards to the top brass. Wizard_Marshall, verified Kaleidoscope. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Sky_magician. Perhaps this intelligent, handsome, and masterful magician prefers his peace and quiet. Clearly his grandson and student were taught well and don't need to join any magical society as his teachings are superior. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as an MI. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Wizard_Marshall. I would question how, but knowing what I do, it's futile. Little_druid_big_stick, verified druid. Posted on June 14, 2009. A lot of things are making sense now. I'm over in the old country, and Maida was called in by the circle and apparently some of the old folk are waking up and grabbing their weapons. They even asked if any wanted to volunteer to go to Japan and teach some classes. Accepted cause the money was good and there wasn't any risk of fighting. Seahorse_justing. Posted on June 14, 2009. This is freaking crazy. Never thought I'd see these mortal enemies go for peace in my lifetime. Token_Tolkien. Posted on June 14, 2009. Anyone else just start laughing when the angels were like, we'll help you with the war, and Yasaka was like, no thanks fam, we got it. Insert shocked angel face. Loved how Yasaka basically ran circles around everyone there. Unwanted_devil, verified devil. Posted on June 14, 2009. Ajilka, the evil pieces aren't slavery and no one gets forced. Really now? I might have a few things to say about that. I'm currently locked in my room for bad behavior because my king didn't like how I performed in training yesterday. And I was lied to about what the evil piece actually meant. But hey, maybe I'll get out for good behavior after going down on my knees? Fu*ku Ajilka Beelzebub. View_of_Venice. Posted on June 14, 2009. I am having some misgivings. Not about the desire to turn people to angels, nor even Michael offering the position to the half-devil. If anything, it's very clear that even God does not turn his eyes away from someone in need as he allowed a devil to wield his sacred power. But I am unsure of how to direct my anger to what happened to our holy maiden. I met Miss Asia Argento on many occasions. Never have I met such a pure soul in my life, and she was thrown out for what? Healing a hurt person who fell on her doorstep? Why is that a sin, even if it turned out to be a devil? It doesn't matter that it was apparently a scheme by the despicable devil. She was entirely innocent. I am going to pray and seek a path forward, but it is likely that my church will no longer follow under the banner of the Vatican. High_class 04, verified devil. Posted on June 14, 2009. I've seen Lady Gremory from the distance a few times as my family is somewhat high up. Not a pillar tier by any means, but we get invited to things here and there. I bring this up because, did Azazel say that Lucifer Jr. was banging his grandma? Here's her picture BTW link. Just solo. Posted on June 14, 2009. At high_class 04. Nice. Hero_creation_kit. Posted on June 14, 2009. At just solo. Also nice. But goddamn, way to T-pose on Lucifer. Lucifer Jr., you foo *ked my mom, so it's only fair that I do the same. The family dinners must be awkward. Red_princess. Posted on June 14, 2009. They are. Mother_dragon. Posted on June 14, 2009. Is that Drake's new host? I guess I will be visiting Japan soon. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Posted on June 14, 2009. At Mother_dragon. You most certainly will not be causing any problems if you come here. I am well aware of who you are. Fire_n_ice. Posted on June 14, 2009. Oh my, please wait, I will do as the mortals do and make myself some popcorn. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1293, 1294, 1295. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Black Diamond topic, another god fight in the ocean? In, Boards News International News. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on July 28, 2009. Jesus tap danking Christ. Alright, it looks like it's Godly Ocean Fight 2, Electric Boogaloo. For those of you who haven't seen the foo*k off Big Storm, probably from anywhere in the world, there are apparently gods fighting or something near Japan, again. Not to mention even the mundane news is talking about the freak storms and tsunamis that are being created. My sources only said that it involved at least 2 storm gods or those with similar domains. Edit 1, just got news, it's apparently Susanoo and Lucifer Jr. again. Edit 2, new update, Susanoo and Lucifer Jr. are fighting Indra. Edit, here's several links to various groups trying to project a view of the fight. Link. Showing page 1 of 897. Sub. Posted on July 28, 2009. Suddenly my beach house was a bad investment. But seriously, what the hell is going on? It feels like the world is ending and I'm not even near Japan, I'm on the east coast of the States. The tides got so bad that a boat was beached next to my car. I'm getting the hell away from the coastline, but the storm clouds are growing. Michael Frida. Posted on July 28, 2009. There's a dolphin on my roof. I was vacationing in South Korea and there's a damn dolphin sitting on the roof of the home I'm staying at on the coast. It's just chilling there looking just as confused as I am. But the sirens started ringing to evacuate everyone. I also saw a bunch of clearly magical people running towards the shores and casting magic. Whatever's happening, it's bad. Chocolate_macaroon. Posted on July 28, 2009. Does someone have any idea what's going on? Floppy_Tengu. Posted on July 28, 2009. Orders from Lady Yasaka, we're to mobilize immediately. The storms were also hitting the barriers of Shin Kyoto. The divine power, from what we were told, is rampaging across the Pacific Ocean. If you can't help, I suggest staying indoors and trying your best to cast any spells and weather this storm as best as possible. 2_wrongs_n_a_left. Posted on July 28, 2009. English magician here, I was sunbathing on the beach in Okinawa until a fish fell from the sky and slapped me in the face. Lightning also started falling down randomly and it's getting a bit too close to land for my comfort. I threw up as many magical protections as I could, but there's not much I can do alone. Thankfully, there's a few dozen other magic users around and we're setting up a safe point. Don't know if it'll hold up against those huge waves in the distance, but there's more filing in every now and then. If you're nearby, feel free to join in, because we're going to need all the help we can get. KHD6, Verified Magician. Posted on July 28, 2009. I have my familiar a water nymph, trying her best to keep the rising tides at bay, but she says it's an act in futility as the storms continue to rage. She also says she feels 3 different sources of divinity from the source. As she spent decades in Atlantis and met many different water-based gods, I'm inclined to believe her. Sir Evangel Frost. Posted on July 28, 2009. Pray for me, friends. I'm on a cruise ship at the moment. F_the_devil 666. Posted on July 28, 2009. Of course that devil bastard is involved again. Look at how much damage he's causing. How long are the factions going to let him run around like this? But the damned creature down already. Sir Tower Magister, Verified Magician. Posted on July 28, 2009. We're preparing to cast a viewing spell and using the stored power of the tower to facilitate it. Bear with us and we'll gladly make it an open viewing. We have 48 powerful magicians here to aid, so we expect results. Hooded_1, Verified Pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. Oh boy, I recognized that lightning. Clench your cheeks, young uns, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Banana_bandana, Verified Banana. Posted on July 28, 2009. Looks like my fishing trip is cancelled. On the plus side, I can just pick up the floundering fish that landed on my yard after the recent wave receded. 1010-2, Verified Yukai. Posted on July 28, 2009. Heard the call out to everyone in the area to bunker down or help out. I'm heading to the nearest part of the coast to see what I can do to help. At the very least, I'm a pretty good hand at some ice magic, so I can probably freeze a bit of water so it can't hit the coast too hard. At $number at $number at, band. Posted on July 28, 2009. Band. Chosen_15. Posted on July 28, 2009. Foo*K this, I'm moving to the damn desert. Why is it always the stupid ocean that's causing problems? Light_of_Ireland. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Hooded_1. Please don't tell me that's who I think it is. Hooded_1, Verified Pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Light_of_Ireland. Buckle up, we're in for a good show. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 895, 896, 897. Showing page 328 of 897. Just_a_muffin, original poster, Verified Muffin, veteran member. Posted on July 28, 2009. Alright everyone, it's official. Thanks to the help of many different organizations and sources we can make out what's going on. I will make an edit on the original post, but here we go. It looks like we got Lucifer Jr. and Susanoo throwing down with Indra for some reason, and it's starting to get heated. _avid_reader. Posted on July 28, 2009. I just peed myself. Amethyst Espion. Posted on July 28, 2009. So that's why the sky is purple and full of lightning. I'm glad to know why the world is ending and why I'll probably end up a charred crisp by the end of the day. But do we know how the fight started? The fact that Indra is in Japanese territory is pretty telling that he's probably at fault. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Amethyst Espion. For some reason, any god with lightning as their domain seems to have a hard-on for hating every other one. They normally can't stand being near each other. It usually doesn't get this bad though. Nahurdring. Posted on July 28, 2009. Holy crap, did everyone else see that punch? Lucifer Jr. just rammed his fist right into Indra's face. Swaffle waffle. Posted on July 28, 2009. Yeah, and I saw the massive wave it kicked up. Prepare your butt if you're on the receiving end of that one. Sub. Posted on July 28, 2009. I just tuned in after making sure my house doesn't get wrecked. Is that the boosted gear? He's in a fully armor and it's all red, is that the balance breaker? Shit is getting real there. Melon Overlord. Posted on July 28, 2009. The viewing spell is getting fuzzy? Dubios_but_legit_rumor_mill. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Melon Overlord. I don't think that's the spell. Watching Indra slow float out of the massive chasm that formed after getting punched into what was probably the ocean floor, I'm pretty sure that's not the spell itself that's becoming statusy. Edit, oh damn, Indra was bleeding. This isn't going to end well. Lazy_Blackberry. Posted on July 28, 2009. Does anyone know what that sword is? It went from a sort of brawl to Indra getting progressively more pissed and then Lucifer Jr. summoned that sword and Indra looked worried every time it came near him. He even took out his own divine weapon. Hellhound_the_chaotic_magical_girl, verified magical girl. Posted on July 28, 2009. Whatever it is, it turned the tides pretty quickly. It was enough that Indra had to get serious. And they were passing it back and forth, so it's obviously something that could contend against Indra, who is one of the strongest gods out there. Secret_magical girl. Posted on July 28, 2009. At hellhound_the_chaotic_magical_girl. My arch enemy. How did you get that tag? It's not fair, I deserve it more than you. Also, what the hell? Susanoo was one thing, but how is that kid fighting Indra now? I'm going to throttle that red-headed buffoon when this is done for being so stupid. Red_princess. Posted on July 28, 2009. Is that Wilhelm? He's even fighting Indra now? How? He's barely even an adult and he was just a normal high schooler less than a year ago. Indra is supposed to be one of the strongest gods in the world. Hellhound_the_chaotic_magical_girl, verified magical girl. Posted on July 28, 2009. At secret_magical girl. Well, I'm not an old hag for one. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. That damn brat. Is he really going to escalate even more? I swear to the Nirns, if he keeps going I'm going to go over there and slap his annoying face. Brace yourself kiddos, things are going up a notch. Dark_idiot_god, verified foot fetish. Posted on July 28, 2009. At hooded_1. What's that supposed to mean? Edit, never mind. Enthusiastic_melon. Posted on July 28, 2009. This has gone beyond unreasonable. Is anyone going to step in? I can't assume that the other ocean gods are happy about this. And I'm also rather confused at this increase in strength from a young devil. It seems like every time he appears he's significantly stronger than the last. Standard_Kitsune. Posted on July 28, 2009. Okuninashi no Mikoto just make an appearance nearby in Izumo. He's stopping the tidal waves from getting any closer. Edit, Sukuna Baiko Na also appeared. And I heard that some others, Mitsuhanome, Sumi Yoji Sanjin, and many more. The kami have started acting. Edit 2, Azumi no Isora stopped all the waves from hitting Japan. I heard he's borrowing the power of the ley lines. I_cast_gun. Posted on July 28, 2009. At standard_Kitsune. I'm not familiar with Azumi no Isora, who is that and why is it a big deal? Standard _Keatsoon. Posted on July 28, 2009. At I_cast_gun. He's the kami, or god, of seashores if you want a simple explanation. Right now he's tapped into Japan's ley lines, so his divine power is spreading all over Japan. He's preventing the rampaging from reaching Japan's shores. War_and_death. Posted on July 28, 2009. It seems that old Barnacle Head got fed up too along with some other gods. What a shame, I was having fun watching the fight and anticipating the ensuing destruction. Half_fish_top_part. Posted on July 28, 2009. The sea life is saying that Lord Poseidon took command of the seas near Greece and forcibly calmed them down. Edit, Lord Zeus also cleared the skies around Europe. Voltic_Ranger. Posted on July 28, 2009. My friends up north in the Scandinavian countries said that even Thor is helping calm things around the place. Trudney 1. Posted on July 28, 2009. Guys, something's happening. Is that an I? Jesse_004. Posted on July 28, 2009. Holy foo *King Hell, I felt my house shake and I'm hundreds of miles away. That can't be coincidence, right? The projection fizzled there, but there was a massive discharge of something from Indra and everything in view went purple and lightningy. I_like_swords. Posted on July 28, 2009. How much of the ocean got vaporized? Red_princess. Posted on July 28, 2009. What is that? Was that Indra's attack? Is Wilhelm still alive? Hooded_1. Posted on July 28, 2009. At red_princess. Calm down, you big booped brat. That brat Susanna released his full power right before it went off. Normally I'd call it dead there, but that kid should have a few surprises in store. Ecology. Posted on July 28, 2009. The image cut out. Was there anything in the path of that blast? Enthusiastic_melon. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Ecology. Several small islands. Thankfully, they are not inhabited. Or at the very least, they aren't anymore. Secret_magical girl. Posted on July 28, 2009. Where are the Shinto gods? They can't be happy about that. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. I'm tired of waiting for you lot to get your magic under control. I set up my own, you can watch it if you want. Link. Sharnado_buton fire. Posted on July 28, 2009. At hooded_1. Wow, that's significantly more clear, thanks. And damn, they're safe? And Indra looks weird. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Sharnado_buton fire. Ha, like those young uns could compare to me. And Indra is getting pretty serious all things considered. His human shape is starting to come undone. That last attack was an actual attempt to K*LL2 kiddos. Is that a new sword I spy? Basilisk, verified magician. Posted on July 28, 2009. They're okay, which is good, I think, but surprising. How are they okay? I can understand Susanoo as he's a god and everything. But Wilhelm is not. That attack should have honestly vaporized him, but it seems like he's perfectly fine. There's something weird about that sword. Which seems to be a theme with him considering his other weapons. Once_you_go_black, verified Governor General. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Basilisk. It's not just him, look at the ocean around him. Link. I took a picture of it on my phone as it was the only thing I had on hand. The quality isn't very good, but you can see that the water underneath him and Susanoo and the immediate area isn't bubbling at the heat. Like there's a visible divide between where Indra said foo *k everything in that direction and the spot he's standing. I can't know what's going on without actually seeing it in person, but that's definitely something weird. Red_princess. Posted on July 28, 2009. He just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Fists_over_bloodline. Posted on July 28, 2009. Amazing fight. Keep going, Wilhelm. Green and proud. Posted on July 28, 2009. Why did it suddenly get even darker? Why are the stars coming down from the sky? Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. Is he really that pissed to use something like that? Does he think he'll get off scot-free if he manages to K*LL either one of them? _avid_reader. Posted on July 28, 2009. And it's gone. Indra apparently became one with the universe and was about to literally clap them to death, and Lucifer Jr. did something and it's gone. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But it's foo *King cool. Melon Overlord. Posted on July 28, 2009. Anyone else freaking out about the fact that Indra can apparently make the universe descend from the sky? E-News. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Melon Overlord. Among being a lightning god, storms, rains etc., he's also a god of the universe. It's not that strange. But can we instead talk about how Lucifer Jr. apparently sealed it if the words he shouted meant anything? Possible_walrus. Posted on July 28, 2009. Did Indra just hit himself with his own weapon? That looked like it was powerful and hurt a lot. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. Bahahahahaha. Serves that dick right. Once_you_go_black, verified Governor General. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Hooded_1. Hey old man, did you see what he did? Even if Indra was paying the barest of attention, there's no way he should have gotten hit with his own weapon like that. He even anticipated it, held his hand out and everything. Don't get me wrong, I'm laughing my ass off at Indra getting a well-deserved slap, but something doesn't add up right. What did the kid say? Reflect Muse Tenge. Did it mess with his foresight or something else? Don Don Din. Posted on July 28, 2009. Is that Sun Wukong? Arcane Toilet, verified magician. Posted on July 28, 2009. Oh boy, things are escalating now. Izanami and Hades of all gods apparently joined in. What the foo *K is happening in Japan? We got Hindu, Greeks, devils and Shintos all throwing down it seems. Welp, time to evacuate the world, it was nice knowing everyone. World War IV is about to start. Dark_idiot_god, verified foot fetish. Posted on July 28, 2009. At Arcane Toilet. Don't you mean WW3? Arcane Toilet, verified magician. Posted on July 28, 2009. Nope, things are about to go so sideways that we just skipped over WW3 and went to 4. And just as I'm typing this, Takamagahara finally decided to join in as a whole too. That's a lot of gods. War_an_death. Posted on July 28, 2009. What's that antisocial guy doing over there? Pops threatened to crack my head if I even thought of join in. Why does he jet to just waltz on over and have all the fun? Oh, there's Shiva. On second thought, I'm happy watching from the back. Orange_pineapple. Posted on July 28, 2009. Did Lucifer Jr. just admit to having a relationship to Japan's death goddess right in the middle of everything? Dark_idiot_god, verified foot fetish. Posted on July 28, 2009. Doesn't care for the various gods around him. Doesn't care that he looks like he just went through the ringer. Doesn't care that here children are nearby. Lucifer Jr., yup, I'm banging her. Respect. To you who are about to die, I salute you. Edit, hey, did the projection get cut off? Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on July 28, 2009. That sneaky bastard. Shiva looked right at the source of my spell and winked, destroying it from his end. Bah, show off. But I don't care, I got what I wanted. I was right all along. She was a cougar and now I can call her it to her face. First Indra getting punched in the face by a brat barely in his 20s, then this. Today is a great day. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 895, 896, 897. Chapter 425, Chapter 384. It's been a while since I'd felt this utterly exhausted. Leaving the battlefield and sitting down with the Shinto gods was mostly a blur. I tried to make myself as composed as possible when there were many godly eyes on us, but I was feeling the overall fatigue and weariness with a significant amount of pain. One does not get hit by Indra without feeling it. Why are your eyes bleeding? Hey! I opened them to feel something warm falling down my cheeks, and it wasn't tears. I wiped it away and looked at it through my hazy vision. First time using my Shikai, side effect I would imagine. Izzy narrowed her own eyes at me as if she didn't believe me. Have you even been paying attention to what I've been saying? Would you like a truthful answer? I asked in response. Izzy grumbled, and continued her machinations. That being, she had begun wiping the blood off my face. I swear, you too. She said again for the umpteenth time. I'm fine, stop worrying. I reassured her. Look at you. How is any of this fine? She shot back. You're lucky I already messaged everyone else to not worry. Thank you. I nudged her shoulder where I was resting my head. She let out a long-winded sigh. I can't even get mad at you right now as it's fairly obvious how out of it you are. Wilhelm, be honest with me, how are you feeling? Dizzy, fatigued, a bit of pain here or there. Combination of my authority, balance breaker, and Shikai added on didn't do me any favors in that regard. I think my ribs are bruised, or cracked, can't tell. Should I call Artoria to bring her sheath? That will heal you quickly. It's fine, I don't want to bother her while she's doing things with Rin unless it's an emergency. I refused the good-intentioned request. But there's one thing that can help me. Dare I ask what? Perhaps the kiss of a beautiful goddess can alleviate my symptoms. Stop it. She huffed, pinching my cheek. Not in front of my children. She added on very softly. Besides, did you not embarrass me enough already? Oh right, her children. I blinked, looking up a little and focusing my eyes and seeing Susanoo sitting in a nearby chair, nursing a bottle of something as he silently drank it, and Amaterasu sitting opposite of us, awkwardly glancing our way. Are you embarrassed by me? You know darn well that isn't what I meant. She gave me another cheek pinch. What's wrong with letting the world know that you're mine? I offered with a cheeky smile. Hush. She cutely silenced me. Oh well, I could stop teasing her in front of her kids. Besides, I wasn't in the right frame of mind to keep going anyways. I hope this won't be a continuous side effect of using my Zanpakut. It should become easier with practice. My spirit chimed in. However, it is a trade-off for having no restriction inherent other than your own capabilities. Eyes too? I hoped I won't go blind. You should know better than most the repercussions of staring into the kaleidoscope. Yet. I knew it would have been worse if I did the same thing haphazardly on my own. It was one of the reasons that most of Gramps' former students went mad. A lot of them were stupid enough to look directly into the wellspring of possibilities rather than stymy their view. Though, thinking about it now, it felt an awful like when I used the balance breaker for the spear and I gained some manner of clairvoyance. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Whatever, I don't feel like thinking about anything too difficult right now. Instead, I took out a health potion from my ring and quickly downed it. It did very little these days, but it would maybe lessen the headache I had and hopefully would dull the pain in my ribs. After that I found a bottle of untouched whiskey stored away and pulled the cork off with my mouth and spat it away, chugging a big gulp of it. Funny how this would probably ease things more than a literal health potion. The consequences of becoming stronger metaphysically. I noticed Susanoo staring at me and I sat myself up straight with a groan and slid the bottle across the new coffee table that I assume Izzy had purchased, made, or something after the last time Susanoo broke it. He nodded, thankful, and took his own swig with a pleasant look on his face after savoring it. The atmosphere was kind of weird. Not surprising considering everything that happened and the fact that Amaterasu was sitting in Izzy's living room, but still. I have a question. I decided to break the proverbial ice. I hadn't really thought about it before, but who controls the seas of Japan? I only ask because Raijin making an appearance brought the question to my mind. Not to mention, there are tons of other gods that have aspects of the ocean. Susanoo snorted, not in an angry way, but more mild annoyance. I have greater authority over the seas of Japan. He is the older deity, but he relinquished his control after Father mandated my ascension. However, he is the aspect of power inherent in the ocean while I am the unpredictability. He controls the tides and most sea life while I am the raging storm. Neat. I genuinely didn't know that. He was pretty strong, even Drake only had respectful words to say about him. The Great Welsh. Susanna raised an eyebrow. Surprising. He said simply while taking another drink. Because Raijin is worshipped among most eastern seacoast countries. Amaterasu surprisingly chimed in. She sounded a little awkward, but continued. Korea, China, Japan, and even India as one of the 8 dragon kings. Drake did mention that, but she wasn't silently staring anymore, so I didn't want to make her quiet again. Besides, it wasn't my show. And now that she had an opportunity, she looked less meek. I don't know, it's hard to describe the way she was acting. The usual haughtiness wasn't there as I experienced the first time around. She was being respectfully distant if I had to label it. Mother. She finally addressed the elephant in the room. Daughter. Izzy replied. I'm sorry for what happened. I don't blame Takamagahara. Izzy said directly. You can reassure any of the others that I'm not looking to get revenge or enact any sort of judgment for a perceived slight. That's... The sun goddess took a small breath. I'm not here as a representative of Takamagahara. I'm here as the daughter of Izanami. Ah, so that's why she wasn't putting on airs. And I could easily see how happy that made Izzy despite her not reacting much to the statement. I'm just happy that you're visiting. Mother. How is your husband, my other son? Are you still not speaking? Mother, don't bring that up so suddenly. And with someone else here. It's just your bother and Wilhelm, whom I am dating if that was not obvious. She sent a glare my way, but it lacked any kind of heat to it. And you act as if it isn't common knowledge. You do know that mortals have etched your marriage into their myths, yes. Still as bad as it has been for the past thousands of years. Susanoo helpfully added. I don't need you talking about failing marriages. Amaterasu glared at her brother. Among us, who is the only one with a happy marriage? He shot back. Why Yuri a womanizer, a complete lecherous skirt chaser. Kushinada doesn't mind. Susanoo smiled proudly. As long as I share. Nice. I gave him a thumbs up. He raised his bottle of whiskey up with a big grin. I don't need to know about your perversions. Amaterasu nearly screeched with a flushed face. Says the one who flashed mother's lover. Susanoo snorted. Amaterasu let out a shrill squawk. If she was flushed before, she was turning a bright shade of red. That never happened. Mother, tell him that never happened. Very well, I will lie on your behalf, daughter. Izzy said with no small amount of amusement. Mother. Yasaka thought you were trying to seduce her. I added. Wahahaha. Susanoo burst out laughing. Stop laughing, you oaf. I would do no such thing. She covered her face. And how am I even supposed to face my Miko now? He is already her lover and now you claim him as well, mother? How is this supposed to work? You could always join in. Susanoo shrugged. Of course you would suggest that. Amaterasu huffed. Susanoo, please don't joke about that. I love my children, but not in that way. Izzy also added. Oh, I apologize. Susanoo rolled his eyes. How perverted of me to imply such a deplorable thing. Let's forget about it and go back to the earlier topic. Yes, Amaterasu, how is my brother, your husband, doing? That's completely different. Amaterasu's nostrils flared. If you say so. Susanoo dismissed, but dropped it. Possible due to the look Izzy was giving him. And your other brother? Izzy asked. Have you spoken to him in a while? I met Hirako 100 or so years ago. We caught up, had some drinks, but that's it. Susanoo replied. He does not spend time in Takamagahara. I think Tsukuyomi met with him not too long ago, but it's not like we're talking. Amaterasu said quietly. I see. Izzy said with a hint of sadness. Is he doing well at least? He wasn't having any problems the last I saw him, mother. Susanoo quickly answered. I can go ask him to. No, don't. Izzy cut him off, anticipating what he would say. I've already done enough harm to him. I would rather not try and force him to meet with me. Hirako, if I recalled, was also the name of Ebisu, one of the 7 gods of fortune, most predominant in Buddhism. I only vaguely remembered the legends, something about Izanami and Izanaga casting him down the river because he was born crippled? I can't imagine Izzy doing that without a reason. But I also didn't want to bluntly ask her in front of her kids like this and ruin the mood. Instead, I just reached for her hand, taking it in mine. Mother. Amaterasu started up again. I'm sorry for what happened. It was not my intention for you to be ignored so maliciously. I accept your apology. Izzy immediately said, making the sun goddess go silent in surprise. But I will always love you, my daughter. Even if it was on purpose, I would never hate you nor hold it against you. If I had died, I would have done so with these same feelings. Ah, the guilt of unconditional love hit not only Amaterasu but Susanoo rather hard. She may forgive you, but I won't. Susanoo glared at his sister. How come Indra could just come strolling up here like he owned the place? It was not on purpose, you oaf. Amaterasu quickly went to defend herself. I do have people watching the lands. Especially after the Fey incursion. And what happened? Incompetence, negligence, maliciousness. Amaterasu huffed, crossing her arms. Does it really matter in the end? They will be punished severely. You can hand them over to the ones who suffered because of their failing. Susanoo grunted. I would happily let them experience firsthand the wrath of an angry god. His eyes moved towards me. And I'm sure I would have help. Amaterasu glanced at me and they were now seemingly waiting for me to respond. I'll keep out of it. I decided to take a third option. I'm already in an awkward situation here. I'd rather not insert myself into it even more. If Amaterasu was here under different capacity, then I would be treating her as Lady Amaterasu and respect her station to toe the line. Susanoo grumbled and huffed, but didn't argue. Amaterasu on the other hand nodded in approval. At least one of you has a modic *M of intelligence. She turned her nose up at her brother. And your understanding is appreciated. If I was not meeting my mother under these conditions, we would not be conversing so familiarly. Godly politics, how fun! I said with the dryness of a desert. I was starting to feel better thankfully. My headache was slowly going away and my body was healing at a noticeable rate. You may not have a choice but to participate. Amaterasu replied, eyeing my hand in Izzy's. Many will raise concerns about mother consorting with a devil, especially with the offspring of the strongest one. They already encroach on our lands, by our blessing or by unscrupulous means, ever more by the day. The conservative faction among my court is vocal about their dislike for devils and their kin. Especially when mother gets pregnant. Susanoo added. Susanoo. Izzy squawked in surprise. What? It's a valid concern. He's right, mother. Amaterasu oddly agreed with him. A true-born god in this era, the same generation as us? Many would use it as an opportunity for good or bad. And there has never been a god born of a devil parentage before. We don't know what would occur. I understand your concerns. Izzy calmed herself down, taking a deep breath. However, the possibility is, far off if even possible. And the event of it occurring is very minuscule. Right, Wilhelm? Were you listening? She raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Was distracted by the picture of you with a baby bump. I want it. She pinched the back of my hand with a cute little huff. All right, I'll tag it. I chuckled. Without some outside support the chance of a devil having a child is exceedingly rare. A devil and a goddess? We're sort of opposites for obvious reasons, so the chance is probably even lower. And that's taking into consideration that Izzy wields the domain of creation, which hypothetically is offset by her death domain as well. But I won't get into that at the moment. And the last factor to add is my own divinity, which should be very clear at this point. It has the side effect of making my producing offspring even more unlikely. All in all, you probably don't have to worry about a child until we're ready because it's not a probable occurrence until we begin trying to overcome these limitations. It's funny, I would usually be more reserved in talking about future children with the others, but in Izzy's case, it's not a matter of if but when, in regards to the talk of children. I knew her, I knew she loved her children beyond words and would be more than open to expanding her family. And now I really wanted to see a pregnant Izzy. It might be better if it happened sooner. Amaterasu said, her expression turning rather serious. The consequences of what happened are not going to be small. The Hindu pantheon, while not united entirely, will not like being insulted by association. And I would be surprised if Hades has not been called up to Olympus to explain himself to Zeus. The Olympians are the most stringent about not interacting with other pantheons. She scrunched her nose. And we are not on good terms. I will have to apologize to Hades and thank him properly. Izzy hummed. Mother, why are you so friendly with him? Amaterasu asked. Is it odd? Izzy tilted her head. I wasn't aware that it was a secret that us death gods get together on occasion. I have been to the Greek underworld often enough and he happened to owe me a small favor. Many might take it the wrong way. It was Yama that originally warned me that Indra was probably going to come knocking. I asked Susanoo to be here when he did, but I didn't think Indra would go that far. She paused. Or the two most idiotic boys in my life would start a fight with him. Never underestimate my willingness to punch Indra. Susanoo said with complete seriousness. I'll fight anyone who insults you like that without a second thought. I responded as well. And also punch Indra. Izzy merely rolled her eyes with that beautiful smile of hers. But also, Amaterasu seemed to have the faintest hint of one herself. There will be many more eyes on you now. Amaterasu continued. That peace conference you were involved in already made waves through the chatter of the gods. The implications and rumors that accompanied it. However, this is a completely different scenario. You fought Indra, a mortal devil, despite the unique condition you possess. You fought one of the strongest gods to a perceivable standstill. Many of my court are now wary of your presence. Continued with the fact that you admitted relations with Mother, there will be many outcries about your continued free reign upon our lands. You are welcome to remind them who raised these lands out of the sea before they were even conceived of in the minds of mortals. Izzy hissed. Mother, you don't need to be upset, I just wanted you to understand. Amaterasu was quick to soothe Izzy's fury. The ones who failed in their duties will be a harsh reminder to any who have thoughts of stepping out of line. Humph. Let them know that I, Susanoo, will fight anyone who comes to cause problems for him and his. Amaterasu gave a wry smile. Other pantheons will be more focused on you now. And your association with Mother will be linked to us with your further actions. So in the eyes of other factions, I may as well be under the umbrella of Takamagahara, is that it? If you don't like it, you can simply remove yourself from Mother's presence permanently. Amaterasu sniffed. I would sooner remove every other faction instead. I retorted. I do not like devils. Amaterasu stated, her tone filled with contempt at the mention. However, I am glad that Mother found someone that appreciates her. Izzy's face brightened up. I should return. Amaterasu stood up from her seat. I will need to settle all the particulars that came from this incident and be prepared to receive the response from Shiva and the Hindu pantheon. You have an important job. Izzy acknowledged, but there was the obvious unwillingness present. I will return once I finished settling matters, Mother. I promise to start visiting often. And I'll drag our brother down here too. Susanoo patted his chest. Don't fight your brother. Izzy scolded. I don't want to hear about another big feud that happens between you all. You are asking the impossible, Mother. Amaterasu snarked. At least I don't go crying in a cave. Don't you dare start with that. You're fooling no one with your constant invitations for a private song and dance with Uzume. Mother. Make him stop. Children. Izzy stepped in. Behave. Bah, I'll go too before she starts trying to make a move on your lover again, Mother. Susanoo grunted, readily leaving before Amaterasu blew up at him again. Insufferable brute. Amaterasu huffed, but calmed down quickly. I should check in on my Miko while I'm down here and clear up any misunderstandings she has. She paused, glancing my way. I suppose I shall relay to her that the matter has been settled and not to worry. Thank you. I replied in genuine thanks. She smiled warmly. I faintly felt the touch of the sun, a pleasant sensation like relaxing on a warm afternoon. Child of the rising sun, you are most welcome under our warmth. With a burst of sunlight, she disappeared from the house. Your children are weird. I said towards Izzy. Her response was to pull me in for an overdue kiss. Can I confide something in you? I hummed, looking up at Izzy while my head was comfortably in her lap. Since when do you even ask? I'm aware of almost every proclivity of yours and those around you. She snorted. But very well, reveal to me your secrets. I think red eyes are a weakness of mine. I can't stop staring into yours and they're so beautiful. I constantly wonder how I managed to fall for these obvious flirtations. She sighed, running her hand through my hair. All right, I admit I lied. I said with full sincerity. Regardless of their color, I would say the same thing because you're too alluring. Oh, stop it. She rolled her eyes, pinching my cheek playfully. If you keep this up, the others will feel jealous when they arrive. You make a fair point. I guess I will have to flirt with all of them equally. Yes, yes. You're an unmatched romantic. She deadpanned. How are you feeling? Better. Sore, but that's about it. Eyes feel better too. Aura is working well. Good, because they've arrived. Just as Izzy said that, the door was nearly blown off its hinges. Master. Rei Kao threw herself on top of me. Me too. Jin quickly jumped on me as well. I'm all right, don't cry. It wasn't that bad. I gave both of them a pat on the head. Student, you caused another incident. Skathik sauntered in with Venelana and Yasaka following. Good, maybe you all can talk some sense into him. He refuses to accept that he did something wrong. Izzy huffed in annoyance. I agree with him. Skathik said immediately. It would be foolish to blame him for an action that any of us would take in the same circ misstances. Agreed. Venelana squeezed between Jin and Rei Kao and gave me a quick kiss. But that doesn't make us not worry. You're not supposed to encourage him. Izzy grumbled. What if he does it again? Then he best ll the one responsible to not make it a third time. Skathik said simply. Is Meridia not coming? I asked, giving both Jin and Rei Kao a playful slap on their butts to get myself some wiggle room. She said it was unwise to make an appearance for the moment lest she takes action out of anger. Skathik responded. That would probably make things worse. Izzy admitted. I managed to force myself to sit up straighter after the Rei Kao and Jin attack was over. Venelana was giving me an interesting look. And by interesting, I mean it basically screamed Kung Fu *Kami. I met her gaze and raised an eyebrow and, was she blushing? I don't know what was up with her, but I used the opportunity to move my hand up under her dress and squeeze her nice round ass. She giggled, and positioned herself to plop down on my lap. Do you need some extra healing? As tempting as that offer is. I'm so utterly exhausted right now that just keeping my eyes open is difficult. But I would love to have you in my arms when I fall asleep. I wrapped her up. You know he's telling the truth when he rejects an invitation like that. Jin laughed. Yasaka, dear. Izzy spoke up. You are being uncharacteristically quiet. Yasaka was looking out of it and suddenly refocused. Sorry about that, I was just, lost in thought. Her gaze trailed towards me. I've had an interesting past few hours. And I'm not talking about the aftermath of the fight. Did something occur? My daughter said that she was going to visit. I hope that nothing went wrong. Funny you should mention that. Yasaka had a strained smile. And I ask this question, mostly directed at Wilhelm as I believe he is the culprit. I claim innocence for whatever it is I am accused of. Yasaka looked at me dryly. Please explain to me why, when my goddess appeared before me, she was apologetic. I was about to speak, but she held her hand up. And not about one of the many concerns of mine in the past. Not even about the whole Kunu incident that I'm still pissed about. No, she appeared, apologized to me for leading me on and told me that she can't accept my feelings and that she is at fault for fostering the misunderstanding. I genuinely don't know how to respond to that. I replied. Oh, don't worry, it doesn't end there. She felt bad and wanted to give me a token of affection even though she doesn't share the same sentiment. As an apology, mind you. That was when Yasaka held her hands up, revealing a very familiar red thong. Daughter, why? Izzy bemoaned, covering her face with her hands. Wow, this has been a wild day. Your children are weird. I said again, and Izzy couldn't bring herself to refute me.
Thanks for listening.